the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning, cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you.
Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, don't stop. Don't stop.
Let's get waved, let's get lit, let's get high, let's come have it. Let's get burst, let's get mashed, let's buy a bottle and splash that cash. Guess what, it's time for action. You're feeling fine, main attraction. Your vibes, not satisfaction. Feel the baseline, chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what? It's time for action. Come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild. Come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. brain, main attraction. Pure vibes, not satisfaction. Feel the bass, chemical reaction. You're feeling fine. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what is action? Chemical reaction.
Walking through the bar, all eyes on me. People picking up my energy. The music never stops, they play my song on repeat, on repeat. I'm flying till I hit the sky. The melody is getting high. You know how to free my mind, my mind. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. Baby, you make my heart shine golden. burning up all my desire to be great. I gotta just open the gate. All I need is saving from hitting the pavement, understand it when I'm impatient, that only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places, the strength to stand fear in the face, that only I give to me. All I need.
I'm the type of girl that turns logic into uttermess. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Yeah. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cutthroat code, run it again, not there. XOX cutthroat code, run it again, not there. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cutthroat code, run it again, not there. XOX cutthroat code, run it again, not there.
You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't bother wasting breath. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say you've been messing with greatness. Space to stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck in your brain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. Take back your heart.
Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more. Yeah, we give it all that we got. Measuring what's in our pockets, then we give it a lot. Cause we've been hustling for years, now we up at the top. And no, it's still not enough, so we ain't gonna stop. Cause that's full throttle, zoom, zoom, hop, skip, jump. About to eat it up, but the goal is lunch. I'm the big goose, so I never duck, duck. Just keep my head up and yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Chipped away at it and ignored the hate. And now we big Tom status and it's us for the taking. We eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Oh yeah. Ooh la la. Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rev. Foot on the gas till you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Hello to everybody who's watching live straight from Johor, Bahru, and the rest of the world. It's going to be an exciting day today, so please hug your loved ones. Tell them that Valentine's is already here as we begin with the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Let the weak melt away. Killing spree.
Prime time, baby.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
The first time that we met, it was exciting. I didn't expect it to go this far, but I'm happy that it did. When things get very difficult, dan rasanya tidak ada jalan kembali, I still want to keep trying. Sometimes my friends will ask me, "Kenapa kamu melakukan ini lagi?" Why? It's hard to describe, but I want to. Through the highs and lows, it's always been there for me. During our time together, there's always something new to learn. Things never got boring. That's what I like about it.
All the little things add up.
Every movement, every second. That's why I love. That's why I love.
That's what I love.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
That's why I love this game.
Fear us. The thunder is coming. Kami di sini untuk menangkan semuanya. We're back and we're better. Time for us to reclaim our trophy. We have nothing to lose and everything to gain. The trophy will be ours again. One Titan slain.
Kestupan kayo ng iba, lesam terus melawan ke SRG. Hilang!
2 more to go.
Your rabbit skirt, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good homie. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you.
Don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop. Gotta get it going.
Puan-puan, selamat datang kepada semua orang yang berada di Persada Johor Bahru dan juga kepada semua orang yang menonton di rumah, di tempat kerja, dekat tempat makan dan juga kepada semua yang tengah menonton di dalam tandas. Pastikan anda settle cepat-cepat sebab orang tengah tunggu di luar. Selamat datang, nama saya Lefel and welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals Season 6.
Yes, hello everybody and welcome. My name is Rose and we will be your host throughout this challenge finals.
Kepada semua orang yang hadir di hari ini, kita ada 3 match for today. Di mana semua match hari ini adalah best of 3. Tetapi 2 perlawanan pertama adalah elimination match. Jadi 2 perlawanan hari ini yang mulakan hari ini ada kemungkinan favorite team korang akan tersingkir.
Yes, that is right, Lefel. Today we will be witnessing 3 best of 3 matches. However, the first 2 matches are elimination matches. So if your favorite team loses that best of 3, you can say goodbye to their journey in the SPS Challenge Finals.
And with that, rasanya semua orang dah tak sabar nak mulakan perlawanan. Well, kita tak boleh mulakan dengan saya dan Rose dekat atas pentas. So, with that, kita akan throw it over to the paddle and the casters.
Thanks, Lefel, and as well as Rose, looking beautiful and handsome up on that stage at Johor Bahru Persada Stadium. Again, welcome into the Snapdragon Pro Series and happy Valentine's to all the lovers out there. My name is Gideon Q. I'm going to be your host here for the playoffs. And today with me, we've got Miracle and as well as Renmar. How you boys feeling this Valentine's?
Lonely. I mean, I'm good, man. I'm excited. We're going to be watching the playoffs, the start of the playoffs for the rest of the world for SPS. I'm with you guys, and I couldn't ask for more.
Yeah. It's a very romantic trio that we've got here today, man. I don't know. I feel very happy to be here, you guys. You know, have Valentine's with you guys. Couldn't ask for something better.
Valentine's with the boys, as some may call it. It's going to be a very good time, but keep in mind the competition is going to be very steep here For those of you who are just tuning in, we are already to our top 6. And with our top 6 means that our prize pool is only going to get bigger for every single win in the tournament. Starting from 11th to 12th place, it's already at 1.8 all the way up. Each one of those wins are going to list off to the first place with 65,000 USD. And you heard me right, it's in real US dollars. So it's going to be a quick buck for those who make it further into the tournament. That being said, boys, what would you do with 65,000? 65,000 USD for your Valentine's.
For Valentine's?
For Valentine's.
I'm going out of the country, man. I'm going to Europe.
You're going to Europe?
Yeah, go to somewhere where it's snowing. I want to see like castles and stuff.
Castles and stuff? That's just for Valentine's. What about you, Mirko? What'd you do with 65,000?
I'll go on a date with my girlfriend.
Okay.
To a very fancy establishment.
Okay.
I'll ask for something very weird. The guy will say,
"What?
No, I don't want this, you know?
Okay.
And I don't want to do what you're asking." And I'm like, "I'll buy the restaurant."
Can you buy a restaurant with 65,000?
Like he said a fancy establishment, by the way.
Depends what restaurant,
Yeah,
right?
depends what kind of restaurant.
I'll go to a fancy restaurant that's about to go bankrupt, you know? So it's like, hey, we can make a deal here.
So they're just desperate.
Yeah.
They may
That's
be
the play.
desperate. I mean, it could be a better play, but since we are desperate here for those things, our teams might just get even more desperate. Let's look at the bracket real quick, just in case you guys are just tuning in, because now that we are done with the group stages, here we have the format. It's going to be double elimination, but first, these teams must play against each other who didn't make it to that top bracket of their groups to get in from the play-ins to start off with their second lives. Our first match, of course, being Onyx versus BTR, 2 teams coming up for 2 separate groups, and same thing goes for OP versus RRQ.
Yeah. Not a lot of room for mistakes for the opening matches, considering that it's only going to be best of 3 in our respective playoffs. We're all used to seeing best of 5s for openers. But yeah, think about it. The grand finals of the Season 3 of Snapdragon Pro Series, they immediately have to eliminate one of the other, and you just got 3 chances to do it. 2 chances to do it.
I mean, things could have been a little different if the groups were just, one more win, another sweep under here so that Onyx doesn't have to go against BTR. I mean, let's pull up the schedule here. Mirko, give me your thoughts about our very first matchup of the day. I know even before the show started, you're like, those guys are my goats.
Dude, I mean, again,
Red? Yeah,
red inside, blue to cover up. You know, so Bigatron Alpha versus Onyx ID. Onyx eSports will be the first match of the day. And yeah, we've been already talking about this off cam. Bigatron, they're like one of my favorite teams, and Onyx are up there too. So I don't know, man. I just have so much love in Valentine's Day for both these teams, both these rosters. I really respect every single one of the players, the coaching staff, and for both of these teams. And it sucks in a way to see that one of them has to get knocked out by each other. Personally, for me though, I'm going to be very happy watching game number 2, or match number 2 rather, because I won't be casting that match. I get to enjoy pure MLBB and Valentine's Day greatness with Onyx PH versus RQ.
Great that you brought it up, actually, because again, I think that OP is currently, most people are pretty shocked that they didn't make it straight into the upper brackets and, getting up into that next level. And keep in mind, the winners of those matches going to face off against Falcons, and then our top bracket will be facing off against TLID. So it's either BTR or Onyx ID. It's pretty much an Indonesian derby at that point. But Remar, give me some of your thoughts here, because again, OP, pretty shocking that they, again, dropped an entire sweep against TLID of all people.
Yeah, Onyx Philippines, they were thunderstruck by Team Liquid Indonesia. They got swept. No, I'm pretty sure no one expected the TLID sweep win. I mean, there were predictions there that saw TLID winning, but there was always, 30 games. But the fact that it got to the sweep really showed just how different TLID is. And Fabian made it a point in this interview that they really improved their discipline now. And that seemed to have caught Onyx PH off guard, because in the M6 Grand Finals and the previous times they faced off against TLID, it was because they capitalized on TLID's lack of discipline then.
The free-flowing style did eventually hurt them. I do agree with that. However, certain things have changed, not only for TLID, but for the game itself. We are going to be playing on the current latest patch here for MLBB, patch 1.9.43, with the only exception of revamped Hanzo still not going to be in competitive play for the first 2 weeks after the patch, so we don't have to worry about that. But let's go through them one by one. Buffs. Interesting heroes have been buffed. The adjusted buff on Hanabi is kind of like whatever to me, but the nerfs coming in were also kind of strange.
Yeah, I think for the Layla one, it's just kind of like, for you dudes back at home who still struggle against the Layla. I don't know why you would struggle against Layla.
Hey!
But
Yeah.
my friend Ferdy always preaches to me, Mirko, inspire Layla. That's how I win. And I'm like, dude, this is why you are the dirt standard. This is why I call you dirt standard. But then you have a Sun nerf as well. Now this one makes a bit more sense. Sun has been terrorizing the ranked games, together with Badang, to be fair. But yeah, I like it. These are some ranked game changes for the most part. I think Novaria, that change, we've already seen a few Novarias come to play, especially for Liquid ID, so maybe we'll see more with the cooldown of second skill, right? Getting reduced.
What are the big standouts for you, Remar, here?
Oh, it definitely has to be the Selena. I tried playing the Selena earlier. Still terrible at using that hero. It wasn't classic. I was up against a Selena that knew what he or she was doing, and I got absolutely decimated. It was really fast. There's not a lot of room to move out of the Abyssal Arrow. Not impossible to, but it's really going to test your reaction time with how fast it flies now. And the fact that they took out or greatly reduced the backswing in her being in her, if I'm not mistaken, was it the Elvish form? Yeah, the Elvish form. So there's just a nicer flow and a faster feel to Selena overall. And wink, wink, I'm just going to say Super Friends is going to be damn happy about that.
Well, let's see how happy it is, considering that there are buffs to items as well. Now, I know Fly Chicken in particular had a pretty strong opinion about Brute Force Breastplate, saying like the overall base stats that you get from it in terms of cost benefit is not that much. But now that they've kind of changed the numbers that you do get from it, do you think it's going to be more prevalent?
It's tough to say, man. Yeah, the growth that you see on the attack will be enhanced.
Yeah.
But it's more expensive now too. So it's kind of like, yeah, you get a bit more from the attack. You still got like pretty bad base stats, and now it's more expensive. I don't think it'll be worth it for like Marksman, especially considering, at least for Marksman, I think only Granger really gets the benefit out of Brute Force usually. So with Granger also getting nerfed, a little bit of foreshadowing to the next panel, I don't think we'll see Brute Force, at least for Marksman or for like, damage dealers. Maybe fighters in XP, but even then it's like healing meta.
Yeah, I think the thing about Brute Force Breastplate is now it's going to be more of a vibe check for the EXP laners. Yeah, exactly. If they feel confident that they're going to win early, you'll see them rushing that Brute Force. If not the first item, it's going to be the second item, because that attack is actually felt. Because from max 32, it's now max 40 extra physical. Excuse me, adaptive attack.
Yes, adaptive attack. But I think it works well, because since we're bringing up the topic of a Brute Force Breastplate, and especially now that we do have some interesting, these are the big impact ones that we feel here at Snapdragon Pro Series is going to really shake up the meta a little bit more. The CC buff definitely feels a lot nicer. Now her passive just doesn't, it just doesn't disappear into thin air once you're out of combat. But the Granger nerf's pretty significant, and I know, Topic Online saying Granger's basically dead. He's got no wave push, but he has a couple of like increase in ratios. Does that really change the hero enough?
Personally, for me, I've tried the Granger a bit here and there. Wave clear is horrible early on, right? And usually the way you would win in the lane in the Granger, with the Granger, even against your counter picks like Irithel, is you just shove the wave super quick and then you play for the gold crab. Once you get the gold crab going, it's 100 goldie, 100 goldie. It just builds up to you outscaling your opponent. But now without the power of the wave clear, the counter picks are gonna be even harder to deal with for the Granger. And for you as a Granger, getting the stacks, which is the most important part of your kit, will be more difficult. So if you do get stacks, then yeah, it's still gonna be pretty much the same old Granger. Thing is, you won't be able to get those stacks. So I think this is a big nerf to Granger, and we're gonna see definitely a big drop in Granger prio.
I think this is a slap on the wrist for Granger. However, the collateral happens to be Granger jungle, because this also affects his clear for Granger jungle style. Remar, I don't know about you. Personally, I like Granger jungle prior to the revamp itself, but I feel like this was unnecessary for the jungle side of things.
Yeah, I think they really just wanted to tell Granger players all over the world, you're now looking at a mid-game or even late-game power spike at this point. The fact that his early game poke was just way too strong, I think one of the main reasons why he really got into the meta, because alongside Harith has that very obvious one-item power spike. Granger also as well, depending on how good the Granger is in lane and how much stacks he was able to get, a one-item power spike for most Grangers in the pro scene is quite common. So now they're really just shutting off that idea and saying, okay, you want to play Granger, you're really going to have to wait.
Which is fair, right? Because Granger is just... I've been saying this all the way from the revamp. It's busted. It really is busted. The fact that you can play it in the jungle, in the gold lane, and this is the safest pick of all time. I don't think I've seen a pick as safe as a Granger. You have a billion dashes in the late game with your ultimate too. The stacks is crazy. The clear is crazy. yeah,
It's
Yeah,
not
fantastic.
Good job, Moonsong.
And to back that up real quick, all of the 3 Savages we got in SPS so far, they were all Grangers. 2 by Eman, 1 by Kelra.
I'm glad that you brought that up, actually.
Granger.
63% win rate is a shocking win rate. I think if anything...
pro play.
In pro play, especially, yeah. I think most people coming off of M6 are going to be like, oh, yeah, it's going to be the Bruno problem all over again. And I think more people are coming, educating themselves that actually once you see that skew in stats and professional play, something is up with the hero. And luckily, the developers answered the question. I just feel that the cuffs are a little too tight in that particular area. However, even Carry did have a couple of changes. Even for the previous patch, they increased the tick rate, and now even the force swing backswing. And then coming into this one, now it's going to be a little more interesting. What do you think is going to be the big change here? Our team's going to be more inclined because keep in mind, a couple of the buffs that we saw on the previous screen was towards the tanks. Their growth, the overall items as well for radiant armor, and even a slight change to the cursed helm as well.
Yeah, the cursed helm, by the way, the change, I think it's kind of like...
It's okay.
It's okay.
It's
alright.
I would say below okay. It's kind of like a kind of change because, yeah, you don't really shred that much hybrid defense anyways. It's kind of like Tenacity, or MR mentioned it when we were talking about the patch itself. But the carry here, I do think the laning phase has been buffed by quite a bit. Now, if you guys play carry, skill 1 is so slow. It's so slow. It's so hard to get unless you know your opponent walks up or dashes forward to you. Then they just don't know how to lane against carry. But now you can actually surprise people by dashing forward and then throwing out skill 1. So you can bait out the dash of the enemy enemy laner, and then you throw out skill 1. It's so fast. The backswing reduction on the animation has made her very good in lane.
Yeah, and similarly, CC's changes with her also made her even scarier to lane against. And yeah, we got to test it out yesterday. I remember we were talking about, can you go from EXP lane to the mid lane and still have your passive stacks? Now you definitely 100% will go into the mid lane if you're rotating there to help cover it with your stacks there. Because when I tried it out, I think I still had, depending on when your last hit happened coming out of lane, like at around 7 or 6, you'll still have it with you once you get there because you only lose 1 stack every second.
Yes, the decaying effect. Well, with that being said, we're going to wrap this up, hopefully with you guys already informed about the changes. This could shake up the matchup, especially for BTR, who has achieved Savages with that Granger. Same can be said about Onyx eSports here. That's going to be our very first best of 3 to see if they get their second life available before they face off against big challengers TLID for our very last match. With that being said, you're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series. We're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be more loving action here on Valentine's Day for the SPS.
Oh, yeah.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
We're going to be engaged on now with the taunt as well. Penetration coming down. That's a kill over. Penalty zone on the 3. And the RWF the after back, but it's not going to be enough. Oh, it's going to be enough for your Snapdragon Pro Series. Season 3, MLBB champion.
Back in the last SPS, right? I didn't feel much because after game 3, when it was 3-0 already, not easy but not that much challenge series. So we won and yeah, we just celebrated as a team.
Mungkin saat final pas itu kita masih kurang prepare buat menghadapi Onyx. Kita masih butuh latihan yang lebih banyak buat ngalahin Onyx pada saat itu.
Oh, this time finds Keyboy, he gets bursted down. Look in the back, SOD used as well. Savero diving in, Rain's gonna be slain. Savero finds the shutdown. As now
Onyx ID ini mungkin menjadi satu benda yang boleh jadi bukti untuk mengatakan bahawa Onyx ID still on the map, jadi salah satu pasukan yang digeruni dekat dalam era Mobile Legends Bang.
Yes!
I think people should take notes about Eman because he's been doing pretty good in the latest matches.
The addition of Iman and as well as Like, I think they bring some sort of a new energy into the team, and I think they can give a big challenge to the others Indonesian teams.
To Bigatron, Alpha, good luck and have fun.
Buat Onyx, jangan galak-galak. Kita kasih tontonan yang terbaik aja buat para penonton.
eSports up against Bigatron Alpha. We got the stats, the team head-to-head for our upper bracket round 1 match number 1. Boys, walk me through this because, again, Mirko, you're all in for Bigatron Alpha. So, Renmar, tell us about Onyx eSports.
Well, I have an interesting little factoid about Onyx eSports. So, we always talked about them having just a really strong mid of the map, right? They're Rome 3, with Keyboy, Sans, and Kyrie. Kyrie and Sans actually combined for 9 first bloods in 14 games. BTR's total first blood is actually just at 7.
Ooh.
So they already outnumber the entire team in first blood. So their identity as being an early to mid game, that aggression early on, you really got to be careful with trading out the first 3 minion waves at the center of the map. That's very strong in Onyx eSports.
Interesting. Counter argument though, what happens if the Sans and Keyboy duo just can't seem to get it done? I mean, we watched that match. We watched that match where that Jawhead just was not it against the Tigre. It was pretty rough, but even so, plays are still being made. Do you think that's going to be like the big changer for BTR this time around, Mirko?
Yeah, I don't know. Just seeing that stat again is kind of weird because for the longest time, Bigatron Alpha have always been the one to have the best first blood rate in MPL ID, even in Snapdragon Pro Series Season 3 when they made it to the grand finals and then got stopped by Onyx eSports. That's what happened. And the matchup history is not that good for Bigatron Alpha here.
Oh, 17-8.
Yeah, the only time we were able to beat them in the last, what, four seasons was Season 13 regular season. That was...
Y'all were going pretty hot that season.
That was 2-0. That was the super hot Bigatron Alpha before they super choked in the playoffs. I can say that I'm a
you can say that.
Fan. Yeah,
you're clearly a Bigatron fan.
It's just I got to talk to Yem.
Okay.
And I asked them about my concerns and my real concerns. I was like, yo, why is it every time you look shaky, you go up against BTR and then you stomp BTR? And he's like, oh, it's to shut you up. And I'm like,
so it's personal for them.
Exactly. So now that Yeb is no longer the head coach, I'm hoping it's just Onyx. It's not like turn up, locked in Onyx, just to like, Mirko, we're gonna smack your team, So it's like,
hey, not gonna lie though, I'm pretty sure Coach Yeb, right after celebrating his daughter's first birthday, flew straight here and told the boys, all right, we're going up against BTR, let's shut Mirko up.
We're gonna try one more time, and even so, it could be foreshadowing because Iman is gonna be our spotlight player of today. He now wears the crown for the king of KD, 84 kills, 857,000 damage with 2 savages already making his stats overinflating. And I'm nervous because the patch is already telling us like, hey, you can't do it on Granger no longer.
Yeah, exactly. So which is why I'm so interested to see how Eman and BTR will be drafting around the whole Granger potential problem. Again, it's not a sure problem just yet until we see how it changes in the draft, if teams are still willing to first pick Granger. But yeah, 3 of his MVP performances, by the way, 6 total MVP performances for Eman, all came from Granger. And of course, the 2 Savages with that Granger too. So are we gonna see Eman forced to go back into some of his old favorites? I remember we were theorizing that maybe with Granger dipping a little bit, teams might consider trying to bring back Claude a little bit more, or more importantly, even Beatrix back into the metagame.
Well, let's look at the opposite side here, right? Because again, it's going to be Iman up against Severo. I want to know your opinions. Has Severo shown you guys enough to be like, yes, he is going to be the successor to Mr. Calvin Winata?
Ooh, I don't know about that. Stepping into the shoes of Mr. Calvin Winata is one thing. Taking control and being on the same level of CW is a whole other thing. I don't think he's at that level yet, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think he does have the potential, definitely, especially on some picks like the Moskov. He's been doing great, but so far, not yet.
Not yet. Well, with that being said, let's introduce Onyx eSports for those of you who are just tuning in and are like, who's this team? How can these guys not be destructive as they used to? They had a bit of a revamp here, but you still have some familiar faces. The boys are ready to play, and I gotta give it to them. The new hair, a new look, and a new time. Onyx ID look to potentially shake things up with Lutpi, Kyrie, Sans, Keyboy, and Severo.
Yeah, well, just to add a little bit more to what could be be the potential budding, growing legacy of Severo. Still very early on in his career. He is the only other Onyx eSports member to actually get MVP honors alongside Kyrie and Sans. Kiboy and Lutpi do not have that yet. So it goes to show that he's already trying to prove that, yes, I'm dependable. When you literally just need me to show up, deal damage, and not lose lane terribly, I can do that. If you need me to show a little bit more, I can do that too. But the question has always been for every young buck that we see come into the pro scene is, can you do it consistently? And up against the BTR, up against Eman, yeah, he needs to show that from minute one, he's ready to lane with Eman.
Personally, for me, I'm thinking, honestly, this is a huge testament to Onyx as an organization coming in from Indonesia, right? Their MDL squad, as every single time they bring up players from their MDL squad to the main roster, give them 2 years, it feels like they hit their prime. Sans is a really good example, same goes for Keyboy as well. And then now that you're seeing Severo and Lupi, who's actually, now it's about a year, going into a year and a half now, he is getting to that point where he's really starting to fit smoothly with the rest of the squad.
Yeah, I think for Lutpi, it was almost instant, right? Because he got promoted and they won MPL Indonesia Season 13. So they tried with Rez again. It started from MDL. Didn't really get the same result. But with Severo here, he's gone through a lot as well with Lutpi in the Liga Nacional team on top of being MDL. So Lutpi going down has kind of helped that team with the experience that he's had to build some of these players like Severo to be MPL ready. I think Severo is very much MPL ready, but like you said, guys, I don't think he's ready to just to lane and dominate Eman, right? This is a very, very tough laner that he's up against. And
oh yeah,
I'm a BTR Glazer, but also, objectively, I think Eman is just a better gold laner right now. I think he has what it takes to outlane Severo and to stop him, even without the Granger. We gotta add that, even without the Granger, because yeah, Eman, most of the wins has been him just put a Bigatron on his back and saying, I got this, man. I got this.
All right, let's shave the icing off of this cake here. What about you, Renmar? Do you think that that's going to be the case here? Do you think that Severo is like, this is his moment to really shine against Eman? Of all laners, at least against Eman.
Well, you know what? I'm kind of torn between whether should I be the Severo where, you know what, I'm going to show them just how confident I am, that I'm not going to buckle in front of Eman and I will try to beat him in lane. But that's so risky. There's also nothing wrong if he just decides to go into this and think, okay, I will just try to manage this. Try really not to lose this tower real quickly. I have to watch out for the rotations that might come in the early game that will allow BTR to get Eman out of lane quick. That's something that they actually like to do. So if I'm Severo, it's such a tough call to say what he's going to think going into this. Is he going to be aggro and try to prove that to Eman that he has to be careful, or will he just try to hold it?
That's a very fair argument here, because when we're looking on the opposite end of BTR, it's not just one guy. We've highlighted Iman, but he has a team that is looking to try and support him and bring a new side of a Bigatron Alpha. Let's have a look at their roster here, because again, these boys are dangerous. They are bleeding red, and they've got a fan base with Moreno greeting them to help transition into this super team, or to be super team with the likes of superstar players. Now, obviously, we know the rookie of Super Ken now starting to become a veteran alongside Moreno. We know Luke coming in from Geekman was a huge part of that EXP lane, part of Bigatron Alpha to do more. But of course, this is where I want to make the comparison of Keyboy and as well as Light Remar. Do you think that this is going to be a fair matchup? Because I know, I mean, Miracle, I'm looking at his face and he's just like, nah, it's got to be obvious. But what about you, Renmar?
Fair matchup? Definitely not, because one guy is 100%, I think, I mean, maybe you can back this up, not having communication issues with his team because he's been playing with his team for so long and they speak the same language. Light just came in here and they've already expressed how they're still trying to find that chemistry. So as mechanically gifted and skilled Light is, if you cannot get past that barrier of communication, that's gonna be tough. But, I mean, BTR fans have a good thing to look forward to. After a rough start, they were able to rack up a good streak. They rack up some good records. Maybe showing us that Light is starting to get in the zone with being able to communicate with Moreno and the others well. But yeah, comms alone, I'm going for Keyboy.
I mean, Onyx eSports are going to have, well, we would say much better chemistry as a strong mid trio. It's only the side lanes that's going to be a bit of a question mark at a time. But even so, we've seen them time and time again. They're doing really well. However, I do want to play devil's advocate here for BTR Alpha. if Light, technically he's been a world champion before, right? He's won an MSC. He has an international title alongside with Iman. That's one natural chemistry barrier, but he's also sometimes so good of a troll player that you don't need comms to serve dinner on a plate for somebody.
That's true.
I think that's why they've been opting to go for Cho every single time. They're like, you know what? If communication is an issue, let's just give him the Cho, let him kick whoever he wants, and then the team just follows up. It ain't that hard if you just kick one guy, right?
Yeah. But what do they feed in the Bigatron bootcamp? Why are they so tall?
They're swaggy, man.
I didn't realize just how tall they were.
They are
is
very
a tall man.
He is.
Yeah.
He's surprising. He's deceptively tall. Same goes for Iman. But by the way, I'm pretty sure that Iman's now building the brand around wearing the jacket around his shoulders. He never seems to do a walkout without it.
No, it's very swaggy, very fashionable. I like it personally, and for this jacket in particular, I have it as well. It's very bulky, man. It looks very thick on you. So yeah, I think that is the better way to use it, to wear it.
We
It's
gotta
the
come up with
optimal way.
The optimal way. We
Yeah.
gotta come up with a BTR user manual of how to
Yes,
wear the
sir.
apparel. Can't wait for Onyx to
Written
come up
by
with their own.
Iman.
What is it, future tech?
Yeah, future tech. I love it. I love it. But coming into this matchup, we got to focus on picks and bans. And that's where I think things are going to get a little scary here. We've already talked about the gold lane. We've already talked about the... we've also talked about Light. What about EXP? I mean, let's first pull up our predictions here. Maybe that's going to, change some opinions for those of you out there, because when we're looking at it, okay. This was to be fair
expected.
is expected.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that we all thought about 3 games here, because I think maybe it's, especially with the result of the SRG BTR series that we saw, that I think that was what put BTR on the map of like, all right, we may have messed up our initial games. It was not the cleanest. People were wondering, okay, was this the right move to get like OG to max? And then we're like, oh, wait a minute, just give us some time to cook. So yeah, it'll be difficult to accept a sweep here. I'll leave it at that.
In a way, yes, right? Obviously, based on their performances, I think Onyx and Bigatron Alpha both have kind of looked shaky. Bigatron obviously looking more shaky, but I would also say they were up against like ridiculous opponents in the top 3 of the M6 World Championships, right? The fact that they got the 3rd best team in the world means that they're the best team in the world. No, that means that they have a chance. I think they actually have what it takes to make it close against Onyx. In my books, to take a dub against Onyx, or I'm gonna get my ears pierced.
I mean, we've already set the challenges. You can check it out on social media. Let's look at the detailed team statistics. We were already going through a couple of things, especially between Onyx and as well as BTR. But some of the big standouts coming to me really is the second half of the game, right? From mid to late, we're seeing that they have a high percentage of Lords in comparison to Turtle, but even their average charts at 5.75, pretty interesting. They're able to claim a lot of the map.
Yeah, I think this is also due to just the shaky performance of Superken in the jungle. For some reason, I don't know what it is. Superken, it's not like he's a new jungler. We've seen him so many times before. Heck, Season 3 against Onyx in the Grand Finals too. He was so consistent. He was Mr. Consistent at the time. I think out of all the members in the Grand Finals, the guy that you could point as in Bigatron that had the best performance against Onyx was Superken. But he has dipped a lot this tournament. I don't know what's going on, and it is... hurt them in the neutral objective department. Even when they're winning, it's just stolen away from them. These turtles, these lords even. And that is the reason, I would say, a lot of times you see Bigatron Alpha choke and throw their lead at the start of the game. They get a 10,000 gold lead, 9,000 gold lead against SRG, and then they lose in the late game. They make some very questionable calls. But then they're also the type of team to see a 9,000 gold lead on the enemy team and say, let's make them Bigatron. Let's make them throw. So they are, for some reason, they are able to bait teams to throw, but they also throw.
Do you agree with that, Remar? Because from my perspective, I feel like, yes, it is volatile coin flip, but I think it's because of the way the team's mentality works with Luke as well, as well as Light, because they can take like a single pick and then reach even further.
Yeah, those two, but then we have to bring back Iman into the conversation, because it was he himself who admitted, it's like, yeah, I'm the one who sort of somewhat tilts the most of the times. I'm the one who's a little bit more aggro compared to the rest of the boys. I'm the loudest.
He's the youngest, to be fair.
Yeah, he's the youngest. And I mean, we do see it where there were moments where he would dash, flicker forward. It's like, hey man, what are you doing? And he would either get the kill that would help him secure Maniac into a Savage, or get taken out, and now you're wondering, oh no, BTR lost their main damage dealer and he's backing up.
Wait, hold on. Iman is younger than Superken?
Oh wait, I think.
Yeah, that's why.
I think he is. I think he.
No
or they might be the same
way.
age. Remember, Eman won MSC 2022. 16 years old. He was 16 when he won that.
He was
That's
very
true.
young. Dude, that's crazy to think about because Super Ken to me has just been like a baby boy for the longest time. It's crazy to imagine that they're the same age. But it's drafting time between both of our teams. Onyx Esports gonna be on blue side.
Still Ben Granger.
And Bigatron Alpha gonna be on red side.
So are they gonna give the EV here? Yeah. Okay, so Onyx Esports will take it, and that is the best pick you want to go for because Moreno's actually undefeated with EVE. He's 5-0 this season.
And it's also one of the highest win rate here at the SPS. Highest ban rate as well. 77% is really, really good for the few games that we've seen it so far. Bigatron Alpha, though, I'm curious to see whether they want to pick up Loyi this time around.
Loyi would be good, but then they also have a Valentina option with them if ever they pick high loss early on. However, I wonder if they will consider stealing away something surprise like a Jawhead. We haven't seen the. I'm trying to remember if we've seen Jawhead Eve, because Onyx rarely gets the Eve at this point. But Moskov and Suyo are their priority here, and I think because of the dip of Granger and the fact that he's not here right now, it seems like Moskov is the best marksman, gold laner available with Harith gone also.
Yeah, I think it's also a way to deny the pick away from Onyx, right? Because for Onyx, they really love to start the draft first phase on blue side with the triple purple. Yve, Phobius, Moskov. That's what they like to do. And if they don't get it, they go for the Yve, Jawhead, Nolan. So far for Onyx Esports, this is a very... We were talking about how their drafts were unorthodox and very unpredictable in the group stage, but so far here, it has looked like they have taken the success of the group stage and made it their template.
Yeah, I think that Onyx Esports, with the first 3 picks that we're seeing right now, it's going to be so fast. We've seen a lot of Jawheads help with the double buff clear, especially when you're already on Nolan, who clears the jungle relatively fast. On top of the Jawhead, you're going to be so far ahead so early on.
Yeah, and I think the Jawhead was sort of a soft block pick towards the Valentina. Because with Valentina, you want to get close, and you don't want to get anywhere near close to a Jawhead early on. So they go for the Loyi that you mentioned earlier, Gideon. So they have a lot of macro control. I think Bigatron Alpha saw what Onyx Esports can do if you're trying to dance with them in the close to mid-range with what happened to RQ. Hoshi getting swept and had a lot of difficulty there. So they're going to be playing around the map a bit more. With the Suyo already in the jungle, hopefully they can pair it up with a good roamer and EXP that can supplement with the early to mid-game trading that you will need to take. You cannot just focus on the mid to late game. You need to supplement the Suyo to be the bridge for your Moskov to get to his farm.
Which really begs the question of what exactly are these bans going to be? High Loss, one of the generally on average has been doing pretty good in the win rate as well as its pick rate on red side. Coming back to Onyx Esports, they respond by getting rid of the chills. So now they're getting rid of the signatures, and I like the fact that both Onyx Esports and as well as Bigatron Alpha, they're not going for the double flex pick. They're just going not even for a regular flex pick even. They're very honest with their mid trios.
Yeah, so far very honest. I think it's because, again, they both know each other so well that even if they go for flex picks, they can kind of read it out already. Great high-low span here. They have the Loyi, Suyo, and also the Moskov. So they have a lot of damage, but it's going to be very difficult to deal with someone as beefy as a high-lows. And the fact that they already have Suyo and Moskov means that maybe they might go for the Gatot Kacha ban too, right? I think that's also open. But the thing is, in this patch, it is, or not just this patch, previous patch too, we don't see a lot of XP Gatots anymore. So they decided to go for the Bruno ban, stopping Savero.
Maybe Onyx Esports might consider actually banning out the Akai from Luke. Because the Akai doesn't need to worry too much about Jawhead Eve or the Nolan. Actually, you could mess up the Nolan quite a bit if you can time your heavy spin right to stop his combo or his entry, or you could even use the heavy spin to push the Jawhead away when he has a moment to toss one of your teammates back if you're really looking at taking away a strong EXP laner option.
I feel like there needs to be an enabler, right? I think that right now Onyx has a pretty strong combination of Jawhead as well as the Eve, but I think that Masha ban also really good coming in from Onyx Esports. At least now you don't have to worry about the bulldozer in the back line that takes way too long to get rid of. Gatot going to be locked in for the side of Bigatron Alpha. We're expecting it to go roam. Now over to Onyx Esports.
So it's going to be light on the Gatot Kacha, and this is where we start to throw out the questions, because we were talking about the Cho, why it was picked for light. It's a comfort pick, and it's very easy to communicate, right? All you need to do is, I kick this guy, you kill this guy. Gatot is a bit weirder when it comes to the communication. You have to have proper coordination with your team as to how you use the AOG, how you use the taunt, and even the Revitalize to play around the team, especially with the Lo Yi. Great Phoveus and Irithel pick from Onyx Esports, though. The Irithel against Moskov is kind of a 50-50 matchup, but the Phoveus here is great. They are now going to have two picks, Nolan and Phoveus, that can capitalize on Jawhead physical defense shred.
I was curious about this because I felt like Onyx Esports, there was probably an argument for Badang here in case you didn't want to go into the coin toss of Lucas into Phoveus. Bigatron Alpha now, they're very not inclined to picking Lucas at all at this point. They might just have to throw Gatot into that EXP sector unless they're comfortable with just playing CC into Phoveus.
Exactly, yeah. CC's still open, so I think that's why they picked the Gatot Kacha fourth, because they were looking for the EXP trade that might happen, and they go Guinevere. Okay.
I'm okay with this. I feel
XP?
I think it's Rome.
It's Rome. 100% it has to go to the Rome, right?
Because if we're talking about serving dinner on a plate, no, that's wild.
It's Luke on Gwyn. See, that's why when it's Luke in the building, you might have to think about it another way. Because you have a playmaker in Light, but who wants to be the real playmaker? I think most of the times, it has to be Luke. The guy wants to be the one to go in for the crazy plays on Lapu Lapu, Masha, and now we get to see it on Gwyn.
Oh man, that is some wild stuff. I don't know how this is going to play out. I'm actually really liking the way the draft is starting to shape up for both of these sides. We're getting a little bit of a flavor from BTR, and Onyx being Onyx, it's going to be those big wombo combos. So coming into this match here, what do you guys think of? We'll throw it to you guys for the compositions. Break it down for us as we move into our very first best of 3 series here in the play-ins.
What do you think?
Well, you know, the way I see it is that they needed a EXP laner that could serve as like the front substitute roamer while the Gatot Kacha stays back. And I think the Guinevere can, if you time it well enough, should be able to shut down what the Jawhead wants to do to you and try not to pick you off. It's still quite experimental in my eyes, but the theory is there.
I agree with you. It's definitely very, very experimental here. Great start for Kairi with the help of the Jawhead. And I think this is the reason they really, really like the Jawhead in their compositions. It enables Kairi to be the carry very early on. You get the first 2 buffs instantly, right? But I think for Bigatron Alpha, they've kind of already managed that too. They have gotten away to react to the Onyx Esports clear speed with the Jawhead, because Super Ken has gone straight from purple to orange, not taking anything else, and he's gone for the full clear for 4.
Yeah, good adjustment, just to make sure you level the, of course, raw rotational speed that the Nolan can dish out. The XP lane, still, maybe we'll see just how much better it'll fare once we're closer around to the level 4s, once we see them into the roam rotating a little bit more. But all I see right now is very active center of the map, and actually the side lanes might both be dead lanes for quite some time.
Yeah, it's just about farming, about getting to their power spikes. Luke, though, has gone for Flicker, not the Revitalize. I played with a couple of XP Guinevere's. Shout out to Ray Ash. He always goes for Revitalize, and this time it's a Flicker. So really all about that playmaking, engaging. Oh, going out to Luke P. Spatial Migration does not land. Now going for some damage. Luke P able to escape, but gets chunked, gets punished for taking the wave.
Shame that didn't land. That could have been an early first blood already for Bigatron Alpha, and it did. But now with the Phoveus pushed a little bit back, that means that allows Bigatron Alpha a little bit of breathing room since Keyboy had to help clear the minion wave first. But Onyx Esports can contest.
Yep. Taunt. Oh, a Super Ken misses the retribution! Kairi steals it away. Luke P walks up forward, gets the Infernal Pursuit, and it's a win for Onyx. First blood and a kill.
Oh, slight slip up. That was the best chance for Bigatron Alpha to get that without that much of a problem. Just really need to hit that retribution. But it hurt because Super Ken also got taken down. And just as quick, though, Luke.
Spatial Migration, escaping Keyboy follows with the unstoppable force, gets the kill, and now it's 2-0.
Alright, so the little interaction that we were talking about with Guinevere that might potentially happen, we saw a sort of a glimpse of it. It's a little bit tougher for Luke to pull it off, but there should be a window wherein you waste the ultimate of the Jawhead while at the same time you're able to dodge the Phoveus. So maybe later on we'll see it timed a little bit better, but I'd also like to think of it as Onyx Esports and Keyboy knew when to time the unstoppable force just to make sure they could catch Luke.
Oh, another attempt from Luke. He's the type of player to just, you know, pop the Spatial Migration we miss it 5 times, but that one time we get it, it's going to be big kind of player, you know?
Yeah, just to... It's like a Franco in a way, you know? You miss all the hooks, but if you get that one hook, it's just going to be good.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. In terms of the goal, we already... Okay. Severo's already double laning somewhat. Just trying to equal it out. Yeah, the center of the map just doesn't look good for Bigatron Alpha right now. It's much more reactive. Just their composition alone. The most reactive one they have is their jungler, but you really do not want to get close to the Jawhead and the Nolan.
And with the gold lead that Onyx already have gotten for themselves, 1,803 minutes. This is very comfortable Onyx eSports in the 3rd minute of the game. Usually you would see them try to look for, you know, creative angles of attack. Now they're all just playing safe. You can see how far back Savero is, how far back Lutpi is. As long as they don't see Moreno on the map, or Supercat Light, they're going to play very far back. Oh, great dodge from Lutpi. Walks forward to escape the spatial migration. Now dishing back damage onto Luke. Goes in for the Violet Requiem, though. Lutpi going to be caught in the bad spot still. Now got back up from Sans. Real world reflection. Lutpi flickers out Keyboy. Catches them with the unstoppable force, brings light with the ejector to Lutpi. A good taunt to try to escape, and Lutpi won't be able to find it. Now Kyrie in a 1v1 against Super Ken Fracture. It's a retry from both Kyrie and Ken.
Way too close. Super Ken does not have his purple buff. Keyboy knows this, so he's going to annoy Super Ken. He might actually try to take him down.
Don't flicker!
He flickered forward! He picked him off!
Keyboy! The signature aggression of Keyboy being displayed in game number 1 against Bigatron Alpha. Super Ken now down 2 levels as Kyrie continues the pressure. Going into the enemy jungle, stealing a green camp, another one up top. No, he doesn't. He doesn't want to get too greedy. He knows he's in the lead.
Bigatron Alpha, I think they just need to settle now that they have one more chance at a play to try and equalize things. And if they don't get that, then they're going to be settling for regaining momentum past 10 minutes, past maybe even 12 minutes. Depends on how badly it goes. In terms of the damage you're seeing, yep, it's pretty much just Onyx on the upper half of that damage leaderboard. And they can just continue this, honestly. Their window of error, their margin of error is small. Even if Keyboy gets caught out, that's just going to be Keyboy. You have the rest of the map that you're still very much okay with. Seems like Savero is handling Eman quite well. He's not dominating him, but this is one of the sides of Savero that we talked about that we could see that is just like, I'm just going to do my best to manage it.
Keyboy pops in the conceal. Sans pops in with a Void Blast. Eman throws out the SOD. Smart move by Eman to escape a possible gank. Savero, though, will be able to deny Eman of the gold. No! Eman walks back up, clears the wave. Down diversion up top, though. Savero pops in a heavy crossbow instantly. Doesn't want to leave it up to chance.
Yeah, imagine if he just stood there. It's like, I can take this. Then, surprise, suddenly it's the entire Bigatron Alpha. Luke, gets a knock-up.
Switch migration to the Violet Requiem. Now stunning Keyboy up. They're looking for the kill here with the taunt too. The Light is the one to take the kill. Now 4-2 in kills. But Sans is starting to really hurt Super Ken. Caught in the bad spot. AOG onto Kyrie. Light, taking a whole lot of damage. Jumps back in. Pops Revitalize and will be able to sustain. Hold up, Lutpi. No, he won't take it.
That was such a good read, though. Ludwig almost got knocked out by Luke, but you could see he was waiting for what could have been the entry by anyone. He just stood there. It's like, all right, is anyone going to be coming in? And Luke thought Ludwig would go forward, but Luke, just right at the edge of the spatial migration, missed it.
And now it's a free turtle to Onyx eSports. Nothing Bigatron Alpha can do. If they decided to contest that, that would have been a dead team for sure with a 3,000 gold lead, and they're already sieging down mid. Light trying to be the guy to clear out the waves. He is getting poked, but he's done enough. Purple buff low, and Super Ken's nowhere to be seen. No, he's gone to the orange buff, conceding the purple. Onyx take it.
Yeah, so what we were talking about earlier, that even if Bigatron Alpha get a pick maybe at the Keyboy, Onyx eSports wouldn't need to worry much about slipping their lead. That's exactly what happened. Keyboy got picked off, but that happened right before the turtle. But in a sequence wherein Onyx eSports was still very healthy, that they don't need to worry about Bigatron Alpha pushing forward. It was actually a bit of adding salt to the wound, wherein Keyboy was the first one taken out, but Keyboy respawned just in time, just to tell Super Ken, you're really not getting this purple buff, with tossing it back.
Now BTR really on the back foot. They've done a good job at keeping their turrets alive, though, right? You would expect the tier 1s to be down at this point of the game with Onyx having such a big lead. But I guess for BTR, they still have pretty solid wave clear, great frontliners, and again, the playmaking ability. Keyboy conceals spatial migration. Super can followed through by Lupi there with the charge in. Lupi caught on the bad spot. Goes in, flickers out of the AOG. Light unable to get the catch, but they have bought a bit more time again.
Diversion.
This time, though, tier 1 taken down. Diversion.
Oh, no way. No way. Onyx Esports read into that. They read into it. You saw Kyrie would have just walked forward. They checked those throws, but then they realized, wait, that's one throw. And he was able to dash away
with the fracture. Kyrie with the instincts.
That was too fast. Way too fast, bro. I mean, you said earlier they know each other so well. Right now, it looks like Onyx Esports knows Bigatron too well.
They do. They really do. They know to the T when Bigatron Alpha will go for a desperate play, when Luke will go for one of those spatial migration flickers in a bad spot. And man, that read was phenomenal. Kyrie.
It also took a lot of discipline that before that diversion, when Light entered with the avatar of Guardian, Onyx Esports, any other time, I could have sworn that they were going to continue pushing forward because it looked so good for them. And it was still a good attempt by Light, but I don't think even Bigatron Alpha knew or expected that Onyx Esports would back off. So now it's a 4-1 split. Well, 3-2. Bigatron Alpha just showing, but I don't think they'll heavily contest. This is a bit too risky with Moskov split pushing up top.
They'll get a tier 2, that's for sure, as a trade here. Moreno will continue this. Diversion coming down. It's going to be onto the bottom side. Sub-Hero bombs a heavy crossbow. Gets baited in. Now gets caught with a Soul Sever 2 and will fall. Kyrie secures the Lord. Eman is joining the skirmish as well. Keyboy walking up. Lippy able to find a stun onto Eman. That's a flicker out from Eman. It's Light assassinated by Kyrie. Now it's Kyrie on the flags. Keyboy walks forward. Spear Misery to kite back. Kyrie walking up against Super Ken. Soul Sever, but gets fractured by Kyrie as he gets the double kill.
Sans able to sidestep, but Ludwig still going after Moreno. Is he going to go under tower? Kyrie waiting, trying to get Eman, trying to get someone.
Just trying to bait out the Spear of Misery before he commits, but he's cancelled out some of his recalls from Bigatron Alpha. Moreno does get out in the end here, and it is full defense now for BTR. In the mid lane they go. Lord 1, luckily for BTR, so they should be able to still clear it with no problems, but they will lose a tier 2 down below to the enhanced minions.
Great discipline by Onyx Esports. You see, every team fight, it isn't just go, go, go. It's go, wait, hold, look for an ability. Once you see someone use a knock-up, a dash, anything, that's when you go forward. It's conditional team fighting that Onyx Esports is showing right now that I don't think Bigatron Alpha expected out of Onyx Esports. Bigatron Alpha are playing this like they would any other team, which is let's go, let's just fight it out and try to out-micro them. Onyx Esports, they're out-microing and outsmarting Bigatron Alpha.
They really are. So far, Onyx Esports have had the control every step of the way. Even these team fights where Bigatron Alpha get a big pick, Savero was down. But at this point, Savero isn't really the main carry. It's Sans and Kyrie. Mainly, I think Kyrie here as the assassin. Coming in the end and looking for the pick-off. Sans is the main damage dealer. So for Bigatron Alpha, as we get into the later stage, they have to be way more careful as to who they target. If they use all their resources on Savero, it's going to be bad. But if they use all their resources on Sans, it'll be similarly bad because Savero will constantly be scaling up.
Yeah, with a very scrappy lineup of Onyx Esports, like which one do you go for?
Exactly.
Yeah, they already saw that, okay, if they try to go for Ludwig first, Ludwig can buy time. Even more so now, despite having more damage on the side of Bigatron Alpha. At this point, there's a conceal on the side of Onyx Esports that they can utilize so they can respond to whatever trouble Ludwig finds himself in.
Wow.
So, in terms of the items, Thunderbelt and Tigras.
Eman is actually up on gold. Well, he's even with Savero, which is, again, impressive considering Onyx has held such a strong grasp in this game for 12 minutes.
True. I mean, they did level the laning phase, and then Eman was able to get that push up top, so maybe that's where the good amount of the gold came from.
Purple buff. Take it again. This time, Retribution from Kyrie. Even with the Lord coming up, it's no problem because they know there's no threat of BTR actually contesting. They're going to have to look for a big fight if they actually want to contest.
Again, poses the question, where are you going to find it? Who are you going to punish first? Clearly, Kyrie or maybe Savero might be your main target, considering that with the scrappiness of the Onyx lineup, they don't really have a peeler for Savero. Their peel is with aggro. Where are Onyx?
Yeah, Savero was in the bottom side, actually. So Bigatron Alpha have an angle to start this up. The diversion used up. Luke will be the one to take it. to the back. He does.
Teal?
That's an ejector. Oh, they find him on Keyboy! What a pick! Moreno trying to run away. Flickers out to safety, but gets caught in the midst of the battle. Kyrie slays him. Luke is next to fall. Light. Revitalize won't save you here. It's a double kill for Kyrie, and it is all Onyx eSports.
That was just way too clean. They were adjusting their positioning, but in that split moment, it was Emma that was in front of the pack, and now it's only Supercan left to defend. This looks bad for Bigatron.
Lutpi chasing forward, just zoning Supercan away. 13 minutes is all it takes for Onyx eSports to dispose of Bigatron Alpha.
Oh my goodness. I'm pretty sure that's not how Bigatron Alpha would have liked to start this. While Onyx eSports, what did Coach Yep tell you again about when they're starting to look weak? What do they like to do with the Bigatron?
God damn it, Yeb. God damn it,
Man, I have to do a little run in here. I wasn't expecting the game to finish in that fashion, but boys, what I've seen today, these are extremely decisive fights. It's not a oh, it's a tug of war, we're gonna pull the rope a little bit harder than you. No. It is, we flip the coin, one of us is gonna win, one of us is gonna lose.
And again, it was Turtle 1. It all starts with the neutral objectives. They have been able to get away with leaving these neutral objectives and losing on the contest to other teams, but against elite teams, you cannot be doing that. I think Bigatron Alpha failing to get Turtle number 1, despite having the better position, despite having the better setup, gave Onyx the setup necessary to control and dominate this game.
Yeah, that felt like shades of peak Onyx, seeing just how... I mean, okay, I'm gonna show my age with what I'm about to say, but it felt like seeing the MLBB equivalent of Bret Hart. You know, with just how mechanical they were with every team fight approach. It's like,
is that basketball?
Sure. Yeah, you know what? For your age, we'll say that's basketball. The excellence of execution from the Toronto Raptors, Bret Hart. Yeah, they just knew every condition in a team fight that they were watching out for, and once they see that condition ticked, what you mentioned, they're decisive. Yeah, it's a coin toss, but just like Two-Face, they make their own luck.
They really do. But at the same time, I think the most impressive part was just the preparation coming into this game. The read on when BTR get desperate with the diversion plays to like reach out and trying to grab something out from Onyx side, completely shut down. And I think BTR, they're going to have to really, take their time, play fundamentally for the first couple of minutes of the game. Because unfortunately enough, Iman did get punished heavily for having Flicker instead of Purify.
Yeah, that final moment, man, the ejector flicker from Keyboy. We've been talking about how Keyboy has been, quite unstable, has gone for these big plays, hasn't really been able to find it a lot of times, but when it matters most, when it's on the offline stage in Johor Bahru, it does seem like Keyboy has stepped up and said, it's time. It's time for Keyboy to come back. It's time for 2023 Keyboy to come back.
Yeah, and to supplement that, it's... well, 2025 Lutpi, I guess. I mean, the man had 0 kills, 9 assists, but he was the MVP of the game with 82% kill participation. And it showed because when you have a pick-off focused roamer, all the pressure goes into the EXP laner to hold the line. And especially that key play in the bottom lane that he held on for so long.
Yes.
For that 2-man, it became a 3-on-2 because Sans helped out Lutpi, but Lutpi said, thanks for the help, but I think I could do this myself. But no, I'm pretty sure that Eve being there was good for him. Lutpi was on fire with his Phobius.
Yeah, he was playing a strong game despite having like a pretty awkward matchup into Guinevere because you can't really like trade back against the Guinevere.
Yeah.
She can kind of do whatever she wants to unless Guinevere makes a huge mistake. And even then, had Luke just landed the magic thumb, he just needed to land it. It was blind. It was a 50-50. Even so, coming into game number 2, there needs to be adjustments because this was a very huge inclining game, compounding game in terms of interest for Onyx eSports.
It was a stomp. From start to finish.
You're willing to admit that?
Yeah, of course.
Straight up just a stomp.
I think so.
No,
Saw your face.
I think for Onyx, right, the fact that they got the lead so early in the game and they were able to just translate it, and again, the read was amazing. The diversions were all just completely read out. They always played it safe. It was, again, like you said, glimpses of Prime Onic again. They knew what to do in every step of this game.
Well, here's the thing. I think at the very least, the Bigatron Alpha is going to make some adjustments coming into game number 2. They've got to disrupt that mid trio. It's interesting. I want to say mid trio, but there are times where you see Keyboy kind of wander off, do his own thing to try and create some leads for the side laners, especially when it came down to like Severo or maybe even Lupti. It really made Light's job a little difficult because it's like, I got to use the AOG, but then if Lupti is here and the majority of the team's here, does that mean I need to split off into the other side? And you just can't when you're playing this type of composition. Really, 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 really difficult to do. But hey,
that is Flavor Fave, the usurper. He's usurped Lutpi's picture. Oh no!
How could he take away his MVP?
God damn it, you usurper, you
peak usurper. No, but yeah, again, Lupi just knew his role here, and he did it perfectly. Again, considering that Sans, Carry, and Keyboy were all on fire, Lupi needed to be that sense of stability because those three will be going around doing their own thing. Sans, it's either helping Carry or helping Keyboy, so he has to manage that. It's just like, Lupi, can you please just hold this? Help us hold the front line? Sure, boss, I got you, man. I'll be able to do my job properly. In Onic Esports, everyone else just did their job right. I think the one player we can say as didn't get to shine as well would be Severo. But then at the same time, we also see here the benefits of being a young gold laner in a team full of vets, full of champions. You can just rest easy a little bit, you know, and just focus on the farm.
I suppose. I would say on the opposite end for me, it was Light because unfortunately this Gatot just does not have the tools to kind of keep up with what Onic is trying to do. Like the damage is already done. You're like waiting for the RWM, but then you've already lost 2 of your teammates. It's like, man, do I do it now? Do I do it later? There's just no way to get an effective ult.
This is why when I saw the Gatot on Light, I was already saying, right, you need a playmaker on Light, and it's going to be kind of tough to pull off the Gatot with, again, the communication issues that we've already heard for Bigatron Alpha right now. Light is a new member on the team, synergy is still a question, chemistry is still a question, so when it's a Gatot, a hero that kind of needs coordination within the team, over a Cho, Tigreal, even one of those big moments, go in when I go in type of heroes, this is what you see. A lot of miscoordinated plays, and in the end, not the best early game.
It can be better, but it needs to be adjusted. For those of you who are going to be supporting these teams, how about you support your favorite teams in person for the Mobile Masters? It's happening in Jakarta. So all our Indonesian fans out there, you know where to go. For everybody else around the world who's never seen Indonesia before, this is your time to come around and experience MLBB eSports in person, the Southeast Asian way.
Yeah, and again, Indonesian fans, some of the most active, if not the most active fan base, like on-site energy, non-stop chanting, the noise, it's just unreal.
It's a whole new experience for most people, right? Not to mention when they start getting some of the bigger teams in, they got the marching bands as well. That's when it gets fun. While we are here going to be deliberating about adjustments here for game number 2 between both of these titanic teams, we're going to go on a short break. And when we come back, it's going to be the conclusion or maybe an equalization here at the SBS.
Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
The journey to greatness starts here. From the 11th to 13th of April, the race reaches its peak at the Tennis Indoor Sanaya. Tickets are live. Be part of the climb and secure your spot now. Be part of the journey. Witness the rise to the top.
picking up my energy. The music never stops. They play my song on repeat, on repeat. I'm flying till I hit the sky. The melody is getting high. You know how to free my mind, my mind. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. Baby, you make my heart shine golden, so golden. Feeling so alive, let's dance through the night. Come on, raise a glass, we're electrified. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series here. The challenge finals continues. Currently, the score is 1-0 in favor of Onyx eSports. The battle will continue. Let's see whether it's going to be an equalization because we need some adjustments. Remar, we were talking about this prior in the middle of that break.
Yeah.
The Yves, man, is it a yay or a nay? It shouldn't have gone through, to be fair.
Yeah, I think at this point you really shouldn't give the Eve anymore. If you're Bigatron, you're not going to ban Eve if you're on the blue side and you're first pick. You want to get the Eve yourself. Get Moreno on his comfort. But I think the biggest problem right now they have to really think about are the combinations they have ready for the roam and the jungle. Jawhead, I feel like, has to be respected now as a first phase pick in this metagame, and especially for Keyboy. And if you can take away the Nolan, but you can pair Jawhead with so many assassins that taking away just one assassin isn't going to be enough. I think Jawhead is the main thing they also have to look forward to taking away from the hands of Keyboy.
All right, as we're starting to head, as the players get ready for the draft, looking at Severa and as well as Emon's stats overall, it's looking a little better for Severa. As if this keeps on going, he will be able to overtake Emon in the current stats, even despite him being the KD king at this point of time. But do you agree with Remar with these opinions about the Jawhead or even the Yves?
Yeah, I think the Yves for sure. We've got to agree on that. You know, I think it's a very, very hard contest Yves kind of game. For Moreno, he's undefeated on the Yves. For Sans, he's been doing amazing on the Yves too. It's one of the core strategies for Onyx. So contest the Yves for sure. The Jawhead though, I will say, I think you can beat it. I think you can try to beat it. But yeah, you have to try to beat it in a way where I don't know how you beat it. Yeah, the way is maybe you pick it away. You take it, because Light can play it too, especially if you're already expecting something like, you know, the Cho to be banned out.
Yeah, quite a fancy way of saying that you ended up agreeing with me too.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I brought up the Jawhead, because I was thinking about it. You know what, I'm sure there's a way to beat... wait, give me a sec.
I'm thinking Tigreal here. I think that Tigreal might just be a potential option as a way of like, oh, you eject somebody, now I look to force engage, or the opposite way around, either or do you think it's more favorable just to have picks to be, oh, Jawhead tries to go for the initial pick, you kill him before he gets there?
Yeah, but then, yeah, you answered that with the roamer. So, sorry, it loops actually back to the pick that you mentioned. It loops back to also to Tigreal. It loops back to loops back to potential Ruby pickups, but the Ruby couldn't have been slotted in the previous one. So this time, it's still the same side, but Onyx now are acknowledging that...
no. Bigatron Alpha are blue side, so it's just like... Yeah. They're blue side,
So, are the mans right? Okay.
Bigatron has taken over blue side of this. They got their first pick, and now Onyx are looking for the next two.
All right. Okay. So, all right. The Onyx is right side. Gotcha. Okay.
Don't worry. It's disorientating for me as well.
Yeah.
But they do let go of Lucian, which is dangerous.
That's a way for them to take the Yves though, right? The Jawhead has been banned out by Onyx eSports, so they know what's going to be coming as well if Bigatron Alpha do get first pick. And Onyx, they still go for the Phobius. But that means, yeah, Yves should be the pick here for first phase, Bigatron Alpha to wrap it up.
Yeah, and it looks like they're baiting it out, sort of like, you know what, let's pick two heroes that would 400% encourage them to pick up the Eve. So the third pick, or one of the picks later, might be something to mess it up. The high loss is still on the board if ever Keyboy wants to pick it up.
I'm curious whether or not Bigatron Alpha might even consider going into the Badang in this particular case, but then again, I could say make the same argument for Onyx as well. 20, oh, look, they're locking in the choke.
like
Okay,
it.
comfort. I'm down for it.
Yeah, I like it for Bigatron Alpha. They picked up the Joy and also the Eve, and they have to get the choke here. They know that if it's not going to be picked up, if they don't pick it up here, it's going to be banned out by Onyx eSports. We've seen that respect from the previous game, and I think they are also very comfortable to leave Eman on you know, the second phase of drafts, because Eman has plenty of heroes to choose from. The carry hasn't been shown just yet, but now with the Moskov, Harith, and Granger, we might actually get to see some of these buffed picks. Haya, still a classic though for Kyrie.
What do you think about this Hayabusa here coming in from Onyx eSports? Because that could have been Suyo for all intents and purposes, right? And yes, you are going up against the Eve, but then usually you would want to have the Suyo for the Joy in the first place.
Yeah, I think I'm more towards the boat that they knew Bigatron Alpha were really going to pick that Eve, and they already had the Hayabusa in mind. Maybe at one point they gave Kari the choice, and then he chose to go for the Hayabusa instead. And fun fact about the Haya is that is the hero that he has the most first bloods with this tournament. So looking back at their previous VODs, actually, once he hits level 4, he will instantly try to look for a kill with a shadow kill. If not, the next rotation after that, it's going to be somewhere in the mid to hunt down the opposing mid laner.
Yeah, and in the match, generally, Hayabusa versus Joy is a better matchup than the Suyo versus the Joy. Joy should be able to get the dub on the Suyo. Haya is pretty good
Overall. Second phase, we see the Akai ban coming in from Onyx eSports. It looks like they want to have a major setter for their side of the team. They don't want to have the extra disruption. Although I do think it's interesting that Bigatron Alpha are like, hey, let's get rid of glue.
That is a bit weird. The Phobia's already been banned out unless they're...
Wait, were they thinking that Rome glue?
Hold on. Are these bans coming in from Onyx side because they're on red? Because that would make a lot more sense here.
Yeah, the bans, we might also need to flip the bans a bit too.
I am not sure. These are not very Bigatron-y, you know, bans.
Yeah, those, banning out the Masha is that's an Onyx move at this point.
Yeah, and banning the Granger too is not really a Bigatron
It's
move.
self-hate Bigatron. They're just like, no, Iman, we don't want you to play anything. Same goes for you.
Okay, it might be safe to assume that we also have to flip the bans mentally.
Oh, yeah.
So the bans under Onyx are Bigatron's bans and, well, vice versa.
Okay.
Wouldn't that mean... Oh, dude. Wouldn't that mean that Bigatron Alpha is banning out the Akai?
They... yes.
Oh, wait. Yeah, you're right.
That...
We're getting...
the mental gymnastics!
But on stage, Bigatron were on the side of the Akai and Gatot ban, so...
So they banned out their own hero?
I guess. They banned out... Well, because they already have Phobias.
Yeah.
And to be fair, Akai, Rome, and Jushin actually work well together just for pure disruption. You're not going to get damage out of those two, but you're just like, why can't I move?
But wait, now the question is back to Onyx then, right? Who banned out the glue and the Masha after seeing the Phobias. Or maybe the right side...
Oh, they do pick high loss, by the way.
Maybe the right side ban is Bigatron, but the right side pick is Onyx, and then the right side pick is Bigatron, and the right... That would actually make more sense.
Maybe the real friends are the drafts we made along the way.
Oh, man.
We'll see once we get into the game for reconfirmation, but let's just assume that
So
this is...
See?
Bigatron is blue,
Yeah.
too.
So Bigatron is definitely blue, Onyx is definitely red.
Yeah.
Right?
Well,
right?
technically Bigatron are red.
Yeah.
Don't do this with me right now.
Just adding a bit more! You know what, let's just... I think it'll be safe to look at the picks. You mentioned carry earlier. I'm okay with a carry right now.
Carry's good. Oh, they go for Beatrix.
I'm so confused!
I am too. It does look like... Yes, it is... Yeah. But the... See, Bigatron bans are the one in the... You see?
Yeah.
It's the picks are correct.
Okay,
the picks are correct.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that Luke is opting to go. Into this matchup, right? So the bans are flipped. The picks are the ones that are correct, just to confirm.
Okay.
The fact that Lucas has to go into the Fulvius, good luck, Luke. I don't know how he's gonna win that lane anyways. It looks pretty doomed for him anyway, for the most part.
You actually do okay before 4. on the Lucas Phobius. You don't. Like, you should be able to actually contest, because your laning phase is still really good, especially if you're all in. It's just, do you want to all in because you get ganked?
Level 2 onwards is where it gets a little rough. Level 1 is where it's like a little awkward. Oh boy, this is going to be a tough one. I don't know about you guys, but good luck to both of you. Mirko and as well as Remar, please take us away into game number 2. It could be an equalization. It could be a sweep.
Cool, I like how it just goes to us. Yeah, that's pretty interesting.
But here it is, ladies and gentlemen, a possible elimination game here. Bigatron Alpha, their last lives are on this game. For Onyx eSports, it's back to another day of MLBB against a team that they have had quite a good record on.
Okay, I'm still wrapping my head around the fusing topsy-turvy draft we had, but Light loses the initial trade. Actually, no, balances it out with Keyboy. Both roamers have to go back. So, typical Sans things, just wants to hug the shrub if ever he has an advantage against his opposing mid laner, pushing them back, and now he gets some little bits of pokes onto Moreno as well.
Player emblems. Oh, both of the gold laners have gone for Master Assassin, so they're expecting to actually trade a bit more here. Kyrie instantly up top with the Hayabusa, wants to steal the gold crab away. And you can see, even though the Beatrix doesn't lose lane against the Irithel, early on he does struggle. He gets zoned out very easily by the Irithel, so Iman has to play it safer.
Alright, so trying to see where the next sequence could be. I think, yeah, both of them are just going for the slow approach, nothing too crazy. Onyx eSports does have the info where Super Ken is right now, and I'm sure Super Ken has read the rotations of Kyrie, knowing should be somewhere around the mid. No opening currently to try and get Moreno with a shadow kill in mid, so BTR has read that early condition for the Hayabusa, so it'll be a soft reset. Yeah, just
both
soft
teams.
reset, yeah.
Soft reset, going back again. I wonder who's going to get the XP crab, because that's the objective on the map that's currently up right now for both teams to try to contest. It does look like it'll be Kyrie, so he'll have an advantage in XP as we get into Turtle 1. If he gets purple buff, I think he should be 5 already.
Yeah, he'll be 5, and we're gonna see if Super Ken will be. I think he'll just be close to 5 by the time he gets that orange buff. So Onyx still just pushing forward. Light, I like how he's respecting the space of the high loss and the juice in, not getting too close because it is very risky. The moment you get caught by one stun from that high loss, that's just easy for Sans now to just keep picking you up already. Even if you've used, it'll force you to use Jeet Kune Do at least 2 times.
Now Super Ken is the one to start it up, actually. Closer to level 6. He's actually gone and full cleared his own jungle. Okay. Lucas had to recall earlier. Now it's going to be Light jumping in with the Jeet Kune Do. Won't be able to find a knockup. Lippy goes in, able to zone Super Ken away. Doesn't get that second skill. And as Luke goes in for the beast form now, gets popped up with the Crimson Beacon and the Lantern Flare. Luke caught in the shadow kill, gets assassinated. First blood, Super Ken winning out the Red Tree battle, though. And now Electrifying beats way around. Light flickers out Shunpu and gets away. It is a 1-for-1.
I like how Luke, once he saw that the shadow kill was on him, he took Kyrie far away from the turtle, closer to Kyrie's own purple buff, so Kyrie was way too far to be able to get that retribution off.
That was well played from Luke, really knowing that, you know what, I'm going to at least get the team the dub here, right?
Yeah.
Because I'm going to die anyways. I'm so low. Sans will kill me, or, you know, one of them will kill me. It's fine. I'll let Super Ken win that red tree.
Yeah, just a second and a half, it looks like, based off of the timers earlier. That Kyrie was late to use that retribution. So, good start right now for Bigatron Alpha. They gave over a kill, but again, that's the objective. The next one, though, I think they can afford to go for something a little bit more aggressive, as long as no kickoff for Onyx eSports happen before the next big fight.
Both of the teams, again, just playing it safe. They don't really have anything this time, like a diversion in game number 2. It's a Yi versus Juicin, Beatrix against the Irithel too, so it's all about clearing the waves. Oh, Light does have a way to actually go for a pick with the Jeet Kune Do, with the way the Dragon. Luke too, committing the ultimate, just poking Keyboy down. So again, it's all about poke, it's all about wave clear, and they're already starting the double lane for Iman, getting him out of the laning phase ASAP.
Okay, so Vero and Evan. Oh, there's going to be a big movement potentially towards the purple buff. Severo will show himself or not. Oh, no, Light goes in.
Oh, wait, the Dragon able to find it. Wow, well played from Light. That's a kill over to Sans. Super Ken electrifying beats. Shadow kill coming in. Super Ken low. He lives. Kyrie doesn't get that kill, and it becomes a pick on Sans 1-for-0.
Okay, that's the line that we're a little bit more familiar with, and a little bit of a good old RSG link up between him and Eman, able to use the Bennett's Rage to pair it up perfectly with the Wave the Dragon. And it wasn't just the damage, it actually zoned Onyx eSports somewhat. They couldn't full engage into that lest they take damage from the Beatrix. But now Onyx eSports are rushing the turtle to even things out.
Oh! Dodged away, Kyrie. Great Quad Shadow. Stun over to Super Ken. Lupi doing the same thing. Kyrie jumping back and forth with the Quad Shadow retreat battle. It's Super Ken who wins it this time around. Luke brought back by the Lancer Flare once again. Eman dodging for the Lupi's CC, but it will just be a kill over to Luke. 2-4-1, the turtle for kills.
Okay, purple buff about to spawn. Let's see if Super Ken's going to try to equalize and invade. Severo sees Eman, and he's right behind the turtle to get him.
Oh, regen. Eman pops the regen just in time, and man, you gotta give credit to both, but holy, the confidence of Eman to hold on to Flicker.
Wow, I like what Severo's been showing us. In Game 1, he was a little bit more, okay, let's keep it level. In Game 2, he's a little bit more aggressive, as he should be right now. But Light, that's a lot of damage onto the Roamer.
Stunned up, Renner's Apathy will just be used to clear out the wave there. Initially, it was for Severo, but if you go out of range, and I can always just use it for the wave, we get an item check here, 6 minutes in. It's Warrior Boots for the Beatrix, knowing exactly how much physical damage is there for him.
Still don't see an item for Light's Cho on the way to Dominance Eyes. Well, Keyboy also doesn't have his, but he just wanted to get the gem, and I think, yeah, he's going to be getting Radiant Armor. He's going to be rushing into that. So once we see that, he might be able to hold down the front line a little bit better, especially up against Super Ken and Moreno, who have their first items and should be a threat right now for the frontliners of respective teams.
And you could definitely see that in this game, Super Ken just looks so much more comfortable as well. Maybe Suyo is just not for Ken, you know?
Yeah.
Most of the games, if not all the games you've seen him miss red trees, make, you know, very weird plays, it has been on Suyo, and maybe also the Fanny against TL, or was it Onyx PH, yeah, but back on the Joy here, seems like he's very, very comfortable, is able to walk up, has the electrifying beats, will chunk Lutpi to half HP, but he should be able to get back at Bigatron Alpha, sustaining up Kyrie the bottom lane.
Yeah, actually that's fair. If I'm not mistaken, Suyo on the hands of Super Ken doesn't have a win yet.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's had multiple games, but not a win. He's had more wins with, well, yeah, Joy and Hayabusa. He even has like one win with Fredrin.
Yeah, that was the win against SRG. Game 3,
yeah.
that was game 3.
Yeah.
So maybe Suyo is just not for him,
it's not
you know?
for him right now. You know, don't yuck his yum. It's just not for him.
Yeah, similarly, I don't think...
Light.
Light walks up. This time canceled there. No way the Dragon. Lucas, though, still diving in. Sounds very low. Still holding onto the Flicker. Also the Crimson Beacon. 4 Flickers burned already. Eman unable to get the snipe on Sans. Still able to walk away. Turtle number 3 contested. RWM coming in. Now Super Ken able to walk up. Looking for the stacks. Gets stunned up. Now to find beats. And it's Sans out of everybody who gets the Turtle. Sans Crimson Beacon forward to Lutpi very low. Eman clearing the wave up. And for both these teams, it is a win for Onyx, a turtle, and a kill.
I'm going to have to request a stat line for Sans getting the turtle with the last hit. Because it feels like that's not the first time, second, or third time we've seen it this season. Okay, both junglers a little bit too early there. And I thought the stun that Keyboy dished out onto Super Ken was definitely early. He could have retchered it, but at the end, Sans showed that he's actually, right now, the best jungler on the field.
2 junglers, a mage gets it. Sans with the kill. I wonder what cancelled Light 2. Was it just the CC from Lutpi or Keyboy that's cancelled away the Dragon?
Yeah.
Because he did get the kick, and there are no Purifies on Onyx.
Yeah, that was an animation cancel. For a second, I thought, wait, did someone Purify?
Yeah.
There is no Purify. They are the top 2 candidates, the easiest stun to dish out there. So, Eman already has the Malefic Gun.
Oh, RWM from Moreno. I don't know if the Shadow's there. Kyrie getting very, very low. Now it's going to be the damage placed out by Luke diving in. Super Ken electrifying beats takes Keyboy down.
Now, outside of the whole laning phase conundrum between the Lucas and Phoveus matchup, Luke showing that, all right, I'm not just looking at the lane, I'm looking at my impact in the entire game. And this Lucas is doing well in the hands of, well, Luke. Why did I just realize that?
That's why I kept on saying Lucas in the fights. I don't want to say Luke anymore. Now it's just Luke.
How did I only just catch on to that now, bro? All right.
This hero was built for him.
It's built for him. And then will he try to get a kick? Okay, no. Better safe to back off. So, the role that Lutpi played in Game 1 now is being played by... Lutpi now is being played by Luke in Game number 2. Since Light is pick-off, Luke is the frontliner. He's the main guy to annoy them. And yeah, his damage has been on point with the Lucas. He's always constantly looking for Sands, which... I like that he's not getting baited into, oh, maybe I could get the Irithel, get whoever's low. He's a man on a mission right now. Wherever Sans is, I'm really just going to try to damage him. I'm 0-2-1, but I'm diminishing the effect of what Sans can do as the juice in.
And you can see the poke already here from Moreno. Light charging up the Jikundo. Will get spotted out in the bush. Kyrie no longer in the bottom lane. It is an equal lane. No slow pushes built up. But obviously with BTR having a turret, means it should be better for BTR later if it continues to push in.
Okay, slight adjustments with each positioning. So I'd want to see Eman respect the rule of one shrub behind just a little bit more, because the range of the range of Wave the Dragon means the kick will always be within the range of the Beatrix anyway. No matter what gun she wants to use, either she needs to commit a dash forward or a snipe. Light will find a kick.
Oh, doesn't find out the bad range. They try to put him in on him already. Is able to get the kill anyways. Iman caught in the bad spot. Lutpi jumps in. Flicker out from Iman. RWM immobilization. Super Ken with a chase into the back with the electrifying beast. Now gets stunned up by Lutpi. Chased down by Savero, but he's still able to escape. Kyrie with the quad shot. Oh! Now stunned by Luke. Iman gets the kill. 3 for 2.
Unfortunate the kick angle wasn't delivered to Eman. It was just enough pixels between the rock and Sans for Sans' knockback onto him to just land onto that wall. Eman already expected that, alright, Light has the angle, he finds Sans, I can just bring down penetration, but Keyboy's gonna get blasted!
Super Ken chasing him, glorious pathway, Keyboy taken out by Ken. Eman buys the win of nature, and he tries to go for the lifesteal. Sans Lancer Flare forward, now a snipe down, not connecting. Light will choose to back away.
Onyx Esports might want to consider using this moment to not fully contest, but really just try to buy time. It's 5 versus 4. Keyboy's only coming back, but it's only going to be 10 seconds. See what trade you can get, but no, they're not trading. They just want to play it safe. They're really waiting for Keyboy to get back. They want to go 5v5 again.
Super Ken already charging Luke. Now popping the ultimate, jumping in, doing a lot of damage on the Savero. Super Ken wins the retry, and that's the RWM. Again, it's Luke sacrificing himself for the play. Lutpi walking back up. Moreno will help him on get that kill. Light caught in the bad spot again. Lancer Flare, he's going back and forth. Way the Dragon, and the glorious pathway too. Light and Luke taken down for Lutpi and the Lord. Super Ken diving deep, jumping out to Kyrie. Quad Shadow, he doesn't jump back. He cannot jump back.
And Big John Alpha continue to push forward. 3 members up. Eman Moreno and Super Ken are just going to try to level out the waves. Eman missing the Renner's apathy, but that doesn't matter. They were able to get the win there. Luke, a great start. He's 0-4-3, but again, we go back to the thought of he's just doing his job. He zoned out Savero and Sans perfectly.
So, this time the shot connects onto Sans. The Lord will be dealt with. It's only Lord 1. So it's quite easy for Onyx Esports to deal with it now. Keyboy pops in the glorious pathway just to shoo them away from their side of the jungle.
And now it slows down just a little bit. We're going to be waiting for the next wave of minions to see if a big play will get committed. Big John Alpha have their eyes set on the bottom lane. Slight lead for Savero, but this is very even in terms of the gold. For the 2 gold laners, he just finished up his Wind Talker. For the keeper here, who might be the Wind of Nature that Eman has in his hand. So if ever Kyrie goes and dives him and is a little bit too aggro with using the shadow kill, it might be wasted with a well-timed Wind of Nature from Eman.
1,680 gold lead here for Super Ken against Kyrie. Oh, the snipe, the basic attack! That could have been a big moment. Sans, though, a bit too tanky for that to happen. What items does he have? He just took that like a champ.
It looks like it's all offensive items from him, but this could be one of those juice-ins that's packing tenacity. Could be. Maybe that's why he's still surviving. So now BTR, a good choice here to still apply the pressure, but just try not to bait into something overly aggressive, take resources, and they do not. Kyrie still secures it.
Yeah, even though the retry too, it was just Kyrie with the retry diff winning it out. Okay, we take a look at the items again. So he's building towards DHS, that's why, right? He goes for BOD, into Malefic Gun and then Wind of Nature. So it's not the usual like just damage build that you go for with the Malefic Roar third.
Yeah.
It's he goes for a bit more defensive with the Wind of Nature, but now he's gone for DHS instead of the Malefic Roar too. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, he's really respecting the... He wants a little bit more space, really, between him, the Phobius, and the Hayabusa as well. So, again, what we've been saying about Iman for such a long time, the itemization on his side is just really, really good. Well, for Bigatron Alpha, getting some defensives, Luke getting the Radiant Armor should allow him to survive just a little bit longer, especially up against this Jusin. That's been the problem, and of course, the constant ticking magic damage is coming out of the...
Oh!
Hylos Sans again gets sniped down, and they're going to lose one here because he does need to go back.
Sans will recall DHS built by Eman, with the Malefic Gun and the DHS now completed. Even these frontliners will, struggle going up against Eman. They'll be able to go for most of the players. I still don't think they'll be able to one-shot Keyboy, but I think Lutpi, they should be able to do that. Luke constantly zoning them away, holding the Lord.
There's Luke. Continue being aggro. It's a good spot for him.
Willer's pathway from Keyboy, coming in again, taking the damage. Eman walking forward, flickering over to Sans, getting the kill! Eman on the killing spree. Super Ken winning the retreat battle there, and that's Light with the kick, but it's onto the wrong side. Keyboy losing immortality, Lippy flickering out. Now Kyrie jumping back and forth, goes for the shadow kill, dishing some damage. Wind of Nature, Kyrie again. Super Ken able to survive the snipe from Eman, looking for the pop from Pink, and he finds it. Eman gets the snipe from downtown.
It took a while, but it got there eventually, and now Bigatron Alpha are in the best spot they've seen all series long. Massive wins there. And again, Luke, the zone out he did on Kyrie. Kyrie went in with a shadow, but Luke was ready right away for the knockback, which forced Kyrie out of a hairy situation, which meant it was an easy retribution for Super Ken and Bigatron Alpha.
Bottom lane with a Lord up top as well. They might have to concede all their base turrets. It's a big charge from the Lord down below. Super Ken charging up again, looking for the stacks, jumps in on the top arrow, gets sunned up by the Hylos here. Super Ken still able to survive now as the damage comes down again from Moreno with a real world manipulation. Eman dishing out damage, turret locking down. Bigatron Alpha 1-1 with an equalizer.
All right, there we go. We asked Bigatron Alpha to show us something good, and they showed us something great. They were dancing with Onyx in the fights, and they showed, even though they tripped up in game number 1, they can still tango with Onyx.
Walk me through this, boys. What a win coming in from Bigatron, but what was the big difference maker here? Because we saw a couple of times that, like, even the setups coming in from Light just got shut down, but they still won out a majority of the situations.
Comfort picks. Simply put, comfort picks. That was the main difference. BTR replaced onto picks that they were all comfortable with. Moreno, 5-0, now 6-0 on the eve. We have the Beatrix for Eman, a classic finals MVP for MSC 2022. Light on the Cho, and Super Ken not on Suyo.
He ends up with a Joy, it's a different hero, and it's a different result. And again, I can't stop raving about what Luke did with this Lucas in this game.
Unsung hero.
You know the hero that for me is the most iconic Luke hero? It's actually Lapu Lapu.
Yeah, it is.
And when it comes to heroes that are similar to that in what they do, that's what Lucas does and brings to the table. So hell yeah, it's comfort for BTR.
Absolutely.
And it has his name in it.
Yeah, it does.
Born to play the Lucas.
He's
Forced to play.
Forced to play.
He's 0-5 and 6, and he's just like, don't worry, I got you guys. I'll set this up. And there's a lot of scenarios of which, honestly, I think that it could have gone both ways for both Onyx. They just needed like a little bit more time to get to that critical mass, and BTR just had to shut it out. And you got to give it to Iman because he was already finding Sans like a majority of times. He forced, what, 3 to 4 recalls before the prior Lord as well. So 11-11, still pretty tight game.
Yeah, and remember in the matchup between Onyx Esports and RQ Hoshi, one of our main conditions for RQ Hoshi was play with reach. Because Onyx Esports are uncomfortable playing against reach. They are willing to play dive against it, but that's not the easy route for them. This time around, they had, of course, the Eve pick of Moreno. What does Eve give? Reach. What does Beatrix give when she has the sniper? Reach. And they take that condition, they won against Onyx.
Looking at the golden EXP graph, we see the ups and downs. There was a good amount of contention coming down to the mid game, but I think what really set the tone for it was the tempo, right? The fact that Keyboy got taken out at a really awkward time, building up to that Lord as well, put Onyx eSports in a bit of odds. You don't want to play, with a man disadvantage, but you really need that glorious pathway to make this Jushin really pop.
And you can see the gold graph here constantly, it was a bit back and forth here and there. There were moments in the game where Onyx were able to get the dub in the fights as well. But in the end, it was Superken who's had a 180, complete 180 from that first game performance on the Suyo. And Renmar actually brought it up in-game. 0 wins on Suyo?
Yeah.
0 wins on Suyo. I think at this point, right, Suyo should just be left open. I don't even think Kyrie has picked up the Suyo here. Like, he's picked up once, I think, but most of the times, Hayabusa over Suyo. It's been Joy over Suyo. It's been Nolan over Suyo.
It has been. It has been. I wonder why. It's peculiar to see these great junglers just stray away from Suyo, which mechanically overall isn't too difficult.
It's exactly that. Suyo is too easy for them. No, seriously. I can't relate fully, but when you're so used to having these outplay moments, like the mobility movements and these type of mechanics, you play the Suyo and it just feels slow. You want to make the fast plays, but you can't.
Yeah, there is a calculated approach you really need to take with Suyo. It's not like the Joy. Yeah, you're waiting for that leads, but you feel like you're a little bit more active.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure Leia would agree. It's like, yeah, Suyo's easy.
Yeah, you can't just like go in and press buttons, right? Which is exactly what we did see here coming in from Superken. Man, he was having a pretty good time overall. I'm not gonna lie, Severo had a couple of brushes with death here. Thank God he decided to go for sprint a couple of those times just to keep himself alive. But generally speaking, is this the way that we should be handling the Jushin built composition here? Because there are some very clear counter matchups overall, and I'm not gonna lie, I was hoping that Ludwig would be able to do a little bit more, but I gotta give it to Luke. He understands, I don't want to beat you in line, I just have to clear the wave and then start moving quick.
Yeah, I think for Onyx Esports, they approached this well. They were just outplayed, man. You were up against a team that knew they needed to win this game. You could see it in the reactions of Bigatron. Are you trying to read what they're saying?
Let's go! No, it probably was, probably some toxic words.
Something a little bit more unbroadcastable, I guess.
I love you. It's Valentine's Day.
Yeah,
it was just a big,
I love you. Yeah, that's what Filipinos are saying. When we're saying I love you.
Yeah. Are you not just saying?
all right. We're having a lot of fun here on the broadcast, but really it comes down to this very final game. Keep in mind, whoever wins this game moves on to the next stage, and then they unlock their second life. And it's really coming down to the wire here. I feel like as much as we want the draft to kind of go into either or's favor, the execution is starting to play a major role in this game. I think, draft played it for game 1, coming into game 2. But even coming in from game 2, that there's a certain degree that needs to be hit.
Yeah, I think here though, one thing that I can talk about for Onyx is why go Jushin? Do you know that Jushin is up, gets countered by the Eve. You have been the one to first pick Eve.
That similar to game number 1, it felt like this game 2 draft from Onyx was them. I wouldn't say testing the waters because it diminishes the victory of BTR, but this was them showing this is our approach of trying to beat it. It just didn't work out.
Understandable. Well, what about you guys at home? Time to speculate about what could be going on for game number 3. As the teams will adjust and adapt, we will have an off-stream discussion. And when we come back, it's going to be more MLBB action here at the Snapdragon Pro Series.
The journey to greatness starts here. From the 11th to 13th of April, the race reaches its peak at the Tennis Indoor Senayan. Tickets are live. Be part of the climb and secure your spot now. Be part of the journey. Witness the rise to the top.
Anybody else nervous here at the Snapdragon Pro Series? I know I am. 1-1, the current score between these two battled beasts here. Onyx eSports up against Bigatron Alpha. For those who are just tuning in, you missed out on some pretty epic games. However, notice that these games are actually speeding by pretty fast overall. It has not touched that 20-minute mark. We're not even getting close to it. These fights have been decisive coming into Game 3. How you boys feeling? What are we looking out for?
I hope we get a much longer game number 3. Again, this is elimination already. Whoever loses this, you're out of the tournament. And Game 1, we saw the best of Onyx. Game 2, we saw the best of BTR. Now, hopefully now we'll get to see the best of both of them. Just beat each other up, man. You know, throw out all the calculations. Let's just fight. Show us why you're in the Brawl server, yo.
Let's go. Let's go. I agree, man. You gotta go for the Brawl, man. Actually, I don't know about the Brawl. So far, these two teams haven't really been too brawly. In Game 2, it was much more brawly. In Game 1, it was much more stompy. So I think obviously for them, Stompy would be great. Winning in the draft is #1 priority. And I think here, Bigatron Alpha have made steady adjustments and adaptations to stop that. They banned the Jawhead already earlier. But now that Bigatron Alpha are back on red, back on red, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So they're not first pick anymore.
No, they are not.
That's going to be the question.
Onyx eSports going to be on blue side. We've got it right this time. Bigatron Alpha going to be on the red side. Let's see how this plays out, right? Because now it's starting to look a little bit more, well, I mean, the Granger ban on Onyx eSports' side, is that necessary?
Personally, for me, no. But who knows? Maybe they still think Eman's going to rely on comfort, even with the nerfs. Again, if you are able to stack up properly, it's still the same hero. It is just the damage to the creeps that has been adjusted.
There are also shadows.
Russian the low yi. Okay. Yeah, if I'm Bigatron here, they cannot go for the approach of let's play for reach. They have to be ready for a team fight that could get really scrappy or based around the diversions. Plus, usually we see artillery mages have quite struggle up against the low yi because they're a little bit more susceptible to the surprise. We might see Vixana or Aurora. Vixana, Aurora, Valentina now is
what about the
going to be
Novaria?
what Bigatron change. Oh, well, yeah, of course, the Novaria. But something tells me about the Novaria, it's like, it's anti-Bigatron for me.
Is it anti-Bigatron? I mean, I feel like at least in Bigatron, it really depends on who your support is. If you've got the right support, then you have the right way to kind of open up that map, and I think that Cho is one of those picks that is very reliable. So I'm going to say Novaria still on the table for now.
I agree. Maybe with the Moskov pick here, and maybe because the Granger's been taken out of the meta, or, you know, here, the drafting phase is banned out, Novaria isn't really top prio anymore. Because usually you want to go Nova Granger, so you get the most out of the Granger and the Novaria. Yeah. But one thing's for sure, Bigatron Alpha, they're like, pick the Suyo. No, I don't want to get the Suyo right here, you know? I'm fine.
It's okay, guys. I don't want to take it. Please. Another thing that I wanted to bring up is the fact that Matilda has not been touched. Surprisingly enough, right?
Surprising.
I mean, obviously, both Light and as well as Keyboy, they're like major setters. It feels a little awkward for them to sometimes play these Enchanter-style supports in the meta currently, but even so, I still think it's good, and I don't know if he seems to want to play around it, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're really prioritizing the Irithel for Severo.
This is a Hayabusa then, yeah, for Bigatron Alpha. It should be a jungle.
Yeah.
Unless they want to, again, bank on a possible, like, a Fredgen or utility jungle in the second phase. Because we have seen Super Ken go Akai in jungle and Fredgen. So, it's possible.
Yeah, I'm okay with the utility type here. Your only problem at that point would be the low yi. Don't have to worry about the Irithel so much, but Little Birdie tells me the Novaria was already considered, maybe, by Bigatron Alpha.
I think Novaria, Novaria is a good choice against the low yi, even without the Granger. Like, I understand why you wouldn't go for Novaria now that the Granger is out of the drafting phase, but the vision control is great. If you actually do catch the people who take the diversion with the Astral Echo, that means they're in a bad spot in the flank already, and they're going to take all the hits with that big hitbox.
Absolutely. Not to mention that Light is going to be on Cho, which is one of the safer heroes that actually open up bushes thanks to the help of the anti-CC of the Shinpo. But now we come on over to the second phase.
And I just love the respect given by Coach Adi to Bigatron Alpha. respect and Adi, sometimes, a lot of fans will not like to put those words together. But since Adi has worked with Luke for ISF when they were both in Team Indonesia, they're like, all right, this guy is kind of nasty on the Masha. Let's take it away, man.
It's kind of nutty, kind of gross.
Maybe even another Akai? Do they want to go Akai ban again? That's what they did last time, right? It was Masha Akai, Masha Akai, Masha Akai.
Oh, that's true. But I think right now the Akai, I am okay with giving that if I'm Onic. I wouldn't have to worry about it too much. Oh, but then again, it disrupts. They can take out a jungler. I mean, Haya would be a good option. I think Alpha might be okay too.
I think, simple answers. Oh, never mind. Simple answers, again, need simple questions, but the solution, simply just ban out. Just ban out. We don't have to worry about it. Let's make it a little bit more complicated for Bigatron Alpha. Let's see how this is going to go, right? Because, again, I think the question is really going to boil down to, will we have priority with the Cho and as well as the Novaria? And I think it's going to be tough since we don't see the support coming in from Onyx eSports just yet, or even the flex pick coming up from their side. For now, it should be okay.
Oh, my goodness. I'm sorry for spoiling y'all, but we got information early here. Bigatron Alpha, Uranus on Luke. And remember, I did mention this when we were reading through the patch 2 days ago, guys.
Yep. Yes.
Luke plays Uranus, Esmeralda. These are the Luke plays, and I don't know if we're going to see it, but because it has just been buffed, and ladies and gentlemen, it is Luke on Uranus. Oh my, Gideon hates this hero.
I hate it. It's awful. Just the worst.
And I was so excited. I thought we'd also get the Esmeralda for Onic. Just really throw it back.
I never want to go back to that meta ever again. Just the worst time to be alive. But at least they're going to go with the CC this time. And again, both of these heroes, both Uranus and CC, has been buffed before, but they're also pairing up with the Gatot Kacha. So they've got soft CC to work with, and they've got Gatot just to be a big deterrent in case they want to kind of set up a fight within neutral rounds, I'm assuming towards neutral objectives. Bigatron Alpha, final pick here, and keep in mind, this battle, this final game in this best of 3 is a 4.5k USD differential between 5th and 6th and 4th.
Okay. We also got a little bit spoiled too. The jungle for Bigatron Alpha is something Onic is very familiar with.
A trade in sides for the Nolan from game number 1. CC Uranus, though, is... yeah, that is a big question. CC recently buffed Uranus too, but on paper, CC does counter the Uranus.
The raw damage, but I'm trying to recall if it was a recent game I had where I played CC against Uranus. It might have been a few months back, so... and of course, a different patch landscape. But I think I remember it. Maybe I just played it wrong. It's kind of dead. Especially after
really
level
boring.
5.
Yes. Because you get the stacks up and then you just out-sustain the damage.
Like, I out-damage the Uranus, but the Uranus out-heals my damage.
Pretty much. It's all about the War Axe. It's all about just continuous damage. But with that being said, we're going to let our boys here take care of you guys. This is the very final match between Onic or BTR. Only one team is going to make it through. Good luck to our casters. This is going to be fire.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time. Game number 3. This is the play-in stage. So, for both these teams, elimination is on the board. Who will make it past the first round to make it to the real upper brackets, and who will be eliminated 1-1? Welcome to the Land of Dawn for game number 3.
Quite some time since we saw Uranus, but he seems to be like the favorite cameo hero of a lot of teams. I feel like you can call it back to every previous tournament probably had like, oh, hey, look, someone picked a Uranus. Whether it went well or whether it went bad, well, to be fair, it usually didn't go so good. But maybe because of the recent adjustment, Uranus will do a little bit better right now. And it's, full tank, full sustain for this Uranus with a common emblem too.
Take a look at that. Emman has gone for a very weird emblem for gold lane. It's Vitality and Master Assassin. I don't usually see Vitality. Like Tenacity, Vitality he's gone for here in this matchup.
I think he's thinking about the... Is it a thing about the trade between the Irithel with like a good amount of her damage is like that initial burst? So it's that sort of like offsetting the initial burst combo that you can deal with an Irithel to maybe try to survive it?
Maybe it's also kind of a way to play with the common emblem, right? You get the regen, HP regen too, so you have more HP equals to you regen later on, you get, maybe, I don't know. We're going to have to ask the mad genius Eman him ourselves.
Why did your accent suddenly change for a moment?
I don't know. That's my accent when I'm assuming things.
I like how you have a specific accent for just for assuming, but let's assume nothing happens and it becomes a reset, unless, ooh, that's not the right shrub, you're walking into light, but he sensed something was off. So, yeah, nothing too crazy still, again. No crazy invade starts, but Onyx Esports will forgo getting that purple buff and go ahead for the turtle instead, as Super Ken is getting his.
Yeah. No moves into the turtle. Onyx Esports will claim the first turtle. Navaria gets a 3-man Astral Echo here. And you can see that Super Ken was attempting an invade, attempting a trade down below. But unfortunately for him, Kyrie has already dealt with the entire bottom side jungle before he went over to the top lane to go for the turtle. So now he should be able to get the orange buff for free too. No trades for BTR.
Yeah. Let's see if that changes in this next rotation. Let's see if we're going to see an adjustment in where they're going to exit. I think Onyx Esports would want to consider making a play for Eman, but he's not really giving a lot of give for that option. Keyboy is level 4, so if he overextends, Keyboy could jump in, but now they reset. They go to the center of the river.
It's all about making control again. Completely different from the past 2 games. It's just been action-packed in Game 1, Game 2. Turtle contest number 1, both of the teams were ready for it. Here it's more of a, no, it's okay. Lo Yi teleports up top, Luke pops in Consecration, has the Purify still, so he's all good. And yeah, so far it has been looking like a dead lane, yeah? Even with the burst here from Sans, Ludpi's like, no, I don't want to commit. You're too annoying.
Yeah, and he's fine. He doesn't need to get back. He took so much damage, but with the passive Consecration and everything, he's good. Center of the map.
Good poke there from Super Ken. Gets the fracture down. I thought for a second that surge from Kyrie could catch him, but
yeah,
good moves, good moves. Both teams again just resetting again, looking for farm. It is a level lead for Kyrie. I believe it's because of the turtle take, so that's something concerning for BTR. If they constantly have to give the turtle, this will be a big lead in the future.
Okay, so it's a dead lane, but in terms of being more active on the map, that's in the current scoreboard, that's 1-0 for Ludwig, because at least he got to show himself in a different area outside of his own lane. He was able to go to the mid. That might be happening more often, as we actually see now. Ludwig goes down to the mid, helps secure that. They're gonna allow the Uranus to push, and they want a heavy 5-man rotation bot side of the map.
So Vero's gotta be careful here. He does have a heavy crossbow, so shouldn't be too scared. Light walks up, shows up on the map as well. Turtle control for Onyx Esports as Keyboy is zoning them away.
Oh yeah, they won't be able to get close enough to this.
Oy.
Oh, all right. Good attempt.
Diversion.
Okay.
Super Ken caught in the bad spot, the surge! Oh, Super Ken's still able to see with the fracture! Look, they walk it up, Sans getting the dispersion to kill him. Keyboy AOG out of there.
Clean execution by Onyx Esports and a great read by Sans. Perfect diversion spot to catch Super Ken right away.
Orange buff, they still keep it alive. Kyrie will take everything else though. You can have the orange buff. I will just take the green camps all around and also the X Speed Crab.
So, Super Ken does have his first item before Kyrie, but Kyrie's going for a chop suey path a little bit. So now for Onyx, okay, yeah, play around the diversion. That's a good call.
Diversion up top this time around. A Purify already from Luke. Consecration 2! My goodness, that's a tanky boy! But with 3 members, Onyx Esports are able to deal with Uranus.
Yeah, too much root, not enough capabilities for him to get away. Kind of wish he packed into the tough boots, because yes, I know there's so much more physical. You're up against a CC Suyo and a Irthel as well, but you need the mobility as the Uranus to really just be that annoying presence. I wish he considered tough boots, but I also get why he'd go for Warrior instead.
And the tenacity too, right? You get out of the CC a bit quicker. But yeah, it's understandable for sure. Purple buff still taken by Ken. He's still able to match up against Kyrie a bit. Only down a level, which was the same level lead that we saw early. Oh, good one from Savero. Takes it away from Eman with
another one.
This time into the bottom lane they go. It's Kyrie and Sans. Kyrie with a surge. They should be able to spot that out now as Kyrie has already shown up. Light walking up now, getting the Jikundo and the way the Dragon. Now it's going to be Super Ken walking up too, but Kyrie blinks away. AOG, Super Ken able to escape. Light will not be able to though. An Astral Echo to reveal 3. A good shot with the Star Shatter on Keyboy, but that is it.
Megatron Alpha. Unfortunate that couldn't tell if there was just a moment Kyrie was able to reposition himself a bit to the left, because I really thought Kyrie would get kicked further, but he was able to get in front of the wall somehow. But it's still a great response from both. It's just unfortunate that Light couldn't hold on long enough, and Onyx, though, were the ones able to save carry, who was able to get out of the game for a moment with an iframe.
Yeah. They both got spotted too, so Diversion won't really be able to get them a good position this time. Kyrie still able to look for the flank. Now Supercan back on the turtle retreat. Supercan winning it out this time. Kyrie was unable to look for the retribution. Good burst, and finally, Bigatron are on the map, but they are not on the board yet.
Raw retreat win there for Super Cannon. That's something Bigatron Alpha needed. If Oni got that turtle, this would have been a much more clear choice to just go together and really deeply invade, but with a little bit of a shield buff on the side of BTR, they decide to respect it. Kari goes for his second item, the Hunter Strike, after going for Fury Hammer into War Axe and then completing the Fury Hammer into the HS.
Good move from Severo, just waiting in that bush. He has a
whoa, okay.
He's trying to shoot at, you know, I think that shot was, I don't know, Sans? No, Super Cat! Oh, Sans walks up! Oh! Gila Sans! How have you done that? Severo gets a solo kill down below! A disaster for Bigatron Alpha!
It goes from questionable blunder to absolute disaster in just one strike. Maybe everyone was thinking, oh, even in the mid lane, Moreno might get finished here.
Wait, the Dragon Doll locks him down. Keyboy has the AOG, doesn't get it in time. So at least Bigatron are on the board. But man, two big plays for Onyx on two different sides of the map.
To be fair, I don't think Emma just thought that the grass was a little bit too long. He was probably thinking maybe someone divergent behind me. Yeah, but going into what Sans did, how many times has he done this now with a low E throughout his career? Where he'll just do like a two-step cha-cha with a melee character and survive.
Okay, Purify from Lu. Consecration this time still unable. Oh, and Pan still takes his Spirit Misery. Able to go on the Sans again. No way, Sans. Not one more time. Now Sans has lived one more time. He keeps on doing it.
He is definitely crazy. That might be an understatement at this point. He is definitely just Gila. Severo takes down the Nolan, and it's just Moreno left to watch as history might repeat itself again in the Snapdragon Pro Series. BTR, this might be the road of them falling to Onyx, but it's not over yet. It's just Lord 1, but this is going to be a devastating push.
4,300 gold lead for Onyx eSports. So Vero has taken the purple buff away from Bigatron Alpha. And for BTR, they do have ways to scale up. They have a Moskov, an Ovaria, and a Uranus. But it is looking bleak. An elimination game here in our third game of the series. 9-2 in 9 minutes.
Waiting for the next Lord to come up as a BTR. Just going to try to level the minion wave somewhat with Supercan trying to give a little bit of a chance up top. Nah, he's just going to let it push it. He'll grab and focus on his buff. Now Onyx eSports, I mean, at this point the job is clear. Just take down as much towers as you can. They don't need to rush to end it. But if they can get the base ball, then that'll be the best choice that they can go for.
Onyx has always been the worst nightmare for Bigatron Alpha. And it seems even with the new lineup for BTR, new lineup for Onyx eSports, things have not changed. BTR on the back foot, Lord in the bottom lane. Luke still trying to buy some time. Sans took the diversion again. Dishing out some damage over to Luke. Lord 1 should still be clearable. Supercan actually took the conceal there. Moreno gets a shot down on the Sans, but it's not really too much damage for Sans to deal with.
Oh, Light, I thought he'd try to consider going for a kick there, but the CC might not have been the right target. AOG entry by Keyboy.
Still able to escape Taunt, unable to get that landing on him. Luke, Consecration still taking a lot from Ludwig.
Yeah, unfortunate that the Bigatron Alpha couldn't get the early mid game that they wanted, because now you're feeling what Uranus will suffer for if his team doesn't win early to mid. He's quite useless up on, like, in this portion of the game. You're just there soaking up damage. You've turned into a sponge effectively.
11 minutes in, Supercan suffocated in his own jungle. Cannot go for the green camps. Litpi takes one, Sans takes the other. 2,000 gold lead, and a 1,000 gold lead, and another 2,000 gold lead. Ugh. This is looking bleak. 8,000 in total for Onyx eSports that they have on Bigatron Alpha. Those are some big items. I think Kairi is 2 levels ahead of Super Ken.
Yeah, Onyx Esports got the bag in. Bigatron Alpha, even Super Ken, still just on the way to the third item. Yeah, looking like a Malefic Roar as the third. Went BOD second, HS first. Might not be too long before he gets the Malefic Roar. 2, 3, 5. Yeah, he should be around 400 to 600 gold away from that.
And again, for Onyx Esports, it's all about playing it slow. It's all about freezing the lane, not giving Bigatron Alpha resources to work with, to make their road even smoother, to move to the next phase, but also to eliminate Bigatron Alpha here.
Third item for the Uranus gets the Blade Armor. Eman with a DHS now, so finally the Trinity for the Moskov. At this point of the game might just be... Nah, I don't want to say it's too late. It should give them a little bit more of a chance to fight, but to win at this point, maybe not just yet. They're going to have to really hold out here. Just try to go for soft contests and punishes if anyone tries to invade too deep.
They might have to just defend at this point, right? They have some high ground control. They got good wave clear, but they definitely do not have a way to fight right now in the 12th minute of the game. Onyx Esports secure the Lord for free, and now begins the end of BTR. Is that what we're going to say?
Yeah. I mean, you said it with a question mark, so it's not a statement yet. It's still just a question. But it looks easily answerable for Onyx Esports with the lead that they have. Call it way too risky. They should be able to end with the next one.
Luke has the Purify, is able to escape. That is a big Astral Echo on 4. Super Ken able to get the orange buff, so at least some resources back. And for Onyx, no diversion for a while. But at this point of the game, it's on a very low cooldown.
They committed it, but they decided to back off in respect. Let's see if the Astral Echo will come back in time. It should, right? Like by the time the Lord gets to the base, they should have the Astral Echo, which increases the fighting chances of Bigatron Alpha. If they don't have it, well, that's when we'll see Onyx Esports be a little bit more active. No, yeah, they do get it back. So Bigatron Alpha is a good tool to defend with the Astral Echo, helping them spread out the damage much better.
The waves aren't the best, actually, for Onyx Esports here. Mid lane is going to be coming in first. They're going to sacrifice the bottom lane. Turn Super Ken has dealt with most of the minions in the mid lane. Keyboy looking for the taunt. Red tree from Super Ken to deal with the cannon minion. Now one more wave up top as Iman deals with the Lord in the bottom lane. A good shot onto Savero. 4-man Astral Echo again. Luke in the midst of it all there. Keyboy going to be... Ooh, what a shot! Look, base taken out by Moreno. The turret shot was enough to take him down. 1 for 0. 2 base turrets for Onyx.
Oh, okay. Spirit of Destruction. Is he going to commit it? No, he won't. A little bit too risky for Eman, but Bigatron Alpha, they're pushing forward. They have a chance to get a few more resources and a few more footing in the map.
Diversion from Sans. Ken will hold his position. Luke backing away. They cannot get a single turret, even though they got Lutpi. Still 2 base turrets for Onyx, though. So even with the big move of Bigatron, the big charge, it was all good for Onyx. It was a win.
Still no turrets right now. Barely any presence in the map. 38 to 48k should still be a very uncomfortable situation for Bigatron Alpha. But you see how much Onyx Esports, with that last siege attempt, really are respecting the ultimate of the Novaria. Did he just... he's mad at that lizard.
He's got beef with that lizard down below. And Savero, oh, he got stopped by the Gatot and then shot down by Savero. A little creep.
Okay. You know what? Our overthinking analysis, let's say Keyboy did that to see if the Scale Lizard would go in and check the shrub to see if there was someone in there. Let's go with that.
Let's go with that.
No, that was just hilarious.
Yeah, it's okay. You know, sometimes you just have to enjoy the game. Even though it's a high-stakes moment, it's some way to actually get back at the Keyboy taunt. Looking for Light, looking for Luke. Jumps in, doesn't find Luke. Luke gets that fully stacked passive and will be able to reach it again. Astral Echo again, great one. Catches 3, not Sans though, so he's still open to go for diversions.
Okay, no more Echo, diversion to the back. It's going to be Sans against, let's see, with Savero.
Uh-oh, Light able to bite that out. Now gets sunned up by the Surge. SOD into the fight. Luke going to be caught very, very low. Chased out by Luke P. Curtain Call. Purify from Luke, but it is not enough to stay alive. 2 members of Bigatron Alpha have been slain by Onyx.
Clutch Winter Crown 2. As the fracture of Super Ken was wasted, the early Astral Echo led to nothing, and it's now 3 versus 5, potentially a last-ditch effort to defend and hold as Onyx Esports will wait for their Lord. Moreno clips Lutpi, but will be able to regen back healthily.
This could be the end for Bigatron Alpha. Lord advantage. Superkin walks up, orange buff, however, is still taken, secured by Kyrie.
Now, BTR, at this point, nothing short of a miracle to be able to turn this around. Somehow, some way. Well, that's a lot of damage on the side of Onyx Esports that can just lock down turrets and lock down heroes. If I'm Severo, if there's a chance, just go ahead and try. Here's Kyrie and Keyboy.
Luke still, Sans with the burst damage. Superkin walking back again. Wait, the dragon is out on the Superkin, finds the fracture. That is 1 kill, but they've lost 2. Moreno trying to defend. No more frontliners for Bigatron Alpha. Onyx Esports will move forward as they eliminate Bigatron Alpha from SPS.
History repeats itself. In the Season 3 Grand Finals, it was Onyx that got their championship against BTR. But in the opening matchup here in Season 6, it's Onyx that sends BTR home.
Well done to Onyx Esports. Hands together for these boys. Bigatron Alpha, they're going to be walking away with the SPS, something to think about and motivate them as they prepare for the regular season of MPLID. But man, looks like, well, even despite the patch coming in, some things just do not change. Thank God. Thank goodness. Woo. Very happy that Uranus did not win that one.
Yeah, it's not a BTR thing, it's a Uranus thing that, you know. Yeah.
Could have been better, could have been better.
It's an unfortunate game here for Bigatron, definitely. But for Onyx, it is all smiles for sure. Well played, man. Again, resetting to game number 3, getting that draft in, the low Yi prioritization. After seeing Yves and Jusin, there were no more trades available.
Yeah, this was like a 100% Sans MVP game with how the flow of battle just went. Because I think Bigatron Alpha just didn't expect that Sans would have the game that he did. They picked a dead lane EXP to dead lane the EXP because they were thinking, you know what, we can win in the center of the map. But Sans just had eyes everywhere, his own eyes in the entire map.
Very, honestly, pretty shocking that his trigger finger is just, it felt undisciplined, but it was so decisive every single time he uses those divergence. The fact that they were kind of able to, you know, take advantage of that early game, which is not what you expect when you're playing with that low Yi, but cutting off those jungle path things really sped this game up so fast. Even for Severo, who was able to get a pretty decent lead for himself.
Yeah, we're seeing Lutpi struggle to remember how to take a selfie. But I think okay, they're just deciding on the angle. Okay, yeah, get the fans in there. Get the fans in.
Oh, wait, no. Keyboy wants it. Did he get it? Did he get
yeah, I think Lutpi's confused because Keyboy keeps telling him like different directions for the selfie. Now he's just taking pictures of the crowd.
I love it. I love it. The Onyx boys still out, coming into their own prime. They're going to be up on stage. They're going to quickly have an interview with, as we pass it on over to LaFell and as well as Rose.
Onyx Esports will be moving forward. And right now, with me and LaFell, we have Keyboy. Guys, a round of applause. All right, Keyboy, how are you? How are you feeling right now?
Senang banget lah.
Senang banget. Okay, Keyboy. Perlu tanya, kerana menentang dengan Bigatron Alpha, Eman sememangnya play yang sangat-sangat bagus. Hingga game kedua, dia menggunakan B-Tricks bagi a tough match kepada Onyx Esports. Tapi saya nak tanya pasal Savero. Keyboy veteran dekat dalam Onyx Esports. Macam mana komen Keyboy terhadap performance Savero dalam tournament kali ini?
Ya, Savero bagus sangat lah. Tapi dia punya potensial tinggi punya lah.
I see. Jadi rasanya lepas tengok performance dia menentang dengan Eman, adakah rasa dia boleh pergi lagi jauh dalam tournament ni?
Bisa.
Bisa banget kan?
Bisa banget. All right, now Keyboy, I want to ask you. We both know that last season in KL, the Snapdragon Pro Series, you guys went home a little earlier. However, you guys were the defending champions last season. With your new lineup, how far do you guys think you can go?
Cakap Malay tak ngerti.
Alright, now kita tahu dekat KL last season kan, you guys balik awal, okay? You guys balik awal, tapi korang adalah defending champions because korang menang dekat Indonesia, the previous Snapdragon, betul? Now, dengan lineup baru kali ini, you rasa berapa jauh Onyx Esports boleh pergi in this tournament?
Ya, saya mau grand final Onyx Indo, Onyx PH lah.
Wow! I like that. He wants a Onyx ID, Onyx PH Grand Finals, and I think the audience would really like that too.
Alright, K-Boy. Sekarang ni semua penonton dekat sini dan juga di rumah menonton kita punya interview. Jadi ada tak apa-apa yang K-Boy nak pesan kepada semua orang di Persada Johor dan juga di rumah?
Terima kasih lah udah support terus, mau di KL, Johor, di mana aja lah. Selalu ada buat Onyx dan kita juga mau berjuang juga lah buat balik Onyx Jaya punya. Thank you semua.
Alright, there you go. Give a big round of applause for K-Boy! Alright, thank you very much, K-Boy. Again, big congratulations. Kita akan lepaskan you untuk prepare dengan team. And with that, we're throwing it back to the panel.
Thanks, LaFell. Thank you, Rose. Interesting thoughts. I mean, again, the potential of Savero. I'm curious to know how much time it's going to take before they're like, oh yeah, see who? CW what?
I mean, let's see if, but I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on Savero's shoulders if they want to expedite his growth. But yeah, this time around, actually the entire series, the man was an Irithel machine. But it wasn't the most star-making performance from him. It was what he needed to show up here. Again, it was two sides of Savero we posed, and this one we got the I'll just do my job, Savero.
To be fair, both gold laners had a pretty inactive run here. We saw that Iman, he was landing SODs, but never a situation where he should take the SODs. And even the 4v3 up top side, oh my goodness.
Man.
That was rough.
That was certainly rough, man. Sans just keeps on pulling these plays from out of nowhere, man. He really, the Gila is back. Previous season, maybe he lost the Gila a bit, you know, he became just Sans, but now it really feels like it's Gila coming back, creeping back up, just say, Gila Sans.
He went from comic to Gilak once all
Gila.
over again.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
crazy.
Could BTR have done a little bit better in this game? I feel like a lot of it just came down to early momentum, and then it's just, boy, this game is slipping out of our hands really quickly.
I'll be honest though, Uranus was pretty bad. It was a fun pick to see. It's like, oh my god, it just got buffed. I would love to see it, but then there was no impact. Legit no impact in the game.
Yeah, it diminished the CC in lane, which meant CC needed to leave lane, which meant most of the time it was 5v4 in favor for Onyx eSports. Yeah, the calculated the experiment didn't work out for them. Also, with them packing a matchup like that in the EXP with the CC going around more in the map, it put more pressure onto Moreno to actually play a near godlike performance from a Novaria, which is again a very tough ask when you're up against the Loyi and the Suyo together that can just wreak havoc from different angles in the map. It's too overwhelming for one Novaria.
I mean, let's look at the golden EXP graph, and we can see from the 10-minute point onwards, it's just, whoa, this is a little too much to handle here. These guys are way too fast, and honestly, from between 5 and 10 minutes, I think we saw really what Onyx eSports was trying to do. They understood, they looked at Bigatron, they're like, okay, who's our biggest problems? Number one, if Super can find something, if Light sets up a kick for literally anybody on their side, let's shut these two down early to mid, and then we're going to have a smooth sailing game.
Yeah, I gotta say, Kyrie also kind of deserves the MVP, right? Because again, it was the combo together with Sans. Sans was doing amazing with the divergence, obviously always catching the opponents, even baiting out Eman to throw out SOD, just like, oh, maybe he's behind us. But it was all because of the combo with Suyo, Loyi, Suyo. This is the combo that you have with the Loyi. It's you can just charge the surge, and then by the time the diversion pops up, insta stun.
Can't really react to it, to be fair.
Yeah, I felt like at some point BTR was just really trying to chase down Onyx, who were slowly running away with it. They knew that they had to make a play, but when you have a very static EXP laner, it's so difficult to find that. And at the same time, Onyx eSports weren't giving a lot of opportunities for Light to get a good angle kick. He was getting those kicks, but it would be short, especially that one. I feel like this was one of the biggest chances Bigatron had to equalize, to get Kyrie down, but he just didn't have the right angle. It was was maybe a pixel or 3, enough room for Kyrie to bump into the wall instead of getting kicked even further back. And it felt like after that, it was just Bigatron crumbling. They got 1 kill, but Onyx Esports knew that, okay, Kyrie survived this. He'll be able to get his next rotation down. That means we're good. Let's just go and go and go, and they never stopped.
Man, that 3v4 was disgusting, man. Sans, honestly a pretty compromised position since you're already getting flanked, but that's when you know that splash damage, that AoE comes into full effect here. And I don't know, I feel like it was a pretty unwinnable situation from like this point onwards. Once they've already lost 2 inhibitor turrets, you're just praying that a super play was gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean, but the super play it's almost never gonna happen. What super play? What super play could have saved the game? Usually for Bigatron Alpha, if it's not Luke, you have Light on a game-changing pick, right? Maybe like something like a Guinevere even.
Yeah.
But in this game with the Uranus, you really don't have a way to say, hey, I'm gonna CC5 of you and turn the game around. No, Uranus just... That's what Uranus does. He just stands there, takes damage, and maybe yells, maybe.
Step on my chest! Reach higher! He's
a masochist.
Oh,
he likes pain.
He does like the pain. But once again, congratulations to Onyx Esports here. For them, this is going to be 10K secured in the bag already. And BTR, unfortunately, just walking away with 5.5. 4.5 difference in a single game. That's how much that match was worth.
Yikes.
It's a lot of money.
Yeah, a lot of money,
A
but
lot of moolah.
It's painful.
Is it top 4 or top 5 that goes to Mobile Masters? Is it top 5?
It will be top... Ooh, yes, we will have 5 representatives. One of them will be for home ground. So yes, 5 representatives in total, plus the home ground one, which we don't count because they're definitely...
So do they still make it? Do they...
Surprise in Mobile Masters is, and the 5th team, Bigatron Alpha.
I won't complain.
Honestly, it really
I know
depends.
a bunch of people who will.
It actually depends on the performance of TLD, I think. No.
The performance
I
for
could be wrong.
RRQ.
Yes, RRQ indeed. So, with that being said, with the rest of well, we'll see what the representatives are going to be later down the line. More so, especially for Mobile Masters, where we're going to get the rest of the world involved. But this concludes our very first game. I'm curious because, unfortunately, this does mean that Onyx will move on to the next round, and they'll be facing off against TLID. Ooh. So, another really banger game. It's just, one after the other.
Slaps.
Now, keep in mind, our next upcoming game, it's going to be OP, another Onyx game, but this time from the Philippines, up against the Kingdom, RRQ. Oh boy, it's gonna be a very long day today. So please stay tuned. We're gonna go on a short break, and when we come back, more action here at the Snapdragon Pro Series.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
The journey to greatness starts here. From the 11th to 13th of April, the race reaches its peak at the Tennis Indoor Senayan. Tickets are live. Be part of the climb and secure your spot now. Be part of the journey. Witness the rise to the top.
Utang ka ba?
Utang? Am I alone? Why?
Kasi abang tumatagal, tumataas yung interest ko sa'yo.
Oh, okay.
I hope you know CPR because you just took my breath away.
No? 200 out of 10, 100 out of 10. Sigma.
Kape ka ba?
Why?
Kasi hindi kompleto yung umaga ko pag wala ka.
Okay.
Ay, mali. Yung araw ko pala.
Google ka ba?
Cover
Tatinuin mo ako sa'yo? Or sa'yo lang?
Akala ko sa camera. Iniris mo nga siya eh. Google ka ba?
No, why?
Kasi nasa na lahat ng hinahanap.
Oh my God, that's so cliche. Oh,
Ganda na pick line. Pick-up line.
Overused to, overused.
overused, right?
I'm lost.
You're lost?
Can you give me some directions to your heart?
Oh!
Because I think it's so like cheesy.
Nothing, just bad boy.
Just bad boy, not loyal?
Yeah. Are you a time traveler?
No, why?
Because every moment with you feels like a glimpse into the future I've always dreamed of.
Wow! Delivery 10 out of 10.
Very good, thank you. Why 3, bro? Hindi ko alam eh.
I think there's a missing piece.
Missing piece. Okay. Kinilig ka?
Hindi nakakakilig, nakakainis.
Yeah, so to all the girls out there this Valentine's Day, if your guy plays games and hasn't really asked you out to be their Valentine's yet, I think you know the reason why. Because these guys, they are literally not romantic. So if you're looking for that, maybe. Happy Valentine's Day, everybody. Bye.
Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you.
Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, gotta.
Ya pendapat gue sendiri ya mungkin mereka tim yang sangat disiplin dan mungkin sangat kuat lah di objektifnya kan. Ya kita nggak boleh sepelin hal itu ya. Kita pasti cari cara gimana cara bisa mengalahkan mereka.
So much damage coming in, but
Siyempre gusto lang namin bumawi, ganun. Tapos normal na preparation lang na ginagawa namin tuwing playoffs.
As for Onyx Philippines, I thought that even though they are a bit shaky when they will lose to Team Liquid ID 0-2, right? But it seems like they are one of the top contender, which is like before this they are the champion for M6. So they were gonna be like do a revenge match during the playoffs and be the champion for SPS Season 6.
Mungkin ya kami persiapin ya kayak gameplay kita, hero-hero kita kan kita juga masih banyak PR-nya kan. RQ is still one of the strongest team in MLBB scene, but they kind of lack something, which is achievement. So to prove something, I think RQ need to work more, work harder. Kita pasti cari gameplay kita yang terbaik, kayak kita lihat dari kualifikasi kemarin ya, semoga kita improve. Yung totoong reaction ng team nun tuwang-tuwa kami lahat, lalo na kay Brusco. Kasi bawing-bawi lahat sa kanila, parang gusto namin bumawi sa kanila. Ya, buat Onyx PH, good luck, have fun na ya. Jangan galak-galak sa RRQ, good luck. Baboyan namin kayo.
This match has been a long-awaited time, especially for Brusco here. It's going to be Onyx Philippines up against the Kingdom RRQ Hoshi. Here at the Snapdragon Pro Series, another best of 3 to be had, and it's an elimination round. My name is Gillian Q, and this time we've got one new caster here rotating in. Give it up for Leon as well as Renmar.
Hello.
You enjoyed that last one?
Could have been better,
I
honestly,
enjoyed it
not gonna lie.
as a fan and as, I guess, you know, being the first game in a while under the new patch. But this here is this one's all about the drama.
It is. It really is. Well, I do hope that we do get a little bit of the new patch actually going around. Maybe not the Uranus side of things, but I do hope that somebody tries out the Granger at some point, because it got banned out a majority of the last set. So coming into this set, especially since we have the God of Goldland, Kelra, playing this time around, I am curious about your guys' opinion about the Kingdom's very own toy. Has it been a nay for you or a yay for you?
I think he's still within the realm of really trying to find his footing and making a name for himself. There have been times where we could go, oh, yo, look at Toy, what a revelation. And then times we're reminded that Toy is actually still relatively new in the international space.
Yeah, between Toy and Savero, it seems like Savero has seen more ups and downs and have proven himself worthy of that spot that was once held by an MPL ID all-timer. This might be Toy's biggest test yet. So if he passes this, which I'm not so sure he will, then yeah, no, definitely deserves to be part of the Kingdom here.
Well, let's talk about a little bit of history, because so far in terms of matchup history from SPS Season 6 Open Finals all the way, we pull it back to M3 and MPLI. Technically, between the organizations, not even including the entire rosters, some of the players, RRQ is currently 4-3 in terms of those series here. Whoa. I mean, we're looking like really far back.
This is why I'm saying it's about the drama, long-term storytelling. And between just these three major events, there's a lot that has happened between these two teams, if not between their players.
Yeah, so it's a lot of link-ups between the two. But it's crazy. I could have sworn we saw more RRQ Onyx PH and the history of MLBB, but this is just the fourth time we're going to be seeing them go up against each other in a tournament like this.
I mean, RQ has always been around. I think that Onyx PH definitely had a much bigger ups and downs in their competitive lifetime in comparison to their brothers in Onyx ID. But, you know, they're all coming into a full stride. Onyx as an organization, whether from PH or even from ID, are doing very, very well as of now. With that being said, let us quickly introduce your M6 World Champions, Onyx Philippines, because these boys are looking so very, very hot. And of course, we also got a highlight on Brusco. Previously, being a sub for RRQ, he's coming in with a vengeance even after the Open Finals.
Talking about subs, you have here the veteran of multiple years joining the Super Fam. Hate has found home once again in Onyx PH, but today it's all about the main five, the starters in Onyx PH. And just in case y'all forgot, the last time we saw them in action here in Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals, they actually lost a sweeping loss against TLID, which now we wonder, what's it like to see an angry Onyx PH?
Yeah, I think it's honestly the first time we've seen the team actually sweep them in quite some time from the World Championships.
Yeah, the last other team that got to sweep Onyx Philippines was, well, the team they're facing up against today, RRQ Hoshi. So, again, doubling down on the fact that there is a lot of drama, recent and past, going around for this series. So, I think this one would be now looking at Onyx Philippines in the sense of like, have you guys learned from your last loss? Because it seems like Team Liquid ID have learned from all of the losses they suffered against Onyx Philippines. Has Onyx Philippines learned from RQ?
I feel like it's a little easier for them at the very least. But quick fun fact here, highest average GPM in the group stage. Kelra ended the group stage with an average GPM of 867. Unfortunately, didn't break the 900 or even make it into the crazy numbers like 1,000. But overall, considering where the patch is right now and how good some of these teams are, the fact that he's breaking the 850 mark is pretty impressive.
Mind you, this is taking into consideration the game that they lost.
Yes.
That sweeping loss against TLID. So that means Kelra, the gold standard, the Filipino Savage, has found a way to maintain a certain level of farming even when they're behind. So now with the nerf on Granger, with the buff on Carry, the adjustment on Hanabi, he might be able to use, this almost 900 gold GPM.
Oh, pain. I keep hearing about everything about the new patch, and we just know that, well, and you know what? I'm not going to jump too far ahead. For now, let us introduce the competitors here. In the Kingdom, RRQ Hoshi. A lot of people have been questioning whether or not the veterans will be able to hold their own even without Lord Skylar himself, King Skylar, the royalty himself. But Sutsujin has really found a place in the Kingdom, and now not only leading the charge, but with the help of Rins and Edok as well to lead people like Toy. I want to see how the Kingdom wants to approach OP this time round.
Yeah, are you going to try to match them in the fights? Are you going to try to be aggro with them? They couldn't dance with Onyx eSports, Onyx Indonesia. Can they dance with Onyx PH? If it's not going to be that approach, okay, are you going to play the map? Are you going to play the macro? But you're doing that up against a team that won the World Championship with an iconic 4-1, 3-2 split that they do so well. It's crazy to think, well, maybe not too crazy because of recent history, definite underdogs this one. So whatever they prepared to show it here, even if they could get one game against Onyx PH, that's already a massive statement. It could potentially help us crack the code of how RRQ Hoshi will beat Onyx Philippines.
My hope is that with Toy in the lineup now, they leave a little bit of that whole templated, macro-focused Kingdom playstyle that they were so good with under Skylar, right? But now with Toy, I'm hoping that they learn a little bit more jazz, some more impromptu, more improv style of aggression on the map, since the first style didn't really work against OP.
They got to scat sometimes. Every single time we bring it up, unfortunately this time round, we're going to still lean into OP here. Oh my goodness, the transformations. But the predictions still 2-0 on us. I think, the World Champions have definitely set a standard that's going to be hard to beat. If this is going to be an upset, where do you think it's going to come from exactly? We heard from Leo that it's going to be a little bit more free-flowing, but the free flow can't just be like every single lane is winning. Then I don't think that's a fair argument.
Yeah, well, as cliche as it goes, gonna have to start in the draft. I think for this one, the thing that will be heavily contested, other than trying to trade out for good gold laners, because I think maybe the Onyx one was a little bit of a teaser where Irithel was their main prio instead of the Granger. They were banning that out. I'm still really looking at the Jawhead. Brusco is actually undefeated with the Jawhead right now in in Challenge Finals. So I think that's something RRQ Hoshi will want to take away from them, considering that teams that have gone up against RRQ Hoshi wanted to ban the Jawhead away from them.
Well, that's a lot because the first half of the draft had a lot of Granger bans in the first place. So I don't know about you, Leo. Do you think that is one of those things that they're going to like kind of change up? Because Kelra, he kind of plays everything. He's got that Moscow, but also that Beatrix nasty during M6.
And of course, Harith untouched. You have that Jawhead, usually comboed with Kirk's Hilda. So I think these are heroes that were untouched, heroes that are still good in the meta despite everything that changed around them. This is one thing that Onyx PH can control, can make sure comes through despite everything that's happened in the new patch.
I hope that's going to be enough, really, because like you can tell that Onyx PH makes very decisive decisions prior to something actually happening. That's why they don't have every single turtle, but a majority of the lords, 57% compared to 48%. The ones that they give over to their enemy teams, you could see their GPMs just skyrocket.
Yeah, the interesting thing about Onyx PH now is that they've sort of changed their ways somewhat, in that before they'd always be the team that get the first blood or close to it. They get that first blood, they'll invade, they take tempo, bam. Now for this challenge finals, really enough, they're the team that finds their spike and their sudden gold swing towards around the 6, 7, 8 minute mark. Something that we knew TLID to be really consistent with. The last time they faced each other, again, with the sweep win for TLID, it was TLID who were getting the first blood. So if I'm on PH, try to bring back that kill early mentality while still being able to balance out and respect that Arki Hoshi might be ready for some disciplined approaches to fighting.
You might say disciplined approaches to fighting, but they are from Indonesia. The Brawl server is there for a reason, and RRQ with King Skylar at the helm, they knew how to brawl in a macro sense. I'm curious to know whether Toy is able to get down and dirty and scrappy with it against OP.
All right, here's my opinion. We've been talking about Toy a lot. We brought up the La Mercenaria in Sutsujin. You know what? I think a lot is on the shoulders of Rins. I've been a fan of Rins ever since M6. Watching him in the flesh is a totally different experience from just watching him from 1,000 miles away at home at MPLID. With that said, with heroes that burst, heroes even like Novaria seeing play now, I think Rins might definitely be a game changer for RRQ.
That's an interesting take here, because again, I think it is going to come down to the mid trio. Specifically for me, the one that stands out has to be Edo, because sometimes Rins has those days.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember seeing the MPL Indonesian match RRQ versus TLID. Holy, it got awkward real fast, especially if you don't give him those signature picks.
You can throw back as recent as M6 in the latter days of groups or even the playoffs. He popped off one time with a Kadira and then just forgot everything else in the next few games. So I'm hoping to see more of that. Like, give him that kind of hero or give him heroes that burst down so that he can control the pace from his big rotations.
Yeah, the interesting thing about Super Friends and Rins' relationship in terms of their hero pool is that Farsa, Loi, Sicilian are all their top contested heroes. But the difference between the two is that we see Rins actually played one game with the Kadita. Super Friends has a wider pool, but his most picked, as we saw earlier, was actually the Veil. So outside of of course, the Jawhead, the trades for the mages that we mentioned, maybe new mage picks for Rins and Super Friends might be the thing we're looking out for here. And I think, remember, wasn't there one very popular mage in the past that just recently got buffed?
You talking about the Selena in this particular scenario here?
Yes, sir, I am.
Boy, well, to be fair, both mid laners actually know how to play Selena. They've done it in a competitive scene before, and it has been documented. So I think that at the very least, the biggest crutch that I'm hoping for, as much as we want them to play a little bit of jazz, unfortunately, I don't think Sutsujin likes that. I feel like there are some set protocols when they are behind and certain power spikes that they really like to press the gas on.
I get that. He wants to play in a rock band, but he's the guy with the saxophone playing the jazz solo.
That's how it works. Again, you're the mercenary. I have a contract. I only go by these parameters. Anything outside, you gotta pay me more.
It's not my payroll.
It's not his problem.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Now, we go in straight into the draft. Onyx PH going to be on blue side. RRQ Hoshi on the red side. I'm seeing the Yeefs. I'm seeing the Loyes. This looks pretty standard from both sides.
Uh-oh, both teams looking like they want to let go of the Granger. They want to coin flip it out. And Onyx PH on the play. They might get their hands on it.
Yeah, I hope we do see Granger get open here because we need to see what a draft will look like with Granger open. Is he still first pickable? Is he even still okay for the first phase? And we will have our questions answered.
Do it, Dwayne. Do it!
That's actually so funny because Kezcute is like, I don't know why people are banning out specifically the Zhu shit. It's like everybody's like, oh yeah, Zhu shit's all the fuss now.
A change of heart.
Exactly. I don't. Hopefully, I mean, assuming that they win and make it through, we'll get an interview and we'll see what happens. But Onyx PH first picks have already come through, and I'm surprised. Joy now taking the helm,
baiting out the Suyo and Granger. They'll allow it.
They'll give it to him.
So that means Onyx PH gets away with the Moskov.
Possibly.
If I'm RRQ, pick the Moskov instead of the Granger. I mean, there's still so many questions around it.
Moskov Suyo.
Yeah.
No, we need a litmus test. I want to see how bad Granger is, how much he has fallen from grace.
The Kingdom can't afford it, dude. Not
They could. I think they possibly could.
Not even.
Ooh. Oh, that's interesting.
They're just giving up on Granger.
Kezcute doesn't like playing to anybody's rules, man. No.
No, sir. No, sir. We're smarter than that. They're going to go with the Phoveus as well as the Hayabusa. I think this is probably the safest bet overall. I mean, for all intents and purposes, even if Kirk is like, okay, we're not going to give you a winning lane, he still has the Edith to fall back to. If you want a winning lane, here, give him the CC and then pray for the best.
I want Moskov here. Get the Moskov, get the CC.
Just do it.
But then there's going to be so many dashes into the Phoveus, man. There's going to be so many dashes.
That's what the CC's for. You play man-to-man.
I feel like he's going to go into Edith and rather than CC. Oh, you know what? Never mind.
Different approach. Okay, so the Hilda also undefeated for Onyx Philippines.
Oh, wow.
4-0 in the hands of Kirk.
Joy's still open too.
Banned out, first phase.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Moskov, Granger, still open.
I don't think they're touching it. Like, Gold Lane is not getting touched at all.
Yeah.
And I'm more surprised that Onyx PH is actually going to go for like a blind Valentina. Tigreal gets locked in for the side of RRQ, mainly to deal with the Joy, as expected.
Not so blind anymore.
Not so blind, but even so, I feel like the Valentina was an interesting call by Onyx PH.
I feel like the Valentina, so they want to play a little bit close range and dive. I don't think they expected a Tigreal would come in right away unless they know Araki Hoshi that well. I felt like this was just a call for Super Friends. Like, dude, just go ahead and pick your comfort. What do you want? Okay, I'll pick the Valentina.
Because either way, looking at the first two picks, Araki needed a solid CC hero in Rome.
Yeah.
So if it wasn't coming here in Red 3, it was going to come 4 or 5.
It was definitely going to get banned, yeah.
So they were thinking ahead with picking up the Valentina.
I'm with Leo on this one. I agree with that.
So with that said, another thing I think Onyx Page are doing, Coach Hayes, Coach Tony, they're allowing for Kelra to just say, you know what, relax. You're going to win the lane. Regardless, mechanics, instincts-wise, we think you're better than Toy. And I'm going to agree with that.
Okay.
So just let it be. Whatever he gets on the trade back, both teams seem to let the Granger and Moskov through.
Yeah, I think that I think it's a bit of a coin toss, right? Whoever picks their gold lane first, they're gonna get counterpicked regardless, right? And it sucks because red side will get that very final pick at the end. If our theories are correct, that means gold lane is gonna get very picked for last for RQ. The next two bans here on a PH focusing down on mid laners.
Interesting. Taking away the Faramis. Could have let it through, but just respecting again. They want... they're whittling down Riz's options to the likes of Vexana, Farsa, Aurora. And all of them have great ultimates that Valentina can steal. I think this is them manipulating that. So...
we'll see what it's going to be, but the Farmus is kind of interesting because that just means that they also want the possibility of having blue in the EXP. Unless Vexana, oh, never mind, Vexana gets locked in, maybe a little less now.
It's more of the, we don't want to get our dive punished so hard, so you'd rather ban the Faramis. Now, Onyx PH still playing with the gold lane gambit. Again, it's clear that they don't want to make the first move, but they're forced to. All right, there's the Irithel, fresh in the hands of Kelra, doesn't change much, and I'd reckon a Rome Hylos. More likely, it's a Rome Hylos.
Yeah, it does feel like a Rome Hylos. All right, so if...
I've been waiting.
Carry? Oh.
Great read.
Okay. I like this.
There's a lot of targets.
There is a lot of targets. There are two valuable ults that at least Valentina can steal overall, but I think that RRQ, they don't mind. Dive us. We're totally fine with it. We're going to chunk out your frontliners and then pray that Toy has enough that we can peel King Kong away from him.
Might be a tough game for King Kong looking at that Tigreal. I mean, even in recent memory, when we've seen Joy go up against a Tig, it never ended well for a Joy. But I think the pressure would now fall into the hands of Brusco and for Super Friends to maximize what crowd control they can get, what abilities the Valentina can get, so that they can help King Kong enter as the Joy.
I'm praying that Rins is going to be that rock that RRQ needs, especially if they want to get to this next stage. It's elimination match, a best of 3. Leo, Remar, take it away as we head on into game number 1.
Not just the meta has shaken up, but as well the priorities of the teams in play are also switching it up. The best of 3 begins now. The first game in a contest. Who moves forth through the brackets? Onyx Philippines facing off against RRQ Hoshi.
I've seen Irithel now for all games so far for the playoffs. I think it's safe to say that is the effect of the recent patch. No?
Yep, Irithel just skyrocketed, mainly because I think she's good in lane. Her ramp up is solid as well, and looking at what's going on, you can choose between Purify or Sprint and not get punished hard when you overcommit.
Yeah, I think one of the good things that Onyx PH has is that with the 2 Purifies there, their really best target that they can go for the Implosion would be, of course, to disrupt Kirk, but of course, really get King Kong. But having the Purify and the Valentina, it feels like Super Friends might just have something in the bag to help disrupt the Tigreal. My eye keeps going into the whole Tigreal Joy relationship that it doesn't look good for Onyx.
All right, catching one, Sutujin, put down a half health. Big rotations here. Onyx is holding their ground here.
Yeah, okay. Part of it feels like maybe they've learned from the TLID matchup that they had, but here comes Onyx. They're going to be going into the purple buff. They see Edoc right away, electrifying beats, and they force a flicker out of the Tigreal.
Call it a TKO, a technical knockout, sending Edoc home, costing him his flicker as well. So Onyx PH getting that win in the Cold War in the lower quarter of the map. Upper quarter is where the turtle will spawn, though, as Kirk checks in on Sutsujin. Mind you, we keep thinking about this whole... Oh, wait, they catch him!
Oh, Kirk, he's going to get knocked back, stunned. The Revitalize is going to keep RQ Hoshi a little bit healthy. Kirk still alive, walks into the shrub, gets a bit of shield, but they're really controlling the rotations of Sutsujin right now.
And they're still going. I was about to say, it's not just King Kong who's in trouble. Even Sutsujin has to think of where Kirk is. They catch Edoc.
And Edoc trying so hard to buy time, but he gets first blooded. Kirk goes down. Kirk got a kill, but Onyx PH are going to be able to walk away with a turtle.
Oh dear God, Dyren behind enemy lines, but the rest of Onyx PH a step ahead already. King Kong finding refuge in his purple buff. A quick clear while Brusco keeps tabs on Sutsujin. I'm loving so far how Onyx PH have really just leveled up their awareness, their quick turns, because that was one of their main weaknesses when they faced off against TLID just a couple days ago.
And now Dyren sees King Kong electrifying beats. He commits the flicker to get away. One resource out of the Phoveus. Now Onyx PH will go back to controlling their side of the river as they've kept good tabs on Sutsujin all throughout the game so far. But Sutsujin is going to try to level things out now. Glorious Pathway committed. Shadow in, Shadow out. He does commit ultimate, but looks like he is still trapped. Edoc gets a kill onto Brusco. Sutsujin eventually gets taken down by Keller. Here comes King Kong going after Rins.
Amazing trade, Brusco for Sutsujin. I'd reckon about 5 seconds before that fight even started, they knew that Brusco was going to have to die. And they were putting themselves like chess pieces down around Sutsujin. And they were baiting out the quad shadow. And, all right, we're going to flank you. We're going to stay where the shadows are remaining. And they saw how short the original was. A stolen EG!
Knocked up, Rins committing the flicker. Sutsujin does not have the ultimate, and Super Friends knows it. Confidence by the mid laner of Onyx.
The monster mage holding his ground. A flank angle. The Glorious Pathway set in.
Edoc does not have his ultimate and will not commit a flicker out, just dashes on out of there. So we're starting to see things ramp up quicker. It was slow, but they're trading all throughout with these little skirmishes.
For a 4-minute game, this Hylos is seemingly crossing the river, crossing over the jungle a little more often than I would like to be used to. This is just Brusco, a man on a mission. He's been wanting to face off against RQ at any turn. He's been wanting to show his old team, hey, look at me, I'm a world champion now. Onyx PH now 500 gold up. Kirk right in the face of Dyren, forcing a few jumps. Checking in, 3-man presence from the kingdom. Sutsujin shadows through. Fringe checks in. King Kong's taking his time.
Yeah, slow approach here. Glorious Pathway already committed. Edoc with a knockback. He will have the implosion ready if he decides to commit an electrifying beat. Edoc with the implosion, but no follow-up is enough. A Super Prince was stopping Sutsujin in his tracks. Dyren against Kirk and King Kong, and the Phoveus will fall as well. Onyx Philippines in control.
Man-to-man tag team action by the M6 World Champions. You see how they say, you take 2 because you can afford it, we'll take the rest. And so far it's working. Sutsujin getting caught here, forced to use the quad shadow and a shadow kill.
And he goes out shadow. Onyx PH still hovering around the turret in the mid. Brusco sees Edoc there. It's like, yeah, I'm not going to risk keeping in front of his face right now. I'm way too low.
Oh, they're not done. Edoc here with the Sacred Hammer, forcing Kirk to stay maybe a second too long, giving up that tier 1 down bottom. Toy has been working hard. The long-term trade, though, King Kong did leave a chubby wave up top to take care of that tier 1 on the other side of the map. Still, the turtle remains unharmed.
The wave was just a little chubs.
Oh, yeah, he's like 3 or 4. Oh, the Glorious Pathway!
Knock up, Kirk combo down by RRQ. Hoshi man advantage for RRQ. Actually, make that more than a man advantage as King Kong decided to back out and not contest. Brusco on the eyes of Dyren. He won't be able to get this horseman. He backs off. Onyx PH lost that turtle.
Picture perfect shadow kill by the mercenary. He was in the middle of about 300 units right then and there, and he's like, you know what? He gets it with the retribution. If it wasn't off a cooldown, he would have died. Mark my words. But he had it all figured out. This does close the gap. Maybe shrinks it down to just 500. Onyx PH losing their top lane tier 1. Kelra, though, so quick to respond, taking down that gold lane tier 1 just the same. And it looks like RQ Hoshi understand that, you know what, we can't fight these skirmishes anymore. We have to take a man down first, make sure Kirk is out of the way, and that we know where Super Prince is. Another glorious pathway by Brusco.
They react. Electrifying beats already used by King Kong, so that's a good chunk of damage already gone. E-Dog still alive, committing the flicker already. He still has the implosion if he wants to use it. Free hit from Toy onto Kirk. In the mid, Super Prince gets taken down by Susajin. The Hayabusa finds him, and little by little, RQ Hoshi have leveled.
Maybe too soon. Super Prince clicked his implosion, and the perfect response by RRQ Hoshi. With that said, RRQ again keeping this lead very, very close. Just barely 1,000 between them and Onyx PH. But check out the damage leaderboard. Super Prince at about 23k. All right? The magic damage from this Valentina is about to hit a fever pitch. I'd reckon he's just this close, it's really small, this close to a lightning trunch. So all the extra damage all around should pay off, if not a book. If not a book, that'll keep Super Prince a little more extra hyperactive, keep him right at the front lines where he needs to be, and that should allow for RQ Hoshi to maybe take a turn again, because for the past, 2-3 minutes, they've been the aggressors.
Concealed play by E-Dog. Who is he going to find here? Implosion on 2. It looks like Brusco is going to get taken out by the Kingdom, their former roamer. Kirk tried to go to the back line, but now he's going to get punished. Focused by 3, and he gets taken down as well. Onyx PH are falling apart. RRQ Hoshi are surgical.
2 for free. No one taken down. RQ Hoshi unpunished with their aggression. All this while, Kelra was escorting a wave in mid, trying to push that tier 1. Lord now gonna get taken down. Suchujin scores. Where's the clapback?
Super Prince has an implosion if he wants to commit it. Electrifying beats already used by King Kong, but it's a bit too risky to fight it, as it is 5 versus 3. On a PH are just, I think that looked like them trying to damage RQ Hoshi as much as possible. So the next objective won't be able to have a good push once a Lord comes out. They even traded the tower in the mid, so this is them balancing it out with aggro, I guess.
So something tells me Onyx PH might be looking at the map too much, might be thinking 2 or 3 steps ahead, and they're lacking in the present. Because in the present, the truth is RQ Hoshi has a Lord up top. The truth is RQ Hoshi is up by like 200, 300 gold, and they're finding better engagements. Kirk going 1v1 against Sutsujin. So a little bit of good news for the Sonics is at least Kirk is still on his duty. Checking in with Sutsujin. Glorious Pathway sending back 4 members of RRQ.
I thought RQ Hoshi would go for the aggressive clapback, but they're respecting the fact that King Kong is 2 levels above Sutsujin. Despite the past few minutes going really well for RQ Hoshi, King Kong's just been able to farm up, man, but you can really tell his impact has diminished because of the presence of the Tigreal.
I think it's just a matter of time. King Kong has now a Holy Crystal, so that means he's, roughly 1,000, maybe less than, ahead of Sutsujin. So where he's been lacking in fights, he's been farming up. So that's a little bit of a hope for Onyx PH's, you know what, they're still on schedule. Bad news though, Onyx PH just lost their top lane Holy Shield, so that's potentially a long lane push that RQ Hoshi can threaten constantly. Luckily, that is where the Lord will spawn though, so not much of chicanery happening on the northern quarter of the map. About a minute until the next Lord spawns. All this while, Onyx PH, so far Super Prince has been finding the implosion, right?
Yeah.
Is there a better chance if maybe he can find Rins, set up that way, and then get an Eternal Guard first? Because that might be better.
Yeah, it looks like Super Prince also, alongside the ultimate that he's getting, he's busier than Rins. He's handling, helping set up, helping deal damage, while also surviving himself, because he's clearly a main target for RQ
He's
Hoshi.
taking 2 dudes.
Yeah, 2 dudes, multiple duties. It's like at this point, Super Prince needs some extra pay and a little bit of an extra chance. Hope. But they found Prince yet again. Speak of the devil. E-Dog trying to stay alive. He gets taken out. Kelra being able to free hit, but that's 2 down. On the side of Onyx Onyx Philippines, a double kill for Kelra. Dyren able to find another, but Kelra survives and he's standing, able to deal damage, balancing things out somewhat, sending RRQ Hoshi back. It's just Kirk and Kelra.
Man, 3 for 2, 2 for 3. If you know, you know it's not worth it. I think Onyx PH still lost on that trade. RQ Hoshi up on the digits here, approaching a 2,000 gold lead at 11 minutes. With the Lord coming up, down he goes! Oh!
There goes Kelra, and that's a big chunk of damage gone on the side of Onyx PH. RRQ Hoshi will have more than just a man advantage in this Lord. We've seen Onyx PH pull some crazy stuff out from scenarios like these, but trying something crazy might be a little too much as the RK Hoshi begin to burn down the Lord right in front of Onyx PH. King Kong still trying to get his purple buff. He will not be able to get close enough for this Lord. Dyren holding the front line for RRQ Hoshi. Glorious Pathway E-Dog with an implosion. He's stopping while Toy is free hitting, toying with Onyx Philippines right now. King Kong able to hit back though.
2 for 1. RRQ Hoshi though afraid of the incoming Savage. Kelra just respawned, happy with a 2 for 2 and the big objective scored. Sutsujin though, playing with our emotions, checking in if anybody will bite, instead keeping the safe shadow up. All right, so RQ Hoshi, I'd reckon that could have been safer. They could have definitely not lost out on a 2 for 2, so that gave him something to think about. But, whoa, King Kong!
1v1, Electrifying Beast already used, Shadow out, he has 2 more. And now they decide to call it a stalemate for now.
All right, even King Kong has to think twice. He is now at the same level as Sutsujin, so they close that gap. And even farm-wise, it's King Kong now down 1,000 gold. So, all the more, Onyx PH have to respect RQ Hoshi. No more can they keep pushing these big brain plays. Like, they have to face RQ Hoshi face to face. The truth is, fights matter.
Now Onyx Philippines, the reality is, it looks bad for them. The Lord plus the push takes down the tower, knockups, but RQ Hoshi again are disciplined. It seems like they watched a lot of that Liquid ID versus Onyx PH match. This is the most disciplined we've seen RRQ Hoshi this entire challenge finals.
Ain't no jazz here, no ska, no impromptu measures. It's literally math rock. We know exactly what the measures are. We know what the counting is. And it looks like RQ Hoshi is going to take turret after turret, lane after lane, playing for this next Lord in a minute. Onyx PH, something tells me Brusco just needs to find the perfect Glorious Pathway and for once, use the Revitalize. He's always just going Glorious Pathway in, thinking twice about the Revitalize and just saying, all right, next one, I'm dead, dude. I'm dead, next one. If they can do that and fix the aforementioned situation with Super Friends, maybe there's a chance. Maybe they can close this 3,000 gold lead and then, you know, make the Kingdom think of what the next step is, because so far the Kingdom is looking like there's autopiling. It's just like they're remembering everything Kezcute said prior.
The discipline, the execution, excellent right now for RQ Hoshi. Speaking of what Onyx PH needs to do, they just picked up some tools with the Windtalker going to the hands of Kelra and the Blood Wings going for Super Friends. So third item locked in for the Valentina. Should give Super Friends a little bit more time during the fights and survivability. Because yeah, he's been just hunted down. It feels like the same thing also for their series up against Liquid. It was his kill constantly hunting Super Friends down. Now RQ Hoshi, since the Valentina's right in front of their faces, they're taking turns on taking down Super Friends.
Yep. So now, look at this flank angle that Brusco has. Brush control. The more immediate brush going over the RRQ and the catch.
The knockup by Rince, not gonna fully connect. Another implosion, devastating knockback onto King Kong into Kirk. E-Dog! You can change the K into an L because he's an idol right now for RRQ Hoshi. Kirk and King Kong down, but other members of RRQ are low.
They're just too clumped up for Kelra to make a difference. They do send 3 back, but still the man advantage to RQ Hoshi. They're just taking their time, their sweet time, because they are currently unpunished with everything they're doing. They're clumped up, yes, but Super Prince doesn't have a stolen EG. King Kong can't come in. He's going to get stunned, going to get implosion before he can start dancing and hearing the music. Onyx PH, they're going to have to face another Lord, the 3rd in a row.
E-Dog has made this Tigreal game look so easy. He's wasn't unkillable. He's died 4 times, but every implosion so far has counted and mattered.
And that's making Rin's life, in turn, all the more a cakewalk. Rin's 0, 0, and 11. I'll tell you now, I played a Vexana the other day, and I was always afraid for my life.
Oh, yeah?
I was even rocking a Purify. You were in the game, I think.
Oh, right,
so
yeah.
he was rocking a Flicker here, and not once has he been touched. Not once has he died even. So that means even if Onyx just spend everything, all right? Onyx PH has the perfect Glorious Pathway. There's always the threat of Rins still just coming up, following through with the final touch.
And could this be the final push for this game? There's still 2 towers, and Onyx PH have the items to fight back and clap back. Super Prince gets the Eternal Guardian again, but the knockups and the crowd control getting dished out. Onyx PH just wanted vision, but Kirk gets punished. It was a Rins again. It looked too easy for the Vexana and too difficult for the Hilda, as RRQ Hoshi have eyes on game. Shadow kill, but they say not just yet. Discipline is what we need to end this a little later on.
Onyx PH staying alive, sacrificing Kirk, spending a good amount of battle spells and ults to keep RRQ Hoshi at bay. All 5 members still on the map, hell-bent on finishing the game.
Kelra jumped down really low, 40%. Brusco gets bursted down. There's way too much damage on the side of RRQ Hoshi. The front of Onyx just keeps crumbling at the sight of the kingdom.
To be fair, the front of Onyx is just one dude. Kirk isn't even really a frontliner. Kirk wants to find that flank. Kirk wants to find Sutsujin, wants to find Rins, maybe compromise Toy's positioning. That's his job. So, given that for Onyx, it's a 1-2 step, not just in their front line, not just in their peel, but even in their setup with Super Friends, it's so easy for RRQ to just make like a sledgehammer, like a blunt object, forcing their way into Onyx PH's base. Just 1 inhibitor left, down bottom, and look at that. Not even the buff. They left nothing for King Kong.
What is 2 revitalizes against true damage and just raw burst coming out of RRQ Hoshi? Just realized that too. It's the double revitalize strat for Onyx PH, but the healing is quite nothing. It's just buying them what? Maybe half a second of life more?
It's like having really good cardio in MMA. Like you're gonna lose, but just for a long time.
Yeah, you can roll for a long time, but you're still gonna get pounded.
That's right. The tap out is inevitable. Unless RRQ slip up, unless RRQ give him the arm, give him the leg, and Onyx PH go for the Kimura, go for the leg lock. How do they do that? I'd say off of pickoff. If they find Sutsujin randomly roaming, if they find Rins shut him down, I mean, it's not going to be equal to much gold, but it is much less magic damage, much less CC that they're dealing with. And not to mention Toy, man. Toy, it's at 6 gold, 6 kills. It's a lot of gold sitting there.
A lot of gold because they have a lot of security. Again, it's so easy for the backline of RRQ Hoshi. It's simpler what they want to do. Pop Implosion, you're good, and Edox sees Kirk again. He's holding on to the Implosion. It's the big ticket ultimate we're looking for. Curse Blast and the stun as well. The Terrify lands, concealed by RRQ Hoshi just to push Onyx PH back. And now Onyx PH will get pushed back even more because they have minion waves to handle.
Oh, for the kingdom, this is but a Jason Statham of the Rock movie. It's action, it's thriller. For Onyx PH, it's a horror movie. As soon as you see that concealed play, like, oh, they're coming at us. Lord, now that a 5th of his health.
RRQ Hoshi are going to try and get this Lord without a problem, and that is going to be an easy take. Retribution landed, but that's going to fall into the hands of Rins. Kelra surviving in the back because it was a dive by Susan. He backs off. Dyron goes down. Super Prince gets caught, and it's just King Kong and Kelra who can watch and try to defend as RRQ Hoshi are about to get match point.
I don't think the connection can take 4. The connection can't take 4. They need to clear waves and fend back the rest of the kingdom.
Try as they may, there's just way too much to handle. King Kong falls. It's just the finals MVP, but he falls as well. RRQ made that look easy.
Seems to be something going on in the Super Fam as they sit at match point, just 1 loss away from saying goodbye to even touching the next stage of the playoffs.
A huge win for the Kingdom here, taking a game off the current world champions. I don't know. It feels like the Indonesians have figured something out here against them, and could it be the carry? Is that what's going on here, or is Edok making the difference?
The carry was just too convenient. The carry was dealing with Kirk. The carry was dealing with Brusco, and Edok. You know what? The math did not check out for Onyx PH. There's just way too much going on for RRQ for Onyx PH's plans to even reach fruition.
Yeah, Onyx Philippines, I think early on it was working out, but once Edok got that implosion, it seems like little by little, even though it wasn't instantaneous, you could see the impact having the implosion had on King Kong. Not because he was getting caught, because it made King Kong overthink and really see, it's like, is this the perfect time to entry? And then Kirk would say, yeah, go ahead, let's just go for it. And then they'd get caught. Or someone would get caught that would stop the backup of OP.
I don't know. Personally, for me, I think that the blind Valentina did hurt them a little here this time around.
Yeah.
And RQ, once they finished that very first phase and Edok was already on that Tigreal, they knew if we just deny him a couple more ults, we'll be in a pretty good position. At the end of the day, the range was a pretty big issue for them, but the front to backs, you gotta give it to RRQ. Their team fighting is so well done when they've set up the Kingdom walls.
You know what? I didn't even consider that. The range issue for Onyx PH. They need to be in your face for them to do everything they need to do. And as mentioned, the double revitalize sure works, like 70-80% of the time. But when you have a Phoveus, when you have a carry, that's what they want you to do. They want these fights to last longer so that they can deal more damage, they can sustain more, and deal just more true damage. And when you get clumped up like that, best believe, the Iritel and the Joy, they can't really do much. That's at least the diagnosis for the last 5 minutes, those last two big fights.
For RRQ, I feel like what we're seeing here is what could be the, the fabled, prophesized mix-up that we've been waiting for the longest time. Brawl server with a little bit of that boring server mentality. And no, I'm not calling our own server boring. That's the meme. If this is the first time you've heard the meme, I'm sorry. I just need to defend myself here because I know I can hear the keyboards going. But the discipline, like first from Liquid, now from RRQ, this is a different version of these teams that we've seen.
I think it's the discipline in these team fights, right? It's not necessarily just like, oh, we got to make sure we play the game a certain way macro-wise, because just look at the Golden EXP. Initially, there was quite the EXP lead going for Onyx PH, but it didn't necessarily translate because they weren't getting enough gold. So as much as King Kong is like, oh, I'm pretty far ahead against Sutsujin, did we get enough kills to start snowballing our composition out of control? No. And in terms of raw scaling, unfortunately, RRQ Hoshi also had them beat in that department.
Yeah. It feels like also the wall that RRQ, again, we pointed out multiple times, for Rins and Toy was so easy. And Kelra couldn't just join in all the time because most of the time, Dyron was what he had to deal with. The Phoveus just jumping all around him with a vengeance.
Yeah, he was right up in his face as well. And I mean, even that last fight, he sacrificed his life to get 2 back, which is how they got that big setup at the very end. But you got to give it up to Toy here, playing a very, very strong carry game, especially when you're up against an Irithel with Master Assassin as well. Very similar setup in terms of the emblems, and honestly, they came out pretty unscathed.
Yep, kit-wise, there's just very little an Irithel can do to a carry because, folks, if you guys are wondering, the wind of nature carries through, damage goes through. So even if Kelra presses it and then he's in the middle like killing 2 or 3, Toy can just go ha ha and just keep wailing away.
Yeah, it's pretty frustrating to deal with here. But even so, I think that even the big difference that we saw between Kelra's build as well looking towards Toy's build was the Malefic Gun compared to the Malefic Roar. And I think there was a necessity for the gun coming in from Kelra. Unfortunately, Dyron was a little too big of a problem, especially once he had that blade armor. It just takes way too long.
Making the range situation all the more real. Even the carry shoots further than the Iritel, and it's not like the Iritel can even get in there.
I mean, there was a couple of moments in these fights you could see, like, let's look at the entire shape of it. You could see that Kelra, he wants to get in specifically towards Toy's side, and then Toy he's spacing himself out as much as he can to maintain distance against Kelra. Sometimes it doesn't work out, don't get me wrong. But also, it's a push and pull game. It's a tug of war, you may say, because even Sutsujin is gunning out for the backline.
I think also, other than just having really good protection, Rins also knew when to just say, nah, I'm out of here, man. I'm not going to give any more kills to anyone, if ever. And that's one of the biggest reasons I think as to why he has a near spotless game. You see, the moment he saw Keller, it's like, no, I'm not gonna try to stun you, combo you. Hell no, I am out of here again.
Yeah, really great team fighting coming out from RRQ's side. And I mean, I mentioned it right at the very beginning. Like, Rins needs to be that anchor. He is like the last bastion if the implosion ends up being whiffed by Edog. He needs to follow up and peel and buy that extra bit of time for people to battle spell out of there.
Yep, with the fear, and it's so good. Looking now, just specifically, if you had like a fan cam on Rins' Vexana, you would see that he's always just the finishing touch. He would always, all right, it's a little bit of magic here, a little bit of a CC there, and it was so difficult to be Onyx PH. I was looking like every angle that you can take is covered by someone.
And the way that they fall back as well, again, very atypical of like the macro excellence from the Kingdom, but that is only the very first game here. Game number 2, we need to see some adaptation coming in from Onyx because it looks like one patch, a couple of changes here and there, you know, sprinkling on to some of our fun picks of the day. Something needs to change.
You know, if Onyx PH lose here, that means I have to get a buzz cut, guys. So I'll be near bald tomorrow on broadcast.
And I'll be a baby.
Oh yeah, because you have to shave your head, shave your facial there too.
Wait. That's someone else.
Yeah, that's someone else. Who said you do it at March?
Ah, shucks, I gotta be a booty shorts. With that being said, this is only our very first game in this best of 3. Maybe Onyx PH might turn it around, but it's still an elimination match between the Kingdom as well as the Super Fan. We're gonna go on a short break, and when we come back, it's gonna be more MLBB action here at the Snapdragon Pro Series.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
The journey to greatness starts here. From the 11th to 13th of April, the race reaches its peak at the Tennis Indoor Sanaya. Tickets are live. Be part of the climb and secure your spot now. Be part of the journey. Witness the rise to the top.
Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Stripped away, edit, ignore the hate. And now we big time status and it's us for the taking. We eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is, yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Oh yeah. Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rev. Foot on the gas till you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime.
The play-ins continue between Onyx PH and as well as the Kingdom RRQ. This is a do or die for Onyx PH. 0-1, as you can see, is currently the score. And if you're missing out the action here on Valentine's Day, buy them now for Mobile Masters at the very least. If you had no presents this time for your girl or for your man, Mobile Masters might just be the way to go. In Jakarta itself, experiencing it live with international teams from across the world. Now, it's time to get into this game because this is, I don't know if this is going to be a sweep scenario, but the draft has already begun. We're hoping that it's going to go all 3 games, but who knows, especially here at the SPS.
I'm hoping for a little more respect. And I'm pretty sure I'm echoing thousands of Sonics all around the world because if y'all saw, there was a little bit of a little oopski in the way that they drafted because there was a range issue, there was an effective damage issue, a timing issue. So, you know what? Onyx PH here on the play, I reckon. No, they're not. They are. This is a switcheroo situation.
Yes.
Yeah, they are on the draw here. They are on the double pick side. They ban out the Tigreal. I think that's a great start.
Well, I think it's all right for now. I'm more concerned about like the heavy hitters, the high win rate ones, especially like things like Yi, for an example. I'm also curious whether or not we're going to see the low Yi come through.
Johead is also open still.
Dangerous stuff. I think at this point, I feel like the blind pick coming in from game number 1, the Valentina, definitely was a bit of a toss-up for me. I think other than that, I'm okay with the high loss because it kind of band-aids the scenario of, hey, Irithel needs to get in on the fight. Same goes for Valentina. But coming into it, do you think that King Kong is going to get his hands on the Joy? Or at the very least, do we just take the carry at this point? Switch it up that Irithel maybe for a Moskov?
I think Onyx PH is also considering that Archeoshi might end up with the Joy themselves too, instead of just them being able to take it. That's what the ban is. Okay, take out the Jawhead. So they're still respecting the best pick of Idol. They respected 2 roamers. Oh, low Yi. Oh man, I don't think they're gonna go for a crazy pick-off type. You can still pair up the low Yi with a high loss. If it's gonna be a pick-off roam, actually, that might be a surprise wildcard Archeoshi might consider.
Yeah. Or a Cho, just send in a nice big 3-man Shunbo and then get a perfect kick. Onyx PH though, they're picking between anything of Suyo, Joy, Granger Moskov, if you're feeling that.
Yeah. I think I agree with the Moskov that you mentioned.
This is when was the last time we saw Gatot here in this spot right here, this early in the draft?
No, I totally agree with you. I am a little confused by the Gatot in this prediction. I don't know if Onyx PH is trying to make a hard read against RRQ.
Another hard read like that red 3, that blue 3 Valentina?
I feel like the blind Valentina is a lot more dangerous. At least in this case, it's like a flex pick. We're like, okay,
sure,
at the bare minimum, it's like if things go wrong, you get AOG out of there, so it's not the worst.
That's true. Though still, it's too early. I'd say it's super early, man. Gatot has seen a, I don't know, steady decline since the M6 World Championship, but now, okay, only Onyx can make sense of this.
Right? We'll see. We'll see once we finish up the very first half of the draft, because so far I'm expecting things to go a little more in favor of RRQ, especially since they are on the blue side, right? They're going to show their first 3 first, and it looks like that they're going in. Wow! Alpha into the comfort pick of Dire on the foe.
It's so good.
Yeah, this is a very good first 3 picks by Archeoshi.
I mean, sure, yes, but like you're playing Alpha into Joy. You're not catching Joy ever.
Yeah, but you don't necessarily need to. You just catch whoever's right in front of you. You have the Phovius trying to reach the back line of Onyx PH. You as the Alpha just need to survive so you can retreat, deal the damage that you can deal as an Alpha while spell vamping it.
You let Joy be the last one standing, essentially is what's happening here. Archeoshi, great front line, great map mobility already. What are they closing up with Onyx PH? Moskov, Granger. Still, I'm gonna die on that hill. I think those are still some of your two best picks.
What a carry. Oh, okay. They go Granger.
Dude.
All right, let's see how this will fare now. This is the first time we're going to be seeing Granger in the new patch.
Onyx better ban the carry.
I'm very interested to see how this is really going to play out, right? Oh, they can ban out the carry and as well as the Irithel.
Yep.
I mean, the main difference from Granger previously to Granger in the current patch is the wave clear. And that's
clear speed, yeah.
It is such a big difference here because now, for most people, you usually get rid of that entire wave and now you have no minions to hide behind before you get gunned down in the middle of the lane. So, with that slight change, a pretty big change in this case, it's going to really affect them. And there we go, the Irithel ban coming out inside Onyx PH.
I think even more so, considering how in the last patch we were talking about how, like, yeah, it's a little bit more towards the player because we saw a good amount of Grangers win against Irithels, but with the nerf to Granger, you definitely have to ban the Irithel now.
Coming into the Sicilian ban from the side of RRQ Hoshi, I think it's clear that they want to get rid of artillery-style mid laners. We'll see if they get rid of the Farsa as well. That probably will give extra confirmation.
So that would mean mid lane would be Farsa, Vexana, Aurora if you need. I like the Aurora though. I think you'll need a little bit more utility here in Onyx PH's lineup.
Yes. You sure? I feel like Vexana probably is a better bet in that case because inevitably it's going to come down to, oh, Loi is going to be our anchor. If Loi moves up, we all move up, and Alpha has no means of escape. So let's make something. Oh, speaking of which, actually, this feels like a pretty decent. Oh, I was going to say Matilda. Very good ban coming from Onyx PH.
Yeah, I think that would have been really devastating for the rotations of Onyx PH if they still had to deal with a Matilda too.
It cancels a lot of the all-in.
Yeah.
It denies you your perfect positioning that you worked so hard for.
It's trench warfare, right? As soon as you try to make that initial leap, you only have to run forward despite the bullets flying by you.
That's why there were no grappling hooks in trench warfare. Technology just did not allow for it, and it would have been unfair. Glue here banned out by RRQ Hoshi, so that means they're saying, hey, that Gatot better go where we think it's going. It's left out. Don't Hilda, please don't Hilda.
Let's see.
No Hilda, no Hildies.
No Hildies? I mean, they can't. I mean, they could go CC if they want to.
I would have liked a high loss because the carry's still open.
Oh boy. Yeah. Oh, you're right. Yeah. No, we haven't seen what exactly the marksman coming from RQ Hoshi's gonna be. Oh, Edith is so safe.
Okay, it's the Kirk signature. I mean, they always had a saying before in MLBB season 14. I'll say it in Filipino first and translate. Edith ko na to.
This is my Edith.
This is my Edith. That's what Kirk would say in the draft if it feels like it's an Edith game. And yeah, good source of magic damage. Whatever the roam or EXP needs to be, needs a good amount of physical too. Because it just can't be the Granger dealing the physical damage.
I mean, you're right. You're right about that. But they did kind of change his scaling as well. He got an extra 10% in his ratio.
Yeah, for the late game. But like to cross that bridge, they need a bit more physical. It can't just be the Granger.
Well, let's see what it is going to be. First, RRQ need to finish off their composition. They're going for carry as well as Ruby.
That's another little Edok in the pocket kind of pick. They've won once previously in the group stage of the Challenge Finals with this Ruby. So I'm liking it. Again, off of the momentum of Toy in Game 1. And what is it? There's two solid targets, the Gatot and the Edith, that you're throwing light wheels at.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, really?
Here we go! New patch, baby!
Dude.
If they're not gonna win, at least we're gonna learn something.
Yeah.
And if they do win, this makes the game a little spicier because that means Selena is for real, for fur.
That's so crazy. I don't know about you boys. I'm glad I'm not casting this game because this is going to be a spicy one as Onyx PH put all the chips on the line in an elimination match against the Kingdom. Well done. Good luck to you boys, Leon as well as Romar. Please take it away.
Folks, everything has changed in Selena. If you did not just check your patch notes, it's in that little events tab and then you go, it's not in your inbox no more. You'll see that they tweaked almost everything in Selena, numbers-wise.
You know, we teased it in the panel earlier. Like, I did mention that I'd want to see the Selena tease that for Super Friends. I didn't expect to see it in this kind of matchup for a Selena.
A do or die.
It's a do or die. You're up against a Ruby, an Alpha, a Phobius, a Low Yi. As a Selena, just like, sure? Okay.
You know what? Here's what I'm afraid for. I'm afraid for Toy. Because as a Selena, there's very little you can do. As a carry, it's like go, you know what? I'm fine.
Yeah.
If anything, Edok might have to babysit you. But here we go. Game number 2. Do or die, all on the table. It's all or nothing for Onyx PH. They gotta win this or go home. RQ Hoshi going for the throat.
Initial minion wave trade in the mid. Oh, Rince flickered! Okay.
Frinz did too.
Okay, Frinz did too. He forced it out. Frinz still really low. They cannot get any control whatsoever in the center of the map.
Yep, this is a full-on burst Selena rocking that lethal ignition. So you know what she wants to do. You know what this is leading towards. King Kong just struggling to get a free farm. Edok living in his personal space. What's the laning like? This Granger versus Carry, we're going to see more of that often in the next few weeks. And this Edith versus... This is a tale as old as time kind of matchup.
Yeah, this one it's down to the team fights, honestly. In terms of the laning, you don't really see a big trade between those two. It's just their impact in the team fights closest to them.
Yep.
While Keller seems to be handling it relatively good compared to Toy, because Toy was the first one to pop his regen. He was brought to like 50. Then he had to regen against the Ranger.
That's a statement of dominance. It's just like,
Yeah.
you're lower faster.
Onyx PH, really, for me, as much as we've talked about Super Friends and Selena, again, we were hyping it up because other than the changes, this is his favorite hero. This was the hero that he picked to be featured alongside his M6 exclusive trading card.
He could have picked any from a Lu Yi to a Farsa to a Valentina. He chose this hero, which has gotten buffed, and now the turtle has spawned 4 members apiece on each side. In comes Dairen.
He goes forward. He's stopping King Kong single-handedly. Phobius is stopping the Joy, and the turtle will go to RQ Hoshi because no more juggler for the side of Onyx Philippines to retribution it as Brusco just feels the brunt of the damage. Diversion coming in from Rince. Where's it gonna go? It's to invade and stop King Kong from farming.
That turtle pit was no place for a little Leonin girl. King Kong not in any shape to be 3-4 heroes deep into any engagement, and he's gonna lose his orange. This is painful. As a fan of Onyx PH, the Sonics watching all over the world wondering what happened to the M6 World Champions. Why can't they catch a break? RQ Hoshi now about 800 gold up.
RQ Hoshi, proven and tested right now. They are just playing better. Meanwhile, the bottom lane, you see Kirk and King Kong trying to go after Dairen, but Dairen has the little help. The damage reduction being under the turret, and he will not fall. But that means Kirk, he won't have an impact in the map too because he had to commit that ultimate to bring Dairen that low.
Yep, luckily they don't seem to be looking for big fights just yet. But that does mean RQ Hoshi know that Onyx won't try to fight anything!
Too dangerous for a Selena to even clear the minion wave as Edok with a pull as the Ruby, and the diversion so close. They could have just walked it, but they wanted that purple buff now. King Kong will not get it. King Kong will get damaged, and he can just watch Kirk trying to help now. Brusco gonna go in with the AOG! A massive combo with Kirk, but do they have the damage? Kirk will be able to take down Edok. Here comes Kelra. It's a damage with the Granger enough. Susujin will fall as well. King Kong going after Rince. Rince trying to survive. He'll make it under turret and he'll survive, but Dairen will not. A sudden counter. Kirk and Brusco with a tag team.
Silver lining for the Sonics. Onyx PH come alive as they go for a long-term trade and eventually a clap back. The beast has been unleashed. Prior, he was starving. They took away 2 buffs from him, 1 purple, 1 orange, and off of that turnaround, off of Super Friends, finally catching an amazing Abyssal Arrow, they get to equalize, down to 400 gold now. Brusco about to get cornered out of here. Still not that far out ahead as Onyx PH concede the turtle over to RQ. The pull by Edok.
Kelra is in trouble here. If Brusco falls, Brusco still surviving though. Superfence is close enough to provide what little help that he can. In the bottom lane, Kirk is equalizing the push that is being, pushed by RQ Hoshi in the top lane. Brusco sees Edok, and Kelra saying, "What nerf? I still hurt, man."
The burst in that 3-man gank squad by Onyx PH. They do have to concede that tier 1 up top. All this while though, look at Kirk. Oh man, they should check on that Edith.
That is what we call in the Philippines a split type. He is cool as an air conditioner right now. He is okay there. But at some point, he will have to leave the push and just, you know, really join in the fights. Because they do need the magic damage that the Edith brings out.
Makes sense, because the gold lead has now been inverted. There's a quick diversion play. No one home. Just checking in on that trap. So, again, there's some unprecedented utility that we haven't seen in the meta in a long time. Super Prince has control over certain brushes that he didn't have to visit. King Kong here going for that bush steal, that orange buff. That get checked in. Oh, I don't with the pull.
Okay, that's the ultimate of the Ruby. Already committed. AOG go in, but RRQ Hoshi sidestep it. It was just for... So Brusco can help King Kong. Oh! Did that orange buff go to Super
Nope,
Prince? No, I did
Sutsujin
not.
got it.
Okay, just in the nick of time, he was able to retribution it. He had
There
to commit
was
that.
about a nanometer between that and the retribution. Retribution's faster.
Yeah. I mean, it is instant, right?
You heard it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so it's still, I still think this is still a very difficult game for Super Friends to pull it off, but you
sure.
see he's a little bit more calculated and a little bit more patient with when he enters. Great diversion by RQ.
It's still an experimental pick.
Yeah.
As awesome as it's working in the few times it has in the past 7 minutes, it's still a new element in the current metagame. 5-man presence here. All the members of Arkiyoshi clamping down on this turtle, and they do find one.
Kirk able to get the knock up onto the Edoc Ruby. Arkiyoshi will be able to get the turtle without a problem. And Onyx PH, that's as much as they can do. They don't have that big ticket ultimate that a mid laner provides. So if the Selena doesn't get anyone, well, it's not going to be a go signal.
Instead of a big bazooka to the face, this Selena is essentially death by 1,000 cuts. One of those cuts sometimes would be a giant katana, all right?
Yeah.
Sometimes there's some burst in there, but for better or for worse, you're actually just playing the map, getting a little bit of better CC. There's a nice arrow there thrown out to catch Sutsujin, but wait, diversion into Pixel Brush.
Oh, they're going to be able to find Brusco. He'll try to just walk away. He does have the Revitalize if ever he needs it. And again, disciplined by RRQ Hoshi, they're not going to force it. But as much as they're not forcing, it's become stagnant a little bit because King Kong is not pushing up top.
That's right. So every minute that passes by that King Kong isn't punished, isn't compromised, isn't forced to take fights or go elsewhere, deny his rotations, then that's more hope for Onyx RQ Kohushi, though, making for the most of that absence, pushing this bottom lane tier 1, because again, King Kong left a little chubby wave up top. Should be a push in about a second or two.
Just one more flying, there we go, arrow from the Siege Minion. Arki Hoshi will counter back in the bottom lane, still aggressive. And they know where RRQ are in the map, does Onyx PH. Can they find the pick or the start though? Edoc tried it himself, but able to sidestep. Was Super Friends. Another diversion up, but it's not going to get casted by Rins. Toy, oh, a few love taps onto the Selena.
You call it a love tap? That's a tap of passion.
Oh, here comes Kirk with a flicker forward, but they get stopped by the Ruby right in their tracks. King Kong going in as well. RQ Hoshi and Onyx are both disciplined. They say this is not the fight worth taking just yet.
And that's a wave that RQ Hoshi are pushing in slowly but surely. Even if, you know, this is allowing for Onyx PH to farm up, the same is true for RQ Hoshi. They are still ahead. Yeah. These are still fights that they're forcing onto Onyx, and that is a wave that they're winning down bottom and in mid. Lord started up already by RQ Hoshi, taking that bush up top, forcing King Kong to let out that ult.
No Edith ultimate, no Joy ultimate. Edoc quite low, Sutsujin close to 50. They had to get one spell vamp and healing. They can get Edoc closer to 20 and 0 now. Sonic PH are slowly winning the formation battle here as the roamer of RQ Hoshi needs to back.
Friends, like a sniper, just throwing out these arrows, throwing out these traps, allowing for him to be at, what, a third of his health and still be an active part of these fights. That almost single-handedly allowed for Onyx to get a reset. So both teams can actually just regain some health along the way.
Another Abyssal Arrow stops what could have been a jump onto Kelra in the mid lane. It's just like compounding interest with these skill shots as they constantly land. The Granger and the Selena. RQ Hoshi said, let's just leg it, let's just try. Diversion getting casted. How many is that? That's gonna be 3. Where did they go? Oh, they found Super Prince in the mid! What a call and what a play by RRQ Hoshi. Instantly advantage for the Kingdom. And now the Sonics will try and hold and contest. Kirk has his ultimate back. He's already forced to use it against the Phobias as Dyren is stopping Onyx from doing anything. King Kong already committed the beats, but it's not enough. Kelra is here, but Dyren falls to the hands of the Savage. Rin's forced to flicker back. It wasn't a clear win for RRQ. It's a stalemate still.
Onyx PH with a delayed clap back. You'll see there the AOG failing to catch anyone, but it was long enough for the rest of Onyx PH to respond, and we have here a 1-for-1. Prince for Dyren, and just like that, we're back to square one. Another Lord Dance initiated this time by Onyx PH. All this while, another wave set in mid, something to think about for RRQ. Lord here down to a 10th of his health.
Oita goes in with the ultimate Bruto finds Toy, but the diversion is here to help RRQ. Or was it actually helpful as 3 falls and Kirk gets the Lord? Make that 4. It's just Dyren trying to survive, but that's a triple for the god of the Ghost Lane.
Onyx Philippines, their patience paying dividends. Going from a Lord take to a turret take to a buff steal, now up about 4,000 gold over RRQ Hoshi, and they are calling the map theirs. It's red, ladies and gentlemen. All tier 1s and 2s taken down.
That felt like them cashing out on investing in crypto in 2013 and cashing out in 2025.
It's like holding on to that first edition Charizard, fam. And looking at the map, all waves have been synced. RRQ Hoshi can only hold on. So far, their tricks haven't been working.
Rin's?
iDoc hasn't been catching his hooks. Down goes Rin's 1v1 up top.
And King Kong finds one. Advantage for Onyx Philippines. Turrets will not be forced unless, will they? Will they try? They know they have the man advantage, but is it too risky with the counterplay potential of a Ruby? Missile Arrow hits Sutsujin. Yes, they're still steady.
It's the same issue as in game number 1. The marksman just could not find the time to get all the damage in. Sutsujin, defensive, Spear of Alpha, tier 3 down bottom. The inhibitor taken down. Permanent damage to RRQ's base. You know what? All right, number 1, iDoc gets the perfect pull. That's one way to go. Second option for RRQ Hoshi, what about a picture-perfect diversion? What if they pick off Prince again? What if they pick off Kelra? They haven't been able to touch the Savage.
They do know that Onyx love that 4-1 split. That 3-2 split that they do. Maybe that's where it'll come from, right? The diversion you mentioned.
And the beauty of this is, if you're a Sonic fan, is that's much easier said than done. With the range that the Granger has, the only hero in the current pool, maybe say for a Beatrix, more reliably so, the Beatrix only has one way of sniping from that far, is the Granger can be so far off and still be an active part of a fight with a quick 1-2 second rotation.
And yes, the Granger was nerfed, but that was his early to mid presence. We are at that point where Granger is just Granger again.
It doesn't matter. The nerf is now null and void. Currently, Kelra is just waiting for one more item. He's sitting pretty with a, oh my god, you know that Kelra is comfortable. You know that Granger's happy when he starts building Sky Piercer.
Yeah, and he's confident. I think he built that. That was just his second item, right?
Must be at 4 stacks by now.
Yeah, should be at 4, and now he has a BOD as well.
Sad sword.
The poke damage that Onyx PH can bring out might just make RRQ Hoshi sad.
See?
Oh, the AOG lands on the back of the Abyssal Arrow, getting the information.
Another one
landed. King Kong with the beats, and iDoc goes down. Kirk with the entry, and Rich falls to another Abyssal Arrow by the Monster Mage. A maniac for Kelra. Will he live up to the name? Chasing after Dyren, and it is a Savage for the Savage.
Some names make the player, but here in this case, the player makes the name. We're going to game 3. The Sonics take it to the kingdom 1-1.
Equalized. I can't believe it. Equalized. And we finally get to see in the second half of that game, Super Friends coming alive, landing arrow after arrow after arrow. Honestly, very nerve-wracking for the Sonics out there.
Hold up, what was that, like 5 or 6 seconds between the first arrow and the second? And they were coming from different angles? If I was a part of the kingdom, if I was a player in RRQ, I'd be like, Where did that come from? How did he come from that angle?
Yeah, that sounded like anime. It came from directly in front of them, then slightly off to the right, then fully almost as if behind them, but from the right. It's like, what the heck, Super Prince?
These are very optimal angles. Again, most people's UIs are covering that side of your screen.
Exactly.
So you can't really react to it until it's too late, and then people need to communicate. But even so, the scoreline is 5-16, despite RRQ having some pretty insane pickoffs with the help of Edom.
A majority of those 16 kills came in the past 5 minutes alone. That's how far Onyx PH ramped up in their efficiency, in their utility, and one could say Prince was just warming up his arrows.
That's what it felt like, right? The majority of the game was just like, all right, it's been a while since I played this competitive. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. Hey, look at me. Look, I'm feeling it again.
I was about ready to go. You shouldn't have picked it, Prince. You shouldn't have. But I'm gonna eat my words because the kill score, the KDA, the post game stats don't tell you the whole story of how integral this Selena was to Onyx PH's comeback.
It's pretty deceptive, I'm not gonna lie, right? I mean, I'm looking at RRQ. They had such an incredible early game. They were starting to really snowball out of control, and I think we'll see it in the graph later on in the line. But as you guys mentioned, this Granger, yes, he came to a point where he outscaled his initial early game nerfs, and now he is in a position where actually he's quite in a position of power, because every time he lands those Death Sonatas, it's just that much easier to follow it up with an AOG, with another arrow, with maybe even a setup from Kirk, but most importantly, King Kong.
Death Sonata has a little bit of a slow, folks.
Yep.
It's a small, decaying slow, but sometimes that's enough for you to get hit by an arrow, get hit by an onward, get hit by an arrow.
Again?
An AOG.
That's accurate.
Yeah, so the Granger now makes sense, folks. Whatever the internet's saying, Granger's not dead.
Yeah. It's quite maybe a little bit, okay, not dead. Maybe slightly in a coma in the early game. But you mentioned something about the Selena being deceptive. I think what happened to Granger also led to another layer of deception. Because, right, you're used to the Granger of the previous meta being, okay, we know you hurt. But then now you're playing up against a Granger that, when is his power spike now? It feels like at some point, RQ Hoshi was like, no, the Granger's fine. It's like, wait, where's this damage coming from? Suddenly, you see items getting racked up on Kelra. He rushed a Sky Piercer. He went Malefic Roar third. And then suddenly, the Granger that you didn't worry about in the early game is the one blasting you already in the mid to the late.
Funnily enough, based on the gold and the EXP graph, you can actually see exactly when that happened, right? From the early stages of the game, you see that the EXP and as well as gold leading into RRQ for the first 5 minutes of the game. However, there's a huge dead air period between 5 to 10, and from 10 minutes onwards, while this entire time, Kelra, not dying a single time, hits the power spikes and starts snowballing out of control.
And look at this build. This is... You know, when you see a Granger that struggles, usually he doesn't get to build a Sky Piercer.
Oh, yeah.
So as soon as he built the Sky Piercer, what was that? Second item? Third item?
Second item.
You know that he's swimming in it. He's eating good. So, folks, that's one thing to note, especially when you're in a lane that is with a hero that wants to scale to a hero that wants to hit a power spike of their own. So I guess this is better drafting. This is the result of better drafting for Onyx Philippines, is because they knew not to give the Irithel. They put it up against a hero that just has less range. I'll dare say now, less range than the Granger in the early to mid, and this allowed for Kelra to get to this position.
I suppose, but I think that RRQ, they had like such a good read on the game for the earlier stages. I think they unfortunately just weren't able to snowball enough out of control. And although Onyx PH did have to make a couple of sacrifices, these arrows and the fact that RRQ having to slow down on the engagement inevitably compounded to a point where Kelra can be like, okay, we've slowed them this much amount of time, it's time to pay it back with interest.
And as we're seeing the highlights, you actually see the effects of them sort of overlooking the Granger. A good amount of those were suddenly Kelra coming out of nowhere, getting the initial pick so that it stops an RQ Hoshi sequence, the triple kill here, and at the same time, we also see there, that's Super Frizz. That was the second one already. He'll land another one right after this. It's like, oh, look
there
at
it is.
me. Boom. Like,
almost from behind.
Yeah. You see the two heroes and the two players that we really gave a lot of focus on. But I think at the same time, you also need to appreciate what Kirk and Brusco did here. Again, they were able to find that massive combo that started the turnaround. The onward, Earth Shatter, and then the AOG follow-up. And it was right at the end of the AOG too. They were about to escape it, but it was just perfectly timed.
Yeah. No, they're guarantors, right? Every single time you hit it, then you can follow up straight away, and you can guarantee a second arrow if necessary, if not another form of CC. Either way, very interesting composition and very interestingly played. High risk, high reward, as we saw that really snowballed out of control fast.
So with both round 1 matches going to game 3, with one of them being, I don't know, did we expect Onyx eSports? We did.
Yeah.
Will this go the same way? Will this go the same route? Because will we see the Selena get banned?
Now, it could be. It could be a bit of a change. I mean, we've seen some interesting picks here. We're going to have a bit of a discussion as we go on a short break here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. But when we come back, it's going to be the decider. One of these teams are going home. Which one? We don't know.
The journey to greatness starts here. From the 11th to 13th of April, the race reaches its peak at the Tennis Indoor Senayan. Tickets are live. Be part of the climb and secure your spot now. Be part of the journey. Witness the rise to the top.
Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, Don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, don't stop. Don't stop.
Let's get waved, let's get lit, let's get high, let's come have it. Let's get boss, let's get.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Snapdragon Pro Series live in Johor Bahru. This is quite the game we are watching between Onyx PH up against the Kingdom RRQ. Match is currently 1-1 as we go into Game 3. Keep in mind, it is a do or die. One of these teams will go home. Now, boys, walk me through this, because previous game we saw quite the snowball of a lifetime coming in from Onyx PH. It goes to a testament of their understanding of the game. Were you shaking? Because I know I was for a moment there.
Shaking? I was terrified.
I would be lying if I said I wasn't.
Yeah, it was quite the game indeed, but I do feel bad for RRQ. You know, was playing a strong Ruby game.
That's a signature Ruby that I think suffered its first loss in all of SPS so far. But just the same, we're discovering what we can get away with in the meta. I think that's a win for all of us, besides Onyx.
I suppose. I guess. It's hard to say. I don't know, because it feels like Granger, that early game is definitely so much weaker. However, it feels like, you know, for some of these teams, Iman definitely seemed to stray away from it today. But Kara didn't mind picking it up knowing the early game implications.
Embrace the Grange.
Embrace the Grange.
Embrace the Grange.
Yeah, RRQ Hoshi were granging.
Yeah. Oh, okay. All right, here we go. So far in SPS, Eman and Kelra, you know, longtime rivals, got the Savages, right? With the Granger. In M6, Innocent hit a fever pitch, like the most kills in a single game with a Granger. So something's up with his hero, man. And even with that little tweak, he's still tweaking.
He's still tweaking.
Still tweaking, dog.
He is still tweaking. But now we come back into game number 3. This is where it gets sweaty between these teams. Onyx PH now on the blue side, RRQ Hoshi on the red side. In terms of the bans, the Phobius Harith, as well as the Yves for Onyx PH, the Jushin, Loyi, and Fanny for RRQ Hoshi.
So Granger? No, I'm kidding. I mean, Joy, if they want to. Third straight Joy game for King Kong, unless they want to switch up their trading of the jungles and go for a Suyo Alpha trade.
Do you think they're convinced? They've convinced themselves that Selena, this is the way to go.
And, you know, there was something about the body language of Super Prince in the draft earlier. I saw him, like, look. I'm not going to assume he said, like, really, but it was like he was just laughing, looking at his team and saying, yeah. Okay. And that came before the Selena pick, so...
They were talking about it.
Yeah, they were talking about it.
They were setting it up. I don't know if this is a Selena game, though. I think you have to be specific about it. Like, you have to see a majority of your opponent's picks before you full commit, before you full send. So RRQ Hoshi still have a lot of options open. Lagrange is still open. Your Moskov, your Jawhead still open. They go for the Hayabusa, so snubbing the Suyo, snubbing the Alpha, and the Hilda. So that's a Dyron special.
Oh yeah, I think, you know, even with the Dyron special of the Phobius, it's a different flavor, but more so to deny Kirk this time round. Especially since we've seen Kirk spread into the Hayabusa matchups and really just like bully them out of their own jungle. And I think that for Sutsujin, he prefers to keep it clean, keep it honest, and play a game that will slowly, eventually give him that interest back.
Yeah, Onyx PH can pick the Jawhead or the Joe here. I would rather see them pick up the Jawhead because it's still undefeated for Brusco. But, is it gonna be... I don't know.
It's a tough call, but it'd be very funny if we do see the Selena one more time. Oh, Gatot here.
There was a Gatot in the Selena lineup earlier.
It was.
Again,
it was.
Let's remember the little interactions. The traps and the arrows slow you down enough to throw out an AOG.
If they go Selena here, though, wouldn't that be they don't have the right damage profile? Because the damage of Moskov isn't similar to the damage of the Granger.
It's a bursty, yeah. His is a more DPS.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe that's one of the conditions maybe that was what they wanted for the Granger. Like, they needed a poke mage to pair with it. They were trying something out. And Selena just so happened to fit the bill.
I mean, if they wanted to, they could have gone like Farsa or something of that sort, right? Because again, even that early game was pretty rough. if I'm not gonna lie. Level 2 losing out your flicker.
The Farsa, though, does not have the map utility. So
Oh,
I guess that's
also
what helped
true.
them get to that late game power spike.
That's a good point.
Arkeoshi now picking up the Granger. There it is.
All right. So it's RSQ's turn to try this out. Now, you are definitely going to lose the push in the early game against the Moskov. I am interested to see how the matchup has kind of changed the dynamic, though.
And the late game is not guaranteed. What if, some way, somehow, Keller just gets mad at you and goes, Toy, you ain't gonna play. He just starts, you know. It's possible because you can play the map with the Granger, with the Moskov. You can't with the Granger.
Yeah, it's it'll be interesting. I think right now the big question is whether or not where is this Hilda going to go. It is going to be utilized as a flexibility. Same goes for the Gutot on the other end. We haven't seen too much Hilda roam these days. Generally, we expect it to go to the EXP, which begs the question: is Edok going to go back onto something like the Ruby into the Joy matchup?
Good read. To be a possibility. I like the Edith here.
That's a good read.
If I'm Onyx PH, I want to see them ban the Valentina so that they're forcing either an Aurora, Farsa, Sicilian type of deal for Rins in the mid lane.
Or Vex. Oh, the Vex got banned.
Yeah,
All
Vex
right.
got banned. So that they can pick up the Kali Gatot combo. That'll be their front line. And then for their mid, they'll just take like whatever's left and open. I actually want to see Kirk here with the Kali, considering that this Edith is gone, Hilda's gone as well. Just put the Gatot into Brusco's hands again. You can't do the swerve where sometimes Kirk plays Cho. Usually that means a Khalid for them. Not all the time though, but usually.
If they are going to be thinking about Khalid, then there should be a consideration for Lucas as well, right? At this point, it's pretty much going to go untouched unless it gets early game.
Yeah, Lucas eats up Hilda. So I think that should be good for Kirk.
Ooh.
Oh no, that's the Edok special.
Ooh, nice glue.
Tigreal winning them game 1. And the glue in the hands of Kirk, so confirmed where this Gatot's going.
Wait, is this the right play though?
What's the mid?
Will it be a Valen again?
I mean, they could just jack the farmers to save them and force them into... oh no, they banned out the Vex already. Oh boy.
There it is.
Okay, pure... making sure that this glue is not going to get one shot in the middle of a fight.
I mean, looking at Arkeoshi right now, up until this mid comes out, there's nothing that can technically one-shot the glue. If anything, he's scrambling the rest of RQ.
I think that's the main idea, right? Because again, the team composition needs to clump up together. Oh, they're gonna go for Novaria.
Echoes into Implosion.
Echoes into Implosion is one thing, but the Netherrealm is still quite a problem. And even so, I think this is the best that Kesku can actually force out from Onyx PH.
I think for Onyx PH, they don't exactly have the perfect lineup for it. Their best chance is ending this within like 7 minutes. Not the game, but by 7th minute, it's clear that Onyx PH has the lead, and you're forcing Arkeoshi to play from behind.
And that's doable because they have a really good draft, like lane to lane, roll to roll. They're winning majority of those matchups.
Oh man, right now the score is 1-1. Anybody's game, but only one team is going home. Leo, Remar, take us into game number 3.
Yes, we will. So far, it's been a journey. We've learned a lot about what's possible in the meta. We've learned about what's winning these days when you're trading time, gold, and space. And so far, these teams have to take all of that into consideration, learning from 1, 2, and now to the rubber match. Match point. No turning back. The point of no return is upon us. All ye, abandon all hope. Past here. Onyx PH versus RQ Hoshi. Let's check out the emblems and these early rotations. Real quick, you're seeing you're seeing Impure Rage on Rins. Good friend of ours, Husky, tried out some Novaria yesterday. Do note that there's still a mana weakness to this hero, even if that mana regen or mana costs got adjusted.
And now for... Okay. I thought we'd see something a little bit more aggressive. Oh, maybe once he's reached his level 4, then Brusco needs to make sure he's in the mid lane around Super Friends. I'm looking at the mid and the junglers for this one. It feels like out of these two, they're really the ones that can make or break an early to mid game power spike. The Joy and the Faramis on one hand, and the Novaria and the Hayabusa on the other, because the information that the Novaria provides, plus the utility, the sheer utility that the Faramis provides, it feels like it's those two most importantly to make sure they get that early to mid condition.
Yeah, well, now that you're mentioning that, whoa, they catch King Kong, forcing him back. You're gonna have to regen the old-fashioned way.
Wow.
There's a turtle spawning down in this little corner of the map in about 15 seconds. I think Onyx PH has a clear advantage because of timing. Timing-wise, as long as King Kong and Super Friends are in the same clump, they can get away with much more. RQ Hoshi, though, there's a little bit of setup involved. You gotta land that Echoes.
Yeah. Weirdly enough, for both of these two, they don't want the other to reach so far into the late game. That's how good the Moscow and the Green Tree will be at that point. You see them being aggressive, trying to take this turtle. Electrifying Beast already committed, and King Kong will be able to get it as Susujin was getting zoned out. Dyron left behind here. It's just him against the fam, and it's first blood for the Friends. And they will continue into the purple buff AOG. The aggression of Onyx in a snap. Will Kelra even commit this? It might be a bit too much to ask for. Ida already forced to flicker, and they still connect with the grab.
And this whole time, King Kong's retribution has been untouched. Brusco will eventually bite it, but they're not done with Dyran!
Another kill for King Kong. Toy is here, and he says, this ain't worth it, man. I'm gonna go back to my lane and farm. And Onyx PH are now farming in RRQ Hoshi's own jungle.
Oh, these kind of rotations, these kinds of advantages 3 minutes in, it feels like something you only see in a scrim. But now Onyx PH have unleashed it onto RRQ in game number 3 of an elimination round. Dear God, look, they're still going!
Split by the glue, and that's enough for E-Doc to say, let's slow things down. 1.7k and climbing, or well, hovering around that, is the lead of Onyx Philippines. As RRQ Hoshi, they were shock and awed, and here comes E-Doc. Get shock and awed again. Now it's slow things down.
Looking at the items so far, Susujin about maybe 500, 1,000 gold away from his War Axe, so he can only really play defensively. No one he's hitting so far, and I'd say, you know what, about 4 minutes into game number 3, my theory stands true. You need to get that Echoes in before Rins becomes an actual factor. Because look at this! Oh, just one more and he will go down!
The trade combo between the Gatsatkacha and the Faramis. Pull the taunt plus all the magic damage that they can dish out brings Rins really low. He's at around 35% health. Brusco entering the jungle of RQ Hoshi, trying to get the information and buying time, as it will be a free turtle for Onyx. And here comes Kelra, landing the SOD, and Sutsujin falls.
Sutsujin can't catch a break. All this while, Onyx PH was working on the turtle. We haven't even really checked in on King Kong for the past minute or so. And look at this, double laning for Kelra. Sure, he had a shortcut, had the SOD, but just the same, they are catching more gold across the map than RRQ Hoshi could. Even EXP, Dyran has to answer to everything that RRQ Hoshi can, because looking at their lineup, he's the only one who can really respond. Brusco, another 2v1 engagement.
Seems like at this point, E-Doc we've seen E-Doc and just the border of the river, just the shoreline. Every time he tries to get info, someone's there stopping him. Usually it's Kirk. And look at E-Doc, the idol of game 1, trying to get away from this glue. But it's too much of a sticky situation as Super Friend sidesteps the Star Shatter. They are still getting chased though. It forces out the ultimate of the Faramis. The SOD will not land as Toy is able to dash away. And Kirk, Super Friends, and Brusco might call it enough. Kirk might be left behind. Will RRQ Hoshi chase down this glue? They can't. They don't have the right tools for it.
Sutsujin, though, letting out a quad shadow just in case Kirk had his reservations. Onyx PH now 3,000 gold ahead. Pop in a tier 1 up top despite all that's happened across the map. Remember, when was the last time you saw a Twilight armor built in 5 minutes? That's what Kirk did here.
Oh, that is fast. Respecting the burst. Okay, so since it's only 1 magic damage on the side of RRQ Hoshi, he didn't need to go Radiant, he didn't need to go Athena's. There are 2 bursts, so I like this Twilight.
He didn't need to go Antique so soon. Yeah. I reckon he's on his way to just but a casual Dreadnought, since there is a Granger and a Hayabusa. But as it is, he just said, yeah, I just don't want to get bursted. As long as I get my split, I should be fine in these engagements. And that's been paying dividends for Onyx PH. Final turtle of this game spawning upper quarter. 3,000 gold still standing on Onyx PH. Nothing from RQ so far. It's been tough to be Sutsujin, man. 0-2 this early. Looking for a pull, forcing a Sacred Hammer from Edok. They catch Dyron once more.
They see the Hilda, they see the take. The Astral Echo sees all those. Spear of Destruction. And
AOG!
here comes the Super Fam! The Avatar of Guardian by the Bruiser to set things up. And in a snap, to fall on the side of Hoshi as Sutsujin will just try to make space in the map as Onyx is making the map theirs.
They take priority on the turret in mid. All this while, Sutsujin taking what they could for the Kingdom. Tier 1 down bottom, taking down a little bit of breathing room for Toy. And I'd reckon this is Onyx PH taking advantage of that whole Granger situation. Early in the game, without items, the Granger can't hold its own, can't punish opponents that are pushing in forward over and over and over again. The final turtle scored here by Onyx PH. And there's nothing the Kingdom could do. Brusco spots Sutsujin playing footsies. King Kong, can he take this? Can he steal it? The answer is yes.
He does. What? Oh no, he doesn't.
He doesn't? Where'd
He
he
doesn't.
go?
Yeah, that's a purple buff under the feet of Sutsujin.
Sutsujin took it then.
Yeah,
The
we're still able to
retribution
secure it.
still as sharp.
All right, so a little bit of a breathing room for Sutsujin as he finally gets a buff.
Count their blessings at least.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you were right. Dreadnought armor for the glue, or as the business would call, a sleeveless anti-cuirass. That's an official thing, right?
It's just a little bit of protection from Sutsujin and Toy. So far, looking at who's making the most of this lead, I'd reckon would be... I would assume Kelra would be farming out his mind, but no, Toy is actually holding on pretty well.
Yep.
Toy is sitting at about 100 gold away from Kelra.
I think that's also one of the reasons why Sutsujin is just scrambling to get what farm is left for him, because they've also been funneling farm into the Granger. And the gold lane, other than, of course, the gank, was left relatively untouched.
That's where it's all at. It's on King Kong and Sutsujin. That's about 3,000 almost between these two.
The Super Fam have left RQ Hoshi thunderstruck so far. 9 minutes into the third game of this best of 3, an elimination match in the opening round of the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals Playoffs. And it continues just, relentless! They didn't allow Sutsujin to play and they almost took him down there. And now it'll be a punish onto Edok if he cannot get away, but he's forced to commit the flicker. And they are still continuing. They don't want to stop.
All right. So far, so good. RQ Hoshi saving themselves from sure carnage as Onyx PH ravage their tier 2s. Top lane gonna crash. There's a big wave in mid waiting to be welcomed. RQ Hoshi holding for dear life, making sure that their impoverished shinobi don't fall even more. AOG coming in!
Just to make sure Edok cannot get away. And here comes King Kong! Trying to go after Toy and Sutsujin. It forces out the flicker from the Granger. Sutsujin able to dance away from the Joy. And Onyx PH break their first inhibitor of the game as they slowly break RQ Hoshi apart.
We're approaching the 1,000 gold per minute net for RRQ under Onyx PH's boot as we reach the 10-minute mark. The current lead, 9,300. Holy Shields pop, all lanes in, and Onyx are just eyeing this lord. Nothing RRQ could do but to wait inside their base.
9.3. They focused on Sutsujin, and even though Granger was able to farm, we still have yet to feel the effects of Toy.
Toy needs setup, and Edok has been biting it. Edok has been just chomping down. It's the same situation again. Dyron is rocking a Hilda with Revitalize. Does this not look like Game 1 to you all over again, but the other way around?
It's an alternate universe, another version that we're seeing. Instead of getting the Hilda for themselves, they ended up with one of the picks that, hell, even RQ Hoshi made popular in the challenge season with the glue last phase pickup. AOG charged up already. Here comes Brusco. Is this the end of the kingdom for the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6? And the entry, the damage says it might just be. The ultimate of the Phantom is already committed. Everyone knows the light strikes before you even hear the thunder as the kingdom were left struck down by the reigning champions of the world.
The Super Fam get one over the Kingdom moving through the brackets. Onyx PH 2-1 versus RRQ Hoshi.
Turning this around in a reverse sweep against the Kingdom. They get to move on, and they have achieved a second life here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. But unfortunate for the fans of the Kingdom, of course. It is heartbreaking to see. They played a strong game number one, but they couldn't close it out.
Much like the Aurora situation, this series was a nail-biter. We didn't know up until the last moment, can Onyx PH do it? And with their learnings from game one, game two, the new meta, they were able to beat down on the Granger, just wasn't ready yet.
And well, that looked like just the perfect approach. I'm not sure whose call it was, but it was, okay, we're up against a Granger. We showed them what Granger does in game number 2. Let's show them what the Granger cannot do if we mess up the center of the map.
They took the carrot, bro.
Yeah, they took the carrot. They ate the stick too. Let's just put it at that as well. E-Dog, Rins, yeah, they couldn't poise up. It felt like, as much as we appreciated the Novaria, a part of me thinks they would have been more competitive if it was a different pick.
Possibly. It's really tough to say. A lot has been done to the patch at this point, but in the meantime,
all
we have to
right,
congratulate
guys, and there we have it.
over to LaFell and Rose for the interview.
Will be ending their journey in the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6. But beside me and LaFell, we have the Filipino Savage, the one and only gold standard Kelra.
Now, Kelra, here's the thing. You are definitely one of the best, the best gold laner in the world. And one of the things that makes you the best is how you're able to deal out damage in very chaotic team fights. Game 1, Game 2, Game 3, we see RQ over and over again trying to get you. How can you still deal damage when everyone is chasing after you? Is it your own preparation for the fight? Or everyone from your team giving you so much space?
Para sa akin, kaya nakakapag-damage ako na nakakadamage sa team fight dahil din sa kampi ko, nabibigyan nila ako ng space and tiwala nila sa akin and tiwala ko sa kanila.
So the reason how he can deal out so much damage in team fights is because of his teammates. They give him enough space to farm and get sufficient items, and they also trust each other really well. Wow, Kelra, you came prepared today, huh? The English came prepared today. Okay, now Kelra, just now maybe you could share with us what happened in the first game. What was the upset and how did it happen actually?
Tingin ko yung nangyari lang ng first game, medyo magulo kami sa mga plano namin in comms. Sa yun lang siguro.
It was more of a miscommunication in comms.
Now, Kara, final question here. Coming in as world champions, every team is looking to take down Onyx Philippines. Throughout all the opponents you faced in the Snapdragon Pro Series, do you feel like any teams have figured out how to get a win against you guys?
Para sa amin, ready kami sa... Alam namin sa team namin na kami yung tinitignan ng lahat, kaya ready kami doon.
He said he knows that him and his team knows that all eyes are on them and they are actually very ready to go up those people who are challenging them right now.
All right, with that being said, again, congratulations taking down RQ Hoshi. Guys, give it up for Kelra!
All right, guys, he is asking for food from me, so I guess I have to give in later on. And with that, let us throw it back to the panelists to break down what happened in this best of 3.
Thanks, Rose and LaFell. It's looking good there in JB up on that stage, but oh my goodness. He was right. You got to give it up to Kelra because, again, he's making this Granger work with the rest of his team, and I feel like the trust is a little overbearing here. You gotta have some blind faith to a certain degree.
I think that's that's like the secret sauce of Onyx Philippines. It's like half blind faith. One eye open, one eye closed. Where it's like, we trust you and we know how good you are. But it's also the other side of just like, well, we have this saying, and I'm pretty sure you can translate it for me. Bahala na si Batman.
Yep. All up the Batman.
Okay. I was like, I only got one word out of the statement.
Yeah,
Are you sure?
I don't know what the etymology of the idiom was, but it's basically, we trust everything else we've done.
Yeah.
Let's just throw caution to the wind.
I guess. I mean, it worked out well coming in for Onyx PH. 10-1 in an 11-minute and 20-second series. One of the faster ones that we've had here today.
What was that, Renmar? You said, as long as Onyx find their footing in 7 minutes, should be fine.
Yeah.
They said, what about 3?
Yeah, they did it so much faster. I think that was a little bit of a revelation, honestly. Just the trading power of a Gatot and a Faramis together. We don't usually see this combo. So once I saw the pull from the Faramis, the Stampede, and then the Bursters paired up with what Gatot throws out, Rins every time was just like, can you guys let me play Mobile Legends, please?
Hold up. Time out.
Time out.
Pause. All right, so here's the thing. We're learning now that Gatot ain't dead. Granger ain't dead.
Okay.
But they're alive conditionally.
They
like
are.
you have to have the setup, you have to understand the timing for these heroes to not be dead despite the changes. So with that said, I think there's a lot more to this patch that we have yet to see.
Funny that you say that, because right now we do have a special someone on the other line here from Onyx PH, but of course their jungler King Kong on the other end. We're gonna have a short interview with him, and we get to ask, hello King Kong, hello.
What the Sigma?
It's great to see you, brother, man. How are you guys
Hello, hello.
feeling? Because you guys, honestly, it was a pretty tight series. We thought for a moment there you guys might not have made it through.
We just feel calm, so we know what next to do.
Even after the game 1 loss, King Kong, what did you talk about? What was the communications like? Because RRQ Hoshi, they beat you very decisively. Ano yung sinabi ninyo sa isa't isa after game 1?
Coach Tony just told us to reset and focus on the next game, and he just planned on the draft and how to execute the game.
We could see from the camera during the draft that before the Selena was picked, it looked like Super Friends was animated. Did you guys already know that the Selena was coming up? Was Super Friends hesitant to pick it, or was he excited?
Super Friends is very excited to pick Selena because we already tried it yesterday in our practices, so we know that it could work.
So they even had a bit of a test run with it. That's good to know.
All according to plan.
Man, okay, so King Kong, with the game already done and dusted, the upcoming match that you guys will be having, if I remember correctly based on your group, will be against Team Falcons. So again, what's going to be the biggest challenge taking this team on, or are you guys just, again, calm, free, and easy about it once more?
The biggest challenge, I think, is their chemistry because they've been together for a very, very long time and they really know how to play the game.
Fair enough, fair enough. Before we close out this interview, King Kong, I'm a little curious. It is Valentine's Day today, and you guys at this point have already secured yourself at least bare minimum 10K. What are you going to do on Valentine's Day with the extra bit of cash?
I'll just save it in my bank account.
Amen, brother. This guy is financially responsible.
Yeah, a true romantic. He's not thinking about the Valentine's Day date. He has eyes on the wedding.
Woo! Thank you so much, King Kong. It's great to have this interview with you. Please take your break. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Yeah, whoa, may firework. What is the firework? Congrats.
Much love, brother.
Thank you.
I love you, King Kong.
Oh, Jesus. That was great. I was not expecting the fireworks.
Me neither.
Did he hear that? I hope he did.
I hope he did. Oh, man. But that was just a second series here. Holy, what a day it's been already.
Yeah.
Because now we start thinking about our very third series of the day. And don't worry, both of these teams will not be going home. They've already achieved that second life. It's going to be TLID up against Onyx eSports, another Indonesian derby.
It's a good day for Onyx so far. We did not see Onyx and TLID were in separate groups, right?
Yes.
Am I remembering correctly?
Yes, they were.
Yeah, they're in separate groups, so this is the first time we're going to be seeing Onyx versus TLID in the Snapdragon Challenge Finals.
Yeah, even in their own league, MPLID, they really did not bump heads too much.
Yeah.
This could right here be a passing of the torch from one champion to another.
could be a sign of respect. I don't know. Honestly, it's really tough trying to prepare for this particular matchup, but in the meantime, we're going to have a bit of a discussion in the back. For the rest of you guys, we're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, we're going to be continuing the SPS with TLID up against Onyx eSports. We'll see you then.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
The journey to greatness starts here. From the 11th to 13th of April, the race reaches its peak at the Tennis Indoor Senayan. Tickets are live. Be part of the climb and secure your spot now. Be part of the journey. Witness the rise to the top.
You know how to free my mind, my mind. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. Baby, you make my heart shine golden, so golden. Feeling so alive, let's dance through the night. Come on, raise a glass, we're electrified. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. I'm flying till I hit the sky. The melody is getting high. You know how to free my mind, my mind. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. Baby, you make my heart shine golden, so golden. Feeling so alive, let's dance through the night. Come on, raise a glass, we're electrified. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden.
Easily steal it away, it might be way too risky. Briscoe trying to look for it, gets the knockup, but Aaron Shiki secures the Lord anyway, and that is a toe dead.
TLID, wow, performance yang menarik, especially dekat group stage. Diorang kalahkan Onyx PH dan mereka berjaya kalahkan dengan kemenangan 2 berbalas kosong. Langsung tak bagi 1 point dekat Onyx PH.
Unstoppable for Aaron Shiki. It's Kelra versus the world, but the world will not let him answer.
Perasaan kita sama aja sih, soalnya masih menang yang di grup stage doang kan, belum di final atau apa. Jadi kayak ya udah sama aja.
Mungkin yang pertama karena Liquid belajar banyak dari kekalahan kemarin, dan yang kedua mungkin Onyx PH memberikan celah lah. Tapi menurut gue itu masih di group stage, jadi buat kedepannya apapun bisa terjadi lah.
ID sih masih jadi tim yang kalau buat di Indonesia sih ibaratnya last boss lah, yang paling bahaya kan. Menurut kita mereka ya udah biasa-biasa aja gitu.
Kalau pendapat pasti senang banget sih lawan mereka. Karena sekarang mereka lagi yang istilahnya paling kuat lah. Kalau mau bilang kekuatan, semuanya pasti kuat lah, 5-5-nya. Cuma kalau dispesifikin, spesifiknya mungkin ada di Widi dan Aran. Mereka kuat banget lah. Ya, paling senang banget sih lawan mereka.
Buat Onyx Indonesia ya tetap semangat juga lah. Kalian juga kuat kok. Walaupun sempat struggle, cuman kita semua orang tahu kok kalian tuh kuat.
Buat Liquid ID yang pasti kasih game seru, karena Onyx kesini bukan cuma buat ikut turnamen doang, tapi buat menang. Jadi jangan sampai lengah, kasih yang terbaik.
I'm sure both of these teams are going to be given their best shot for victory. Now we get to the double eliminations. Now the competition only gets more exciting as now we have finished the play-in stage. It's going to be TLID up against Onyx eSports. My name is Gideon Q, and today with me, as well as our casters, it's going to be Mirko as well as Leo taking care of the stage when the time for battle is to come. Boys, walk me through this, because right now, TLID looking insane after taking a sweeping victory over Onyx Philippines. However, Onyx eSports, they're climbing up, and they're climbing up real fast.
I think they're looking very, very good. Both of them, right? I think Onyx ID with the win against Bigatron Alpha, we kind of saw how good they are at adapting to situations, at adapting to the enemy team as well. And you're going to need that up against Liquid ID. I don't know what they've done in the last, month after M6, but they have improved by so much. They beat Onyx PH.
They're the strongest they've ever been, ever since winning MPLID.
Yeah.
And MPLID, if we're going to make that a point of comparison, Onyx eSports didn't even go far, man.
They got knocked out by Geek Fam play-in day.
That's where I'm at. That's where my mind is at.
Well, I don't know. It is Geek Fam, to be fair. There is something about them that kind of shakes up the competition. But keep in mind that the champion face-off will continue. Former 4P champion up against the current champs TLID.
Umpat versus Baru.
That's exactly how to put it.
It's not
4
wrong.
versus new. The new champs, TLID. I think we saw that earlier as well in the interview, right? For TLID, they were like, yeah, even though we won, even though we are regarded as the strongest team, everybody looks at Onyx ID as the final boss from Indonesia. And, you know, the aura is definitely there, man. With their 2023 crazy run, almost completing the Golden Road to, again, going to win their 4th MPL ID trophy in a row. It looked like it was never going to stop. The reign of Onyx was just always in Indo.
And just to talk about closure, Onyx never really got to pass on that torch to TLID. The whole playoffs happened with them bowing out the first day. So here, this could finally be that one way that Onyx could say, you know what, TLID? It's your turn now. But again, as Keyboy said, they're not going to take this line down.
No, they're not going to take this line down for sure. They're going to get back up to fight a squad that was taken from the MDL to eventually become the second best team in the world. Let me introduce to you Team Liquid ID. From MPL ID, Aran, Fabian, Yehezkiel, Witty, and Aaron Shiki. This team is extremely dangerous from their free-flowing play style. They just know how to kind of go with the flow, reach out for when it feels like there is nothing to grab, and even then, there is the discipline side of them.
Back in 2021, freestyle dulu boss was a term for freestyling, for recalling, for, you know, winter crowning. Now it almost seems like it's the playstyle of Liquid ID. It's all about the freestyle. They do whatever they want to do in the game. And it's also with the picks that they have shown. Yehezkiel was one of the guys who brought up the Novaria, the Xavier as well in the M6 World Championships. Glad we got to see that here. And even for the Bruno, Aaron Shiki, he did really well in the M6 World Championships, but recently we haven't been seeing a lot of Bruno. Aaron says, no, I can freestyle. I can do whatever I want. I can pick the Bruno and still win.
And even with this creativity, they remain unpunished. You know how they say artists are starved? Artists have to live a life of poverty. Not Team Liquid ID. They got all the points despite getting away with so much.
They paid their dues, okay? They were in the development league for God knows how long
They've
before.
never made it to the MDL playoffs.
That's even... It's crazy how much untapped potential there has been in this team. And now we look at the detailed team statistics. Joy has been such a big pick, but this is revolving a lot around the junglers, right? We've seen the junglers coming in from Fabian, his Joy, his Suyo, nasty stuff. We haven't seen this Ling in a really long time, but coming back to the Aaron Shiki argument, Bruno and as well as Granger, 3 times picked each.
Y'all heard of the Da Vinci Code. How about the Wheaties Code? This is a perfect record right here. 100% win rate for all of these most picked, most banned, and if you're playing against Liquid ID, just maybe tweak these banned picks because you're going to want to get rid of other stuff to open up for the potential to beat them.
And to this day, it almost feels like, I mean, it's kind of criminal to say that Witty is still underrated, but he is still the most underrated. You think of TLID and you probably think Fabian, Aaron Shiki, Aran, Yehezkiel, but nobody says Witty. Not a lot of people, at least, right? Witty is still the core of the team, I would say. You know, he's making the calls. He's also making a lot of decisions in the draft together with St. Lucas and Facehugger. And the drafts, the 100% win rate, the new style of play that we have been seeing from Liquid ID, we got to give a lot of attention to Mr. Witty the Wise.
Wingman Witty, as we call him here at the SPS, with so far the highest assist rate. But I got to give it to you. Witty the Wise is there for a reason. Some really intelligent engages, and not to mention, one of the few players who still has chip in his arsenal. Most people have strayed away from it. Witty does not care.
That's what you call a Witty party. And it's not even in his top 3 picks, right? He does not shy away from Gatot, which has slightly fallen off and then recently been building up. The Jawhead, solid pickup, gets banned often. That's in his arsenal as well. And of course, the Matilda, one of his specialties.
100% win rate. It's actually his it's his favorite pick out of all 3, but the fact that now we are seeing him go towards like Jawhead as well shows you just how flexible he can be. The biggest problem for Witty in Season 14 was his hero pool was kind of shallow. Once you get rid of some heroes, it just puts him in a very bad spot.
Well, I mean, I think now with the current patch and the way that, honestly, the way Rome picks have matured, I think it's in a good spot, generally speaking here. But what about their opponents? Because Onyx eSports has a legacy that they've been building for a very long time, paired up with veteran players who have tasted championships and World Series.
What is that? About half a dozen MPL ID championships, a former SPS champion as well, an international champion at that. And I think we should stop asking, does Savero deserve to be in this lineup? Because by my calculations, he does. He's really good in this 5-man roster.
Yeah, I love the fact that, you know, the haters were already talking smack right after their shaky performance in the group stage. But again, like Keyboy said in an interview after making it towards playoffs, give us time. This is the first time Savero has played with the lineup officially. It's his first international event. He's making his debut in an international event, and he just solo killed him on. So, trust in the process for Onyx ID. We've seen this roster before with CW and Boots, with Rez as well, do wonders. So now with Lutpi and Savero in the lineup, I expect nothing but greatness as they continue to improve in this tournament.
This is going to be an exciting matchup, though. I will say that it is to be expected that TLID is going to be in a position where they are naturally going to be the favorites against Onyx eSports. But at the same time, you never really know, right? Onyx eSports has been known as that last boss. When push comes to shove, you expect that championship level of play to start showing. Let's quickly have a look. Wait, actually, now that I've noticed it, first tournament is actually looking pretty good overall for Onyx eSports here. Obviously, when it comes down to draft pick stats, yes, it is more blue inclined compared to red.
You know what's crazy? Firstly, Onyx have always kind of been a red side team. They've always liked to go red side and win on red side. But another fun fact is they were at 0% win rate on blue side up until their match against Evo's Holy.
They've turned that around quite significantly. Funnily enough, a lot of it just comes down to your picks in draft. The fact that they've been getting away with 5 Yi picks already is pretty shocking because the most banned is also Yi.
Sans is him. So the times that it comes through, best believe Coach Adi's going to say, hey, pick the Eve, and they're able to build around it. And Eve really doesn't get past first pick anyways. So it's clear. When Eve is open, you know what you're playing with. So that should be something that Liquid ID should be watching out for.
I mean, I don't know about you guys, but yeah, it looks like everybody is on the same opinion that Team Liquid ID should be taking this in a sweeping fashion. I am ready for surprises because, again, once we're talking about the mid laners, both Sans and Yehezkiel, I think things are going to get really, really interesting because we've seen a lot of, like, Yves get let through, and then add that low Yi on top of it, it's going to get crazy real quick.
Yeah, I think for Sans, the thing is, it's not just about his Yves, right? We've been talking about his Yves, obviously, because he's won most of the games through playing with the Yves. But even without the Yves, Lo Yi, Jusin, any of the mid laners become heavily prio for him.
Well, now as the teams start walking out, I'm trying to figure out a way to get past TLID because, again, coming into the group stage, they look perfect. The fact that they've already taken down OP as well, I want to see what side of TLID we're going to get.
How have we gone this long without talking about Fabian? How do we not acknowledge how much he's grown as a jungler? And even at M6, you could say that he was one of the players, despite the 4-1 finish, that actually gave Onyx PH a challenge at winning that trophy. So here, going up against Kyrie, the Sky King, I don't know. I think we're about to see King Kong get a solo. That's just me. That's just, he's going to get Sigma all over us.
The usurper.
Oh no, I wouldn't. I don't know. I feel like right now the meta has strayed away from a one-man hard carry the game style situation, and I think that even for Kyrie understands that he's going to need a team movement to make stuff happen across the map. And in this case, I want to see the stability of the side laners, right? I think that's really what this game is going to be about. Can you stabilize against your opponents? And clearly, once you do see Onyx start falling behind, it seems to be that a lot of teams know that they can't really bounce back as easily.
Yep. Again, as an outsider, Mirko, I need your opinion on this. Aran is just much more stable than Lutpi. Lutpi's more aggressive, but when it comes down to it, Aran can just flow a little better.
I think Lutpi kind of resembles Aran in his first few seasons. You know, very, very aggressive, but yeah, still very raw. They still need to try to utilize, they still need to help him get more discipline, right? Aran is kind of like the cooked, or, you know, the well-done version of Mr. Lutpi currently. Lutpi is kind of a medium rare at this point, you know, he still needs a little bit more time in the grill, but I think what helps Aran a lot is the fact that they have Witty. It's the fact that he doesn't really need to make those calls by himself anymore. Back then, the team would actually not have a shot caller, so everybody can do whatever they want. They'll just be like, oh, you can do that, we can do this. It's all about individuals playing, and then somehow they make it work. Now with Witty at the forefront, everybody can focus on their mechanics. And then once Witty says, let's go in, they know what to do. They don't need to be micromanaged. They don't need to make their own calls even. So it's, I think, the perfect blend. Meanwhile, for Onyx, I actually don't know how they play because it was also the same for them. It was mostly when that, you know, golden road path, everybody makes calls together, and then they follow whatever is the best. It could get messy at times. I don't know if they've actually now gotten an actual shot caller or if it's still the same system.
That's the thing. They won 4 back-to-back champions with that kind of communication. So it's not a matter of which is better or which is correct. Both are just equally useful in the right situations.
I totally agree with that. I think that both of these styles has its uses, but there is the argument, is it overcalming? Is it undercalming? Are we not able to focus on the right things? It really just depends on the player. But it's time to head on into the draft, and it looks like Team Liquid ID is going to be on blue side up against Onyx eSports on the red side. Early Harith ban, Yeef ban, but we're also seeing jungle bans against Fabian with the Joy as well as Fanny.
Respect given over by Onyx eSports. It's great. We saw the Granger ban against Bigatron. Now we see the Fanny and the Joy against Team Liquid ID. So at least for Adi's sake as well, he has learned to respect ban his opponents.
Yep. Zushin still at large. Hilda as well. You're still looking at the potential Suyo, Alpha trade, Hayabusa still out there
Mathilda's
too.
up for grabs too right now.
For the first time in a while.
Yeah. Against Witty. Witty's Mathilda.
They have to make a choice.
They're going to get something for sure. Oh, it's going to be Suyo with a 51% win rate so far as the first option for Team Liquid ID. Do you think this is the way to go, though?
Personally, for me, I think so. I think for the unfortunately, the last few games, Suyo first pick hasn't really done too well. But in the grander scheme of things, especially for players on the level of Favion, of Kyrie, Suyo becomes super prio. It's so flexible. You kind of do everything a jungler wants to do the best.
Yep. Hayabusa becomes a consolation prize in this case.
Secondary.
Onyx eSports grabbing that Lo Yi, also a very high commodity pick. The Moskov as well. Oh, wait, hold up.
Oh.
Okay, really,
Interesting.
When it's a team like Liquid ID, the priorities change so much.
It does. It does. However, Onyx eSports do opt to kind of match up with this speed and reconnaissance coming out from the side of Team Liquid ID with the Nolan themselves. We've seen this before. It's not like this is the first time we've seen Kyrie play the Nolan into the Suyo matchup.
Earlier today, we saw it.
Just earlier today with the Jawhead. This time, no Jawhead. It was banned out by Liquid ID, so it's a different version. It's not going to be as, I think, active on the map without the help of the physical defense and obviously the setup given by the Jawhead. Hilda gets banned out. That was something that I actually expected from Liquid ID because, you know, we haven't seen Kyrie on an alpha just yet. He's been Joy, Nolan, Hayabusa, just assassins all across the board.
And when assassins are around, you let Kyrie get his hands on them.
I mean, generally, he has been just straying away from it in general, but also the fact that Onyx eSports have been consistently banning out the Hilda for the second part of the phase. Now, coming back to TLID, we do see the troll ban here, and I do think that this is where it's going to get real interesting. We've got one flex pick from the side of TLID, no flex picks at all, which is still true to the nature of Onyx eSports based on what we saw earlier today.
Yeah, I think the big question now is what's Aran gonna play, right? We've seen him on the Badang. We've also seen him many times on the Phobius do really well. And for Onyx eSports, I think both those picks kind of give them quite a big problem as we get into the game here. Nolan is going to struggle a lot if you are up against Badang, if you're up against even Glue.
Not to mention Hylos.
Yeah, still up for grabs.
You're going to struggle. You won't even get an entry. As soon as you get spotted, you get stunned, and then you hope to pray that there's a response from the diversion. So I'd reckon Onyx eSports picks Hylos right here.
Do they, or do they just go
or do
into
Liquid ban it?
Oh yeah, or do Liquid ban it? I'm thinking
also
that
an option.
I'm thinking that they might even want to just again. We've seen a couple of times where Lupi is just okay with just playing Phobius generally, right?
They are the ones to ban out the Phobius. They know Onyx can get their hands on something like a Phobius, so the Hylos could come through, but then it would leave CC actually open for Liquid ID. And if they do get their hands on a CC, it would also be good not just against the Hylos if Onyx pick it up here, but it's good against the Nolan of Kyrie, who likes to just split push a lot of times. CC has a way to neutralize that, and there you go. Hylos comes through, Liquid ID, let's see what they respond with, because technically, that's still a good flex.
It's an either-or situation, right? Either Team Liquid ID says, all right, we just put Gatot in, we just, slow the lane as much as we can, even if they get the CC of their own, it's kind of like whatever to us in comparison. But I'm more curious about where the gold lane is going to go, because so far you see the Moskov, are we going to go back to like, hey, Granger, but we play a little later?
It's a little too gila to go Belleric Granger.
Belleric Granger.
So they go for the double poke again. Yeah. Pull out an old classic. You're stopping the Moskov, you're stopping the Nolan, you're stopping the Hylos with the Belleric, and then you put the Granger and the Novaria.
Yeah, I think this is definitely the safer choice, right? Because if you go Belleric, then what, Gatot goes XP? Belleric Roam?
Yeah.
One or the other.
Yeah, I'm personally not a big fan anymore of the Gatot Roam. Gatot XP. So they end up going for the CC here. Double value, as I said earlier, Hylos and a Nolan. They get the Aerith, I think that's just a safe choice to go for.
Yeah.
So it's all about Onyx now and how they wrap up their drafts. Do they go for a big Keyboy style like a Tigreal? Or do they just put Hylos on his hands and go for a different XP?
How often does this happen? Matilda has been snubbed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially against Weedy Keyboy. Both of them love the Matilda.
That's the thing. I'm surprised that nobody wanted to go for it, but then again, it's like you've already got the Novaria on your hands, so it's like, who am I really pulling back at this point? We have the CC, and she's pretty independent just generally across the board. I would feel like the Otis probably would have been on Onyx, but oh my god.
Wow.
Really thick boys into this.
So this is after Onyx faced a Uranus earlier today too.
Against CC too. This time they actually pick it up against the CC. Like Luke picked it up before seeing the CC. The CC was a countermeasure.
Yep. So logic does not logic here.
No, not yet.
Not yet. Not yet.
Unless Onyx eSports sees something that we don't.
Well, I feel like Uranus in these cases will eventually outscale the CC, but this is assuming that you walk out of the lane even and you rush the steel leggings pretty early on into the matchup. Again, it does come down to like emblems. Do you get the penetration? Do you go for like, the extra cooldown? It's going to be tough here, but it's up to you guys to break it down for our viewers out there. Leo, as well as Miracle, take it away for our very first game here.
These two have not met in the finals just yet. And passing of the torch, you could call it here in this opener in the upper bracket quarters. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Team Liquid ID facing off against Onyx eSports. A lot of questions in the draft, and again, the priorities presented by the defending champions of MPL ID are making us wonder, what are they cooking? Mirko, you would know.
I would not. I don't know. I asked the same question when Bigatron picked the Uranus. I was like, why Uranus? I got buffed, but is it that strong? I think most of the viewers asked the same question.
And we all have questions to answer. Maybe these two teams have those in spades. As we watch game one elapse, real quick, I check on the emblems. Did anything change, especially in that CC Uranus situation?
No, everything does look like it's the same. And I do want to bring this up again. We saw this from Iman on the Moskov. He went Master Assassin and Vitality, but now it's Savero who's gone for Vitality too. Good poke, Witty. Oh, Sans forced to flicker out now, bringing some damage back on Witty. It won't be a kill. It's a good trade for TLID in the end. But back to the question. Vitality has been the choice for a lot of Moscovs now.
I guess they just really want to get through that early game. A little bit of HP never hurt nobody. Technical knockout here, a small victory for Team Liquid ID, and as expected, the XP lane matchup is going to elapse this way. It's going to be Aran, 9 out of 10 times winning this fight against Lutpi. Even with the pair of pants, I'd say.
Yeah.
Even with the early tough boots.
I don't know. The way I see it, it's kind of weird, this matchup, right? Because for Lutpi, yeah, you are going to be shredded down, but because CC constantly hits you, you get your passive, so it's kind of a dead lane. That's how we saw Bigatron versus Onyx. The big problem for Bigatron in that game was after the laning phase, he couldn't do much. So we'll see how Aran is able to rotate around. So far, he's been doing a good job. So far, again, chunking Lutpi. He is gonna still walk in though. Oh, he gets chunked, revitalized. Lutpi going to get taken down. First blood for Aran. A taunt over two. A big blunder, I would say, for Onyx eSports.
2 for none, plus the big objective going over to the young Stallions. Onyx eSports have to find a win, maybe elsewhere, across the map in the gold lane. What's that like? Talk me through the Irithel and the Moskov situation, because maybe they're playing for Savero. They understand that, all right, Savero, it's on you now, man.
It's a skill matchup, Leo. I don't think it's like a super win for Moskov, not a crazy win either for the Irithel. As the Irithel, at least you do have ways to poke earlier. You do get online earlier too. Moskov, you really need to wait for the 3-item power spike. So I guess if you are looking for the mid-game power spike for your composition, yeah, Irithel works better.
So the deal breaker for Onyx eSports would be the SOD. If some way, somehow, Savero can join fights that Aaron Shiki wasn't expecting Savero to be in, and then that would be the difference. Kyrie versus Fabian, oh man, it's the old versus the new, the Sky King versus the Sigma, the Usurper, and Fabian's calling the shots, bro. He's kicking him out of his own jungle.
Oh, hold up, don't diversion. No one takes it, yeah. Again, stealing away a jungle creep from Kyrie, and so far, from what we've seen, Kyrie on the Nolan has always been ahead of his counterpart. So now that he is level against the Suyo, it means that, I think for Team Liquid ID, they're going to be very comfortable just walking around and matching what Kyrie does on the map. You cannot mirror as well, or you can't really, play on the other side of the map when you're behind.
And between a Nolan and a Suyo, I don't have the exact numbers, but wait, where's that AOG going? Oh, never mind. No. It was a faint recall there. Down bottom, check it out. Fabian visiting Lutpi, already not having a great time against the CC. I hear you about the passive situation.
Yeah.
But when the rotations come in, I think it takes a fever pitch, all right? Diversion into the back.
Okay, that's Fabian. Still has the Immortal Form. Is very comfortable in it. The taunt comes in. Kai is dead. Aran slays him. Sans is next. And Fabian gets another. Oh, man.
Another 2 free going over to Team Liquid ID. Onyx eSports can't even think to contest. This is a mistake. I don't know what Lutpi and Keyboy are thinking.
No, there's no way they can test for this. Another free turtle. And, Leo, I was talking about this earlier, the Suyo makes him so strong, something as well that a lot of people don't think about. They think about damage, mobility, but it's the Immortal Form damage reduction that makes it so broken. He gets ganked, and it almost looked like Kyrie and Sans were the ones ganked.
And I think Fabian made a very specific choice here. Instead of going for Hunter Strike first, he went for War Axe first. And wait. Look at this. Aran, 3v1.
Vengeance, all good. No problem, no threat was there. Aran knew exactly how to get out of that one.
So confident, so sure of what he's capable of. Back to the whole Suyo situation. You usually go War Axe first when you know you're going to be knee-deep in engagement. It allows for you to use the most of that Immortal Form and regain that damage reduction because it scales off of your physical damage output. So now he's on his way to his War Axe, his Hunter Strike rather, and that's allowing for Team Liquid ID to just barrel forward, approaching the 4,000 gold mark.
Yeah, great catch there, Leo. It's a good build to go War Axe first. I think he built Fury Hammer into War Axe, right? So
it's a little baby Fury Hammer.
Yeah, little baby Fury Hammer getting a bit more penetration.
Whoop.
A gank in the bottom lane again, but I don't think Aran is phased at all. Kyrie can jump in. Aran's just gonna put the curtain call down. Actually out-damaging him 1v2 when he walks up. Oh, the snipe Kyrie! Able to fracture and dodging away too out of Fabian's Queller.
That's you're not trapped in here with me situation. I'm trapped in. No, wait, that's the other way around. See,
I always mix it up too.
Even Liquid ID wasn't sure of how to go in, so they just freestyled. All right, let's just throw all of these projectiles and see what lands. Regardless, they got away with what they wanted. A free push up top, a free push down bottom, and this makes this last turtle of the game. That's how fast this is going for Team Liquid ID. All the more a sure take.
Yeah, they've been shifting gears while Onyx have been stuck at gear 1. Savero has just been warming up. He hasn't even gotten started. Level 8 against Aaron's level 9 against Fabian's level 11 on Asuyo. Oh man, free turtle again. This will only increase that XP lead for TLID. That gold lead too. 3,000 keyword. I don't think you want this smoke.
Kyrie currently about 500 gold down from Fabian, so you can count your blessings knowing that, but the real advantage is currently sitting on Aaron Shaky. What is that, 1,000 gold? Where else is this 4,000 gold sitting at? Oh, there it is! It's on Yehezkiel. So you're going to scale up, man. Novaria did not need the buff. I don't think anyone was saying fix her skill 2 mana needs, but here it is, here we are.
And we're seeing that Suyo becomes a good companion to the Novaria. Once you enhance, you know, those hitboxes, Fabian can get those Quellas out of the way easily.
Queller, disgusting.
Oh man, yeah, they're forced to use the diversion to look for farm. Suns caught in the mid lane again. Flickers to the turret, doesn't matter. Aran is there, and he is there for another. That's a double kill for Aran.
Currently, Liquid ID not giving anything over.
Nothing. A
big chubby wave set down by Savero up top. Here comes Aaron Shiki to clean up house. I don't think they're going to let any objectives over to Onyx eSports. A show of dominance by the current reigning champions of MPL Indonesia. All tier 1s have fallen. So, again, this whole struggle for farm is just going to get worse.
Suffocating them inside of their own jungle. Another red tree here should be, yep, for Fabian. AOG catching one! Taunt coming down as well. Oh, Keyboy is melted as well. There is no way for them to live.
All 5 members of Onyx eSports starved. Holy Shields left standing on the top lane. Their only hope to protect the long lane away from the first lord of the game. Currently, Team Liquid ID about 7,000 up. So that means they're what? 800, 900, a gold per minute up on their opponents. Onyx eSports, how do they catch a break?
Oh my goodness, Aaron just jumping in. Suns gets bursted down, quelled. Oh, now what do you do?
Talk about Gila, this is Gila.
The whole Liquid is Gila. They've taken the Gila out of Suns.
Here's a build on Aran that we don't really see as often anymore, a brute force breastplate. Currently, it's just going to take over the top, what's already a dominant pick for Team Liquid ID. And Tikaras also built on Witty. Not like he needs it, but now all the more Kyrie and Savero can't touch him.
I don't think we've seen Onyx ID dominated like this the entire Snapdragon Pro season. I mean, challenge finals, I don't think we've seen a single time that Onyx has been dominated like this.
You know what? Not even ever.
Ever.
Have you? I mean, you're an
actually, I think they have,
You're
right?
an MPLID native, you would know.
They have.
Has anyone? Yes.
AP Bren, actually, in the in Upper Bracket Finals Game 1 before the comeback, but it was like 15K gold lead.
And then it came back.
Yeah.
So that was in EMV, late 2023. Oh, Kyrie, down to a 10th of his health. Aran and Fabian going to hunting.
Oh, man, just a chase down. The Queller misses. Kyrie still able to dodge away.
He's so
buying
fast.
so much time, but it will just be the minions. No, he walks back into the yo-yo mid lane with the Lord. Oh, what? Keyboy! Keyboy's down. Lippy's low.
That's a Holy Shield pop down bottom. They do trade out for Witty, but just the same, you went from bad to worse. Onyx eSports looking at a mid lane penetration. Team Liquid going for the throat here.
GDS, Keyboy down, Kyrie down. It's now Lutpi and Sans and Savero to try to defend. Revitalize used by Lutpi again. The damage shred Lutpi! Absolutely exploded! Now it's all SOD to the back, finding the shutdown for Savero.
He touched Aaron! He touched Aaron! The shutdown on the Iritel!
No untouchable.
But is this the beginning of the comeback? I feel like it's just but a band-aid solution to an already bad situation. Currently, they're down, what, 10K?
They're delaying the inevitable. It looks, at least, right now. Obviously, they can try to make something out of it. Arhan's just shredding through Keyboy. AOG zoning them away. Purple buff taken, and then back to Discipline. This is what we've also been kind of talking about for Liquid. Back then, you would see Liquid with this lead, and you would just see them go crazy, constantly. Now, they have that level of discipline to say, now we don't need to do anything else.
Just wait.
Just wait.
And they're waiting for this Lord. Lower quarter spawn, 30 seconds away. Just but one turret left for Onyx eSports. And they're looking to make the most of this space. The first time they're actually leaving their base in quite a while. Fabian coming in, not allowing the denial. Ain't no orange buff steal here, says Kyrie. The first time he's tasted the buff in a while.
Yeah, would love to see the stats later on and how many orange buffs he actually was able to get, or how many buffs in general. 10 seconds, Enhanced Lord will be spawning in this game, folks, and it is looking very, very bleak for Onyx, because even if we're talking about range, there you go, your Hestio can be star-shattering, can be opening it up so many times. The diversion is going to be tough to make use of.
Even with a perfect Star Shatter, I think you'd be putting yourself, or rather, a perfect diversion, I think you'd be putting yourself in harm's way still. It would be a very bad angle, because you're still losing out on firepower. Here comes Sans and Kyrie from the back. Keyboy with the glorious pathway. Liquid response.
Great read, Fabian! Assassinating Lutpi. It was Sans falls as well, and it's, again, another Liquid win. They're chasing off. They're looking to go for Kyrie, unable to get him, but yeah, Lutpi and Sans.
I say, even if it was a perfect angle, you're still down 10K. You don't have the firepower to make the most of the angle you found. And now there's an Enhanced Lord marching in. I'm thinking this is the GG push.
Let's see, AOG again. Oh, Kyrie went for the fracture, unable to get the kill, but still zoned away by the AOG. And now a few resources spent. Revitalize coming down as well. Keyboy melted by Aaron. Shiki Lutpi walking up, and Witty will be slain by Sans. Savero still going back and forth into the base, still walking forward.
Yeah, Hezkiel zoned out. Fabian too. They live another day. Onyx eSports find the defense.
Oh, SOD, Aaron with the rose gold. Savero continuing the chase, finding Aaron Shiki. And all of a sudden, Onyx look alive in game number 1.
The punish from Onyx eSports. They're very familiar with this situation. Again, throwing back to December of 2023. They were down this bad against AP Bren in the EMB Convention Center in Manila, Philippines. And they turned it around on him. And I think that the same might be true here. Team Liquid ID can't let this go.
Kyrie was also on the Nolan when that happened. It's very different for all the other picks. But something tells me hope is still in the air. It's still possible for Onyx eSports. They have what it takes to scale up technically, right? With Savero hitting some crucial items here. Malefic Gun, Wind of Nature. They have ways to deal with the damage that will just be constantly coming to their way. And the diversion. Remember, late game diversions can turn the tide of the game.
Yeah, but I don't think this is as late game as it gets, all right? Hope all you will and believe in what Onyx eSports can do, but Mirko, an 8K, 7K gold lead is still a massive lead. And when you're looking at your cores, I don't think they're built up enough. You still need a man advantage. So if somehow Onyx can find that perfect diversion, the right stun off of Keyboy, and I don't know, the right members away distracted by Lutpi, then maybe Onyx eSports can clap back.
And at this point, it's not just about the gold, right? But more importantly for Team Liquid ID, the advantage that they hold, that will forever be an advantage up until the game gets, the crystal gets taken down, is the fact that they got 3 base turrets already. That ain't respawning. Those are 3 waves that are constantly slow pushing to Onyx eSports. Now, yeah, you could say that it's good for Onyx because they then have waves to get resources off. But for Liquid, it means 100% prio on the map, so much tempo on the map. They'll always be able to win in the lower dances.
It's like a 6v5. The map is on their side. And so far, Savero has to play this very dangerous game of, can I hit the SOD or not? Because he's in the long lane, clearing that wave, and he has to throw it a very specific way to be a part of the fight. Lord Dance started out by Team Liquid ID. They have priority, 5 members in the pit. Lutpi, the closest member here, the diversion setup, plus the Glorious Pathway.
They're blitzing it. They don't care. The SOD whiffs. Kyrie looking for the diversion earlier here. Fabian still in the midst of it all. Kyrie walking up. Fabian will be slain. That's a shutdown for Kyrie. Aaron shaking out with a heavy crossbow, chasing off Hassan's. Kyrie in the bush. Witty opening it up, getting caught by the Star Shatter, and now gunned down by Aaron.
Keyboy down to a 10th, a 15th. Oh, he's just out, and it's just Savero left. And all he can do is delay the inevitable, distract. Team Liquid ID gets caught by an Echo.
That's a taunt. Aaron walks up again to win an nature to buy a bit more time. Aaron pops his own and takes Savero down. That is a killing spree and a wipeout for TLID.
Aaron taking a few pot shots off of the base just to make sure all is well and good. The first game goes over to the new and the current reigning champions of MPLID. Team Liquid scores.
Oh man, Onyx eSports, they were down bad in that game. There were a couple of good moments coming in on the base defense, but the permanent damage on the inhibitors, TLID are looking so very good in this match, boys. If there was one thing that they could change, what would it be in the draft?
I don't think they change anything. I think if anything, if we were to talk about changes in the draft, it has to be that Uranus pick again. We saw it from Luke. We're seeing it from Lutpi, and both times it had 0 impact on the game.
Yeah, we didn't get to see too much of it. Not to mention that Aram was playing a strong CC game. The moment you can like 2v1 the jungler plus the enemy EXP laner, you know you're in a lot of trouble. A perfect score coming out of him, 7-0-6.
I'll tell you now, even the mid-lane duo from Team Liquid ID, Weedy's Gatot and Yehezkiel's Novaria, yeah, they came out in a weird order in the draft, but I think that's still one of the main weapons Liquid has. The fact that, all right, we can kind of make the meta work for us, and you have to think about how we're going to use it. That's what makes him such a huge threat. Onyx did not know how to deal with it. What is that? They forced an early flicker from Sans and then sent him home? I think that was the beginning of the end for Onyx.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that even Keyboy got chunked out early on into that game, all those deaths eventually started to accumulate for their side. And I think that TLID, Yehezkiel especially, made sure that as much as hope there was in the air, there was a limit to it.
Yeah, we have to remember that if you are going to pick up these, beefy picks, you gotta ban the CC. I don't know why teams are letting go of the CC after having this kind of a plan. The CC just got buffed, so it's even weirder that teams have opted to let her go.
What can I say? CC is just one of those, like, deceptively, like, as long as you can waste, like, 8 seconds worth of her time, she doesn't do much. And then you realize that it's a compounding interest sort of thing.
Yeah, at this point, the buff, the change to her rather, I don't think it's a buff, it's a change in mechanics. Yeah. The 8 seconds is actually 8 active seconds. No longer does she just suddenly lose all her stacks. The fact that you can just go 1, all right, I'll hit you one more time, it stays, makes it worse. So that's why the whole Uranus pick got us scratching our heads even worse. It's because this is a hero that likes taking stacks. You're right, Mirko. There's a passive on Uranus, but that's like saying, I'm okay to get punched in the face. I got a strong chin. It's still a punch in the face.
That exactly.
It's not easy to take. It definitely isn't. When we look at the golden EXP graph, you can see that interest paid in huge dividend by the 10-minute mark. And I think at that point, TLID knew that they had it in the bag. As you mentioned, it was like the inevitable was eventually going to get there. And especially since Onyx eSports weren't able to kind of manage those waves when they don't have inhibitor turrets, that is just a permanent advantage for TLID.
There's not much to be said about the game, honestly, right? I mean, Team Liquid ID just dominated from turtle number 1, and I think, again, Uranus, 0 pressure on the map early on. If we're talking about late game, there was no late game this game. The late game that he got as well, with all the items that he got, did not play into anything.
He has less lane pressure than even a nerfed Granger. And that's what allowed Aran to get the MVP, man. It's just...
He had a free lane.
The obvious already became... You put the obvious in lights.
Put him on studio lights.
Put him on studio lights, man. Let's look at the replays here from Aran, our MVP of this game, because he just had infinite pressure. And I think, a lot of the early game scenarios that we did see coming out from Onyx eSports did not actually work in their favor. I mean, Fabian had his own moment of being able to 2v1. Bot side, Aran was able to find a 2v1 of his own. It just felt like Onyx eSports were just not able to win their 50-50s.
No, I mean, there was no 50-50 to begin with. It's always a 70-30. It's an 80-20 as we get into this part of the game. And again, Suyo, immortal form. You gank him, you're the one who gets ganked.
The odds were never in Onyx's favor.
Yeah, they weren't. And not to mention, really good catch about the War Axe, Fury Hammer into the War Axe, because that sustainability is something that Onyx eSports needed to keep in mind. Once you have the anti-heal, maybe there's a couple of considerations, because again, this was going to be a slow-paced game, and TLID knew it. However, when you give them those opportunities, then that's when it's like, okay, you're just giving this to us for free, huh?
And the way that they also read and watched Onyx matches before, like the previous Onyx matches, it was definitely shown in this matchup, in this game. A lot of times, Kyrie would like to, enter the enemy jungle when you go for neutral objectives, but it's always cleared out. There was always someone there to stop him. And again, with the CC being there, it was even harder for Kyrie to look for invades.
Actually, not to mention, this felt very similar to like Onyx versus BTR, where they were making hard reads on the where the Logi was going to TP. In the same exact manner, TLID were making sure, hey, instead of like knowing exactly where you like to go, we just block off that side of the map entirely. Just don't show up there.
And eventually the gold lead was enough to be the deterrent. Because again, you saw that in the second to the last Lord, Sans and Kyrie found the perfect angle. Usually when you get that angle as a Louis, it's a stolen Lord.
Yeah.
But in that case, they just died. They just ended up popping.
Winnie was already charging.
Yeah.
He knew.
Yeah, he knew. He knew. Well, I mean, adjustments need to be made. Obviously, TLID fans are rejoicing, but Onyx here, the Sonic still will give hope, but we need to make some bigger adjustments, because how else are we going to see all three of these games if they don't?
Don't pick the Uranus. Stop it.
Not
like that.
Not like that. I agree. That was... Bigatron, I'm looking at you too.
Respect the CC.
God damn.
It's Uranus bad. Stop it. No, please.
Luke and Lutpi in the doghouse.
If your name starts with LU, there's a 100% chance you'll pick the Uranus.
And you will lose.
And you will lose.
It has to be some sort. Something is giving it away in scrims. It's kind of crazy. But with that being said, this is our very first match on our very final series of the day. It could be TLID moving on, but don't worry, nobody's going to get eliminated. It's double elim. Let's see what it's going to be right after this break here for the Snapdragon Pro Series. We'll see you in a bit.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
The journey to greatness starts here. From the 11th to 13th of April, the race reaches its peak at the Tennis Indoor Sanaya. Tickets are live. Be part of the climb and secure your spot now. Be part of the journey. Witness the rise to the top.
On the gas till you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm alive lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seize the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seize the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me.
The time is here. The time is now. TLID holding on to priority. One up against Onyx eSports. It could be an equalization. It could be a clean sweep here. It's tough to tell after a dominating game number 1 coming in from Team Liquid. Boys, we talked about adjustments coming in, especially with Uranus, but it feels like the patch right now kind of doesn't matter micro-wise, I suppose. There's a couple of adjustments.
All right, very specifically, Granger is now not just an absolute unit. Like, you just don't say, oh, Granger's open, pick it. We didn't see Granger at all game 1.
No. It's because, especially if you're looking to just snowball early, it's not the best pick. If you are playing for mid-game, however, and you can ensure that the Grangers can be safe, yeah, it's pretty good.
Hold up. Going into game 2, look at this draft. Onyx eSports, Coach Adi, attacking Flavor Fave. Look at that. When was the last time you saw an alpha ban here? And a Suyo ban specifically.
Yeah.
Doesn't happen very often, and honestly, I think it's an interesting take. Let's see how this is going to go, because I do feel like Kyrie is like, give me Nolan one more time.
Yeah. Give me Nolan, take away his joy. Who's the Sigma now?
What if, hey, listen. Before, the Nolans came through for Kyrie here in Season 14, it was Flavor Fave always went Nolan. That was his signature pick. So let's say, even if, some of the Joy picks, other picks get banned out, I think Liquid will be very happy to trade it. Thing is, Mathilda was the hero banned. They banned Alpha and the Mathilda. So now for Liquid, they're like, we can take Joy?
Yes, but Onyx is on the play. Look, Onyx blue.
Right. Okay, so Onyx can take Joy. Liquid are red. Liquid are red here, so do they ban the Joy?
Could be a gut check. Could be Coach Adi saying, I know you have the Nolan in your pocket, Fabian. Do it, because they'll Joy here.
Yeah, but they also have Hayabusa that they can still utilize.
I think both are fine at this stage. I think Hayabusa is probably the safer bet in these types of situations. Ideally, you get Joy. It's kind of like, okay, sure, let's do what we can do. Yeah. But generally, the fact that there's so much focus. Okay, Jawhead instead this time round. They leave it wide open.
They go Joy.
He is open. So is Granger. Oh my! Imagine the range.
It could be a problem, but generally, I think, it's Joy, right? Absolute monster in the back line when it does actually happen.
You know who else is open?
Who?
Lil Harith.
Lil Harith.
That's true. I think the Harith will be the best choice to go for Liquid ID right now. With the absence of Granger being that absolute unit, Harith has taken that place of being an absolute unit. Now, he is him.
Yves Harith coming in for Team Liquid ID.
And then you don't touch any more magic.
Yeah.
That's it.
Just avoid it entirely. Yeah. What else could... I mean, if Onyx Esports is confident in making sure that Fabian doesn't really get to play the game, then I would still imagine that Team Liquid ID is more than happy to kind of like finish up. That means we can have a guaranteed of those first 3 picks before we get into the next phase. Oh, wow. No, Eve actually going straight into the Fove.
Yeah. I think it's a pretty good start here. Harith and then the Phobias. The Harith, obviously, because it's a best pick in the gold lane. Leaving the Eve open and then setting up for a Hayabusa. You need someone like a Phobias in the XP, someone who has already tremendous pressure, a great laning phase to enable your jungle to be something like a Haya. Sometimes very easy to punish.
Onyx Esports, like a hawk coming in, picking up the Eve now that it was left open. Again, there's some universal rules in SPS. As if it's open and it's Onyx Esports,
it'll be Eve.
Sans has to pick it, right? So what else do you get here? They're not falling for this whole gold lane trap.
Yeah.
No way. They pick up the Gatot, who's slowly becoming a hot commodity.
Yes. I mean, it's a wombo. It's a natural like wombo combo with the real world manipulation, especially when you have the AOG available to you. And there we go. The Hayabusa as for called, except for that Phobius, which is the only bit of an oddball here, because you are making sure that, you know, Loi is most likely going to get banned in the second phase, and then we'll see how it goes from there, because Moskov, ooh, is going to get... I mean, Team Liquid ID are like, Aaron Shiki, it is your time to shine. Have your pick of the litter.
Yeah, I think the Moskov, one of the three heroes that counter the Harith, you know? Blinks, beat Harith, you dodge the Synchro Fission, and then you should be able to win the trades.
You just go all in. Ha ha ha. Before, but this is prior to level 4. There's still an argument for maybe even carry here, but we'll see where Team Liquid ID are more comfortable with.
They don't have to worry about the carry just yet. Although if they do plan for it, again like a chunky frontliner, Hylos is still open.
There are no shortcuts.
Then they have to ban it out. Look at the respect for Witty.
Witty Party.
I like it.
Christian Witty, man.
Witty the Wise, Christian Witty, Witty Party. There's too many nicknames, man.
We follow each other on Instagram.
Okay, there you go. They banned the CC.
Check yourself.
Liquid ID. Are they going to go for... So it sets up for the high loss.
It does set up for the high loss. I do want to see whether this is going to be a Loi coming from Onyx Esports. I mean, then that's like how many signature picks being like kicked in the face.
They're going to just ban out another roamer. Might as well, right? Thilda, Chip.
He's out, yeah. Cho?
No, I think they're fine going up against Cho. They have... Well, probably only the Joy gets punished by the Cho. Yeah, okay, they go back. Oh, I like it. Yeah.
Yesgil don't have no pick yet.
Yeah.
Valentina.
They kind of want to push them into that corner, right? It's just like, oh, we got wombo combos. You don't get to play have the same tools anymore. And forces you into the Loi.
No, for Onyx. What do they go for? Do they still decide to go for Hylos here?
I swear to God, they go Uranus one more time.
They went Hylos.
Wait, CC was banned!
They went Red 4 Hylos 2 last game. Didn't do much.
I mean, come on, right? You're looking at that Phobius. It's like it's going to be difficult playing Lucas into it anyways. There's also multiple dashes on your side already. You don't need to add on to the pile.
Yeah, I wonder what they're going to go for Lutpi. I'm trying to think of XP picks right now.
Hilda's out there.
Hilda? Yeah, against the Hayabusa, but look at a lot of pressure lane already. They should be able to hold it. They go for the Irithel. There you go. Against the Harith. This is just a safe pick. Nothing too crazy.
What's an XP? Please don't be a Uranus.
Don't do it, man. Yes. Okay, so pretty traditional overall, right? You're not threatened by the mid laner because they've already showed the Loi. You're not going to get like one shot by Vexana or even the Fire Mist, and you're in a good counter matchup into the Phobius. It all adds up and rolls into one big bundle of fun. Oh, so much fun for Lupti. I would hope that he has a much better game this time, because the previous one, he was just taking it, just eating all the shots.
Nothing. So I guess you're looking for a pick for Weedy here. Cho's the only safe one left.
Fine. Oh, wow. Whoa. Oh, instantly. Yeah, locked in the show.
Yep.
Locks in fast. All right, boys, what do you feel about the composition so far? I'm kind of leaning into the Onyx Esport route, but it's going to be a little difficult if Avian gets an early kill.
Yeah, same. I think Onyx Esports have the better draft, like, fundamentally, but we've seen what Liquid can do, even with, quote-unquote, losing drafts. It's execution.
It's a little safer what Onyx Esports has done, especially since they have the onus to adjust from game one. But yeah, the initiative from Team Liquid ID, just their capability to get into weird corners and find fights that Onyx Esports isn't ready for, the possibility is way too high.
Game number 2, it's going to be electric. Let's jump right into the land of Dawn, Mirko, and as well as Leo. Good luck. Let's see how this is going to play out.
onto our laps first before the battlefield. Real quick, folks, a quick reminder. Liquid ID are at match point. So the question we asked earlier, has Onyx Esports been beaten this hard and this badly before? The answer is no, because they came back when AP Brent put them in that position, and here Liquid ID actually finished the job. Can Onyx Esports redeem themselves? We're about to find out.
Let's get into the line of dawn, ladies and gentlemen. Liquid ID match point on the verge of sending Onyx Esports to the depths of the lower brackets.
Not exactly eliminated quite yet.
Not yet.
But it should be a statement that Team Liquid ID are going this far into the Challenge Finals undefeated. Weedy checking in on Kyrie here. Just a little bit of gut check as well. A check on the emblems so far. Oh, look at this little Wanderer fight. Both teams actually a little more conservative, no?
Yeah. Both teams are a little bit more conservative. Maybe not for Yehezkiel, though. He's got Inspire and Bargain Hunter, so really wants to go for the snowball here. Witty! Whoa! Just walks up with the Joe Flickers out to safety. Witty's playing with a real... that was a risky move, my friend.
Christian Witty, why you do this to us? All of the Cavaliers worldwide is just like, Witty, no! All right, close, but not quite. Let's look at the gold lane matchup and the EXP lane matchup, because this is where it made a difference, all right? Game 1, if you'll remember, Lutpi didn't play. Can Lutpi play now?
I think so, yeah. On the glue, you should have an okay time against Phoveus. I think it's kind of a skill matchup. Also up top, it's also a skill matchup. So it's more 50-50 in both these lanes, right? It won't be a stomp like it was before.
And so far, looking at the damage profile from Liquid ID, none of them can blast Lutpi's glue like a Faramis could. Like, you have to kind of blow up those little glue lings the old-fashioned way. Arad looking to get some stacks here in mid, some EXP, down to a third of his health.
Whoa, very low. RWM gets placed down too. Aran is still able to flicker around. Kyrie going to be caught still. Escaping outside. Hello! It goes back in! Gets baited by Kyrie, and Sans punishes him.
That wasn't Sigma of him. Not at all. And this will open up the first turtle for Onyx Esports. Their first win in a while against Team Liquid ID. Sonics rejoice.
The first turtle of the series for Onyx ID. Kyrie should be able to take it. Witty not going to try to go for it. Yeah, just backs away. Turtle 1 and kill number 1 going on Esports. Keyboy in the bush. He knows Fabian's there. Should go for oh, Retribution. Secures it now, goes on to Keyboy, gets taunted.
Weedy here all this while, pushing Sans way back into his jungle. So, if I'm reading Liquid ID's movements correctly, they weren't at all shuddered by that first loss, all right? Even if they are down about 1,000 gold, 3 minutes in, that first blood and that first turtle going over to Onyx ID. Liquid ID, I think they're playing still to schedule. They're still following Fabian's farming patterns. They're still making sure Aaron Shiki gets to his items. Savera, first big pickup here. The Haas Claws. What is he? He's down by 100 gold from Shiki.
That's definitely... Oh, Witty. Way the Dragon. Shunpu and Way the Dragon. No follow-up just yet. Quad Shadow placed down onto him. Revitalize and the Shadow kill. Clean. Nothing wasted at all. They waited it was a very slow pickoff. Yeah, skill flickering out. RWM and Kyrie diving in, electrifying beats. Witty Liquid Kundo will be able to find it, but there is no one there to follow it up. 1 for 1.
They spent their ults to take down Keyboy, and they lost Yehezkiel in the process. In the long run, I'd say Onyx Esports still maintain a very dominant position here. It looked like it was about to get on the up and up for Liquid ID, but Onyx Esports know exactly what the economy could be at any given point. So never count out the former MPLID champions here in Onyx Esports. Looking at the XP lane, again, a little bit more mom. What's the gold like between these two? It's Lutpi is actually winning by a small margin.
Witty going up top as well to help Aaron. And now gets chunked by Keyboy. So far, this Cho has just been like poked every time. Diversion. Aran goes in. Gets caught with a slam pass. Now Kyrie walks up to forcing Aran to flicker.
All right, that's one thing you can't do as a Vengeance Phoveus. You could jump into situations, and you can re-engage. Weedy now very low.
Yeah, walks up and dies. That's about it. Reggie battle. Oh, what? Yeah, head skill is the one who finds him with dispersion. Now Aran jumps in, doesn't have the flicker, so gets bursted down. Still jumps a few more times before getting taken down by Kyrie. And it ends up being a turtle steal for Liquid ID.
We are just about at the 5-minute mark, and this Phoveus just doesn't have the kit quite yet to survive a 5-man rave. There were 5 members of Onyx eSports he was jumping onto, but there wasn't enough physical or magic defense, not enough spell vamp for him to actually enjoy that. So all it did was delay Onyx eSports' advance. And all the same, it was a steal, yes, but Liquid ID could not make the most of it. Still in control, Onyx eSports across the board. Big rotation awaiting here down bottom, but there's no one to catch.
Yeah, they're just trying to scout, giving a bit of info from Witty being there.
Oh.
Acting as a ward, will get spotted out, and Witty goes back to finding a new position.
It's about a minute until the last turtle of this game spawns lower quarter. The lane swaps have come through. XP laners up top, gold laners down bottom. And so far, looking at the farm, Lutby still up, same situation. Aaron Shaky just at par with Savero. We haven't really seen Savero join the fight yet.
No. It's been both the gold laners staying in their own lanes. You know, now lane swapping down below and doing the same. It's still the laning phase. 6 minutes in, usually we see a lot of teams start to group up and look for fights. Here, it's both teams committing to the laning phase.
I would reckon it's because, you know, Witty the Wise and Yehezkiel, they're talking. You know, they had their grand gathering, and the council says, let's wait, man. You have the diversion. I know your trigger finger's itchy, but we can't. We don't have the items just yet, and positioning-wise, maybe we can afford to give up this turtle. Aaron Shiki down to a third of his health. Can he do this?
It's bursting down 2 flickers out of the way, actually. AOG, Keyboy's coming in. Aaron still able to kind of wait for a bit, but then gets taken out by Keyboy. That's a turret 2 down below. Traded for a tier 1 up top.
The little boy got cornered between big, meaty heroes that he can't fight just yet. Maybe if this was, what, like the 12, 13-minute mark, Aaron could have danced his way out of there.
Maybe.
But not now. Not like this. Not especially since there's a hero like a Gatot in Onyx eSports rank. So I guess that's what you get when you have a hero like Gatot Kacha that can cross big gaps like that. You don't have that in the other meta heroes. You don't have that in Jawhead.
Yeah, Aaron wasn't really able to escape. That was a cool move, though, you know?
He got
Skill
touched.
2, flicker. He got untouchable. He's no longer untouchable. Not in this game. And what was the last game he was untouchable? Was it
It's been a
against
while.
Onyx PH? No?
All right, to be fair, untouchable is a mindset, all right? Like, people are taking it too seriously, literally. His gameplay is untouchable, not
There
him.
you go, absolutely.
He's like everybody, you know? He's a
Yeah.
hero, he can die. It's just...
He's human, too. You know, he's one of us.
He's a champion, you know, but...
He is a champion, MPLID. Second place, too, M6 World Championship. Now, it's, again, both teams committing to the cross map here. Aaron, bottom lane. Savero up top. They won't be getting this turret. No, Fabian actually gets spotted in the bush there. Slap, slam, pass, quad shadow.
They make themselves so scarce. Like, they know they had the turret, right?
Yeah.
But they had to make sure. So, how often do you see 2 cores just waiting?
No,
Witty?
that was an awkward move by Witty the Wise, and he gets caught for it. Oh, Jigu, no real world manipulation. Savero capitalizes on it. He tried to go for a kick flicker, but he didn't get the click on the kick.
No, he got the flicker, didn't get the kick, and he got compromised by the taunt.
No, it was also just out of vision. He was out of vision, so he can't tap the kick. Oh, that was
There's so many factors that like he's like, all right, I'm just gonna die now.
Yeah.
So far, these little micro fumbles that Team Liquid have given over to Onyx eSports have allowed the former MPL ID champions to barrel on forward. What, almost 3,000 gold, and they've lost so much. Look at this diversion, the rotation. That looks very familiar. Like Onyx eSports from game 1, just sending dudes across the map to farm better.
Okay, Witty just trying to get some openings for the team, you know, bit of vision here and there. Fabian will get a purple buff, at least for TLID. Onyx eSports haven't really been able to push in and invade and, you know, steal buffs away. So Kyrie, Fabian, same level.
It's not as bad as game one, but just the same, the stark difference, the day and night contrast of how far suddenly Team Liquid has fallen behind. Now this is a fight that they're waiting to take. Weedy holding strong. Yezgil gonna be sent home here. Fabian finding home in the Y brush, and Aran jumps in.
Yeah, so far no diversions, by the way. We have seen very little opportunities made by the diversion. It's a taunt. Keyboy's charging it. We'll be able to get Aaron, but there's no follow-up. It's just a bit of poke. Back again as Aaron goes back to mid, clears it away. Slow push down below. Kyrie holding onto that bush. Fabian doing the same thing. It's all about the surprises. Diversion. Kyrie spots it out. Witty still takes it. Gets chunked. Gets spotted out.
All right, Fabian holding on this Y brush for a while. I don't know if Onyx knows, and there comes the Y.
Oh, in front of pursuit, and Aaron Shiki continuing the damage. Now with the Mind Force, they're all diving in.
Brush, engage, successful. Savero left alone. Down goes 4 members, straight out for Witty. And suddenly the Y gets an answer. It's because Liquid was ready for it. They clasped down on the one opportunity they were waiting for 10 minutes, and they find it.
Shades of the Liquid ID that usurped the MPL Indo Season 14 throne. Aaron Shiki diving in, finding the solo kill on Savero.
And that's a wipeout. Liquid wasn't done. The Liquid Stampede has been completed, and suddenly they're in control of game number 2. The map is red, and the Lord will be marching through mid.
Wow. One play. 3,000 gold lead from Onyx eSports gone. The coordination, what a team fight.
Make it top. They chunked down that turret down bottom enough, but the Lord saw top lane first. So with that said, Liquid ID now in control. Onyx eSports suddenly, they're on the back foot. Where do they go from here? They've been playing ahead. They've been forcing fights from Liquid, and now Liquid suddenly have the gold lead, 2,000.
Shades of MPL Indonesia Season 14 Liquid, because that's the Liquid ID that, you know, joined the scene and exploded in the scene. They're the type of team to leave all of the turtles, and then one time later on, once they're comfortable enough, once they've hit their power spikes, turn it around. A complete read of the game.
They were so patient. Fabian holding the Y brush. Aaron Shiki joining at the very perfect moment. Weedy being the right dude to get caught out and sent in. He compromised Kyrie, and then suddenly they were all scattered. Amazing communication, synergy again by the young Stallions, and they won't make the most of it. I mean, not get an inhibitor, but just the same, from nothing to suddenly a commanding position.
Phenomenal stuff from Liquid ID. Championship stuff from them.
This is not Brawl Server, man.
Ready?
Oh!
Jumping into the back again. Oh, Son's gonna be caught by Fabian. Now the AOG canceled twice, thrice as Aaron gets rid of Keyboy. Savero gets baited in and gets bonked by Aran.
3 for none. Now it's Aaron touching everyone. 7 to 9. Could have sworn the last 10 minutes did not happen. No one saw this coming, at least not this quickly. Team Liquid ID going for the finish in mid.
Yes, kill the flicker forward. Aaron is godlike. And Witty gets the kill on Kyrie. A complete turnaround to the early game lead of Onyx eSports.
The young Stallions still undefeated, galloping on through the brackets. Their next matchup, best of 5. Who could stop Liquid ID?
Oh my goodness, I was just running back from the pantry just to see this absolute massacre. What happened in that last fight? I thought Onyx was doing well.
Goodness.
I blinked and it was over.
It happened so fast we couldn't even afford an instant replay of the turn that made this comeback possible. Like, it happened like within the span of what, 15, 20 seconds at setup.
Oh yeah.
And then suddenly they got wiped out.
I don't even know. You blink and you miss it. TLID, again, as you mentioned, really patient, but so decisive on these fights. These are the attributes that we are seeing, not even from our world champions. Onyx Indonesia tried, but it's looking more like Onyx PH on the side of TLID. Just fast, quick decisions, decisive fights, and that's when you know it's over.
Just what is the limit of this team is the question now. We thought M6 World Championship, second place, that was their peak. That's it. We're not going to be seeing the growth, at least not that much growth from the team anymore. They've hit a point where growth will be minimal. After MPLID, after, again, exploding onto the scene, becoming champions in their first ever season, from being rookies, no MDL playoffs at all. Wow.
The most amount of growth I've ever seen. Let's throw it to an interview with the TLID boys with LaFell and Rose.
Heading to the
Wow, dude.
semi-finals
Wow.
is now
So good.
Team
That
Liquid
was
Indonesia.
brother
We have
man.
Yahiskill here. Congratulations. An amazing,
the
amazing
ghost.
game.
Oh my
How
God.
are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling so good because we go to upper bracket final.
Yes, upper bracket semi-finals. Now you are still on a win streak. Amazing 2-0 win streak. With this win, you could potentially meet Onyx Philippine once again. Now, as we all know, in the group stages, you guys actually beat them 2-0. Do you think if you meet them one more time, you can repeat history and get another win?
Yeah, I will repeat it again.
All right, he will repeat it again. English or Malay?
Dua-dua.
Dua-dua. Okay, tanya dalam Malay ya. Tanya dalam Malay. Okay, Ezekiel. Game kedua, you menggunakan Louis. Early game, Onyx eSports pegang. Tetapi waktu perlawanan dekat Lord, kamu TP-kan Widi pergi ke belakang dan kemudian disebabkan tu, kamu menangkan team fight tersebut. Siapa yang buat shot call tu? Adakah Yeziki yang buat shot call tu? Widi, macam mana perlawanan tu dimulakan?
Of course, me and Widi.
You and Widi?
Yeah, together.
Okay. Now, like satu question yang saya nak tanya. Dekat bawah, player lounge, kita nampak semua team relax, main pool, main macam-macam game. Tetapi bila kita tengok Team Liquid Indonesia, lagi you punya coaching staff, coach, analyst dan sebagainya duduk dekat meja, then you guys study. Ada laptop, ada macam-macam kertas dan sebagainya. I nak tahu, macam mana preparation Team Liquid Indonesia dekat dalam Snapdragon Pro Series yang menyebabkan daripada hari pertama sampai ke hari ini 100% win rate.
Preparation kita bagus banget sih. Kita all in 100% untuk turnamen ESL ini.
Dan last question is, macam mana preparation yang coach dan analyst lakukan yang menolong player?
Mereka kasih kita hero nyaman kita aja. Jadi kita main yang bisa lepas.
Alright, there you go, guys. Give a big round of applause for Ezekiel. Again, big congratulations and good luck for tomorrow. But right now, we will throw it back to the panel.
Thanks, LaFell and Rose. Now's an interview with Yehezkiel, the ghost of Jakarta, some may call him. Absolute beast, absolute monster in this game as they sweep, unfortunately, one of the Sonic fan bases.
Did that catch on at all?
No,
What?
we've just been forcing it.
The
every
ghost?
single
Yeah.
time.
Not really. Just be honest with me, alright?
It caught on.
Thanks.
To us, you know? It's the boys.
Wait till we get to the regular season. We'll see whether or not the fan
Yeah,
base
no,
is
we'll
gonna enjoy
force it. I'll force it in, Leo. We force the solution.
Thank
We're
you.
gonna force the ghost of Jakarta.
Let's look at the post-game stats because unfortunately he had an almost perfect game. 1-1-6, 7-11. Like this is such a fast game considering everything that was happening early for Onyx and was going so well.
No, it was not a fast game at all. It was super slow, and then it became just like from first gear to sixth gear.
Liquid just said, let's finish this.
It was so weird. It was such a slow-paced game. Both of them were just like mirroring each other back and forth, and then GG, TL went one.
I was ready for it to go like 18, 20, because that's how bad it was for Liquid. That's at some point, you know, like there was a moment where Fabian and Erishiki were actually just guarding each other. How sad is that? 2 cores to be able to push a tier 1. That is miserable. And then what? 2 minutes later, they turn around.
Dude, cut back to Iran. Honorable mention here. Having done minimally. So, I mean, look at the stats.
482 G. Those are roamer stats, my friend.
That's the thing. That's how sad this game was. But the KP is what's
Wow.
most important because Aaron Shiki part of 91%, but everybody else is like 64.
Dude, Aran dealt more damage than Kyrie.
Oh, man.
That's how slow it was.
Yeah?
So Liquid was so smart in denying the rampaging little Leonin of Kyrie from running through them. that they eventually got to that point.
It was so clean, just the way that they were playing as well. It was so slow, and I think it was TLID that made it so slow, right? Because all the way from the start, Onyx really wanted it to be fast.
For reals.
Turtle won, they took it fast, they wanted to take control of the map many, many times, but then TLID, with the way that they were rotating, the way that they were always also keeping a head skill outside of mid lane, just to make the enemy, just to make Onyx think that they're going for the diversion, but in the end, it was just a mind game. It was just kind of like, we're using this, we're making the ghost actually disappear so that you think about it.
It's a macro fake, as they call it.
It's a classic
Well
feint. I love it. And folks, just so that this translates literally to your games like in ranked, which is the beauty of our esport, is because the difference between us and these players is their mindset and less about the strategy or mechanics. Is you can do this. You can actually do this in ranked. Is when you get beat down in the first 5 minutes, make yourself scarce. Don't allow your opponent to just run through you. Deny them those kills. Get your farm up and then find that kill angle. That's the beauty of the simplicity of Liquid ID strat.
Well, speaking about the farm up here, Aaron Shiki, all game, just power farming until he hit this insane mass of items in a very short period of time. Ending the game 823 minutes, man. Those 2 fingers made out of gold, brother.
Yeah, dude, the untouchable, really. It's the way that he plays, it's not the stats, not KDA. It's the untouchable play style. Wow, I'm so impressed. Again, I can't put it to words, the feeling that I have for TLID, to see a team from Indonesia be as strong as this. This is when he was obviously touched in the game.
That's the one time.
That was the one time.
The one time.
When Leo, he was touched. But yeah, dude, I am so impressed and so happy to have a team like this representing Indonesia. They're so darn good. They're so good at video games.
Look, I think this is what you call pride. Pride.
He's tearing up, y'all.
He really is. It's crazy. It literally is so crazy. That's how you know it's honest words. It's just pain. Like, look at these fights, man. The fact that even Fabian was able to find like an insane pick in the backline.
Boy can't jump, dude. You
No.
see how many times?
3 times! He got canceled 3 times!
Whoa.
Look,
Got a seed.
look, not to mention that even like, I would say even in the early game, there were a couple of times where Witty just straight up whiffed. Straight up whiffed the G-Kudo.
Yeah, there was the one time where he got the perfect flicker and he just died, right? But that didn't matter because it was not part of the ramp up. It wasn't. It slowed him down, sure, but it did not deny them that inevitable comeback in bottom lane. They understand the game so good. They're so good at video games.
They are. I'm so surprised how fast they are improving. I thought, especially after seeing Challenge Season, the way that they overextended against Aurora, that led to Aurora beating them, I was like, all right, this is starting to get like really concerning, right? Are they complacent with the second place finish at M6? Have they hit their limit? It turns out they were like, yeah, it was an online event, bro. Like, wait, just calm down. Oh, wow. Wow.
Great stuff. Great stuff. I mean, we're all here happy to see that, this sweep was done in a very interesting fashion. And we don't say that lightly to a lot of our professionals here. But we do have the bracket updated for you guys at home. We're going to be closing out the show in just a little bit here because Onyx, once again, after knocking out BTR, make it to the second lives just to get knocked down straight into the lower bracket by TLID. A completely different beast. But not only that, we had to also say goodbye to RRQ, the Kingdom, getting shut down by Onyx Philippines, our current world champions.
So does that make 2 Filipino teams and 2 Indonesian teams left in the playoffs?
Amen.
Yeah.
Thanks for hosting us.
Thanks.
Wow, this is, that's true. The MPL ID versus MPL PH battle, the ID PH rivalry. 2 PH teams, 2 ID teams. All right. Wow.
Former champions, all of them.
Ooh. Well, 2 are world champions. The other 2 are not yet, Amen.
They're getting there. Look.
They're getting there.
One MSC champion among them.
1 MSC champion, 1 MPL ID champion, 4 Pete MPL champions right there from Onyx.
You guys are still holding on to 24, right?
Hey,
MSC 24, like,
Yep.
That's
by
Malaysia.
World champs, by the way.
Highest paid tournament in the history of our esport. Woo!
They won the world championship twice in Riyadh.
Yeah.
Technically speaking, yes, they did. And by the way, they're having a signing but down by Johor
Hey,
Bahru.
They're still there.
They're still there.
SRG is still around. All right.
Bigatron are also still there.
They are still
Your champions.
My champions.
Look, we have fun here on desk, but generally speaking, it's interesting to see that every time we hit the SPS, it's not just dominated by just one country. It's been a flip and flop between, Indonesia and the Philippines. We got somewhat close, but still lost. But anyways, it's really amongst your two regions. With that being said, for all of you who've been sticking around and actually watching for this long, you guys are so sick, so awesome. Lucky chess giveaway. Here it is. This is our advanced tournament chess. Take those codes while you still can, boys.
X7ORK 8 uun. Just in case someone's better if I dictate, right?
They're gonna no. Once you say 8, like they see it, they memorize it, and then they hear ooh, and they're like, what? They go back and they miss it.
And then the other 999 people say, ah!
So claim them while you still can. Screenshot it and send it to your friends if they are dyslexic. I don't think the picture. I realize now. Very
It's not
quickly,
gonna help.
It's not very helpful. Indeed.
I don't think you understand how dyslexia works.
Oh boy, look.
Oh my.
Keep in mind, we have a lot of fun here. Keep in mind, mates.
We're a fun bunch.
We are the fun bunch. Keep in mind that the Mobile Masters is just around the corner. Scan that QR code and support your favorite teams, because not only are the APAC teams here in Southeast Asia going to be involved, we are also getting MENA, the European teams, all involved into the mix, happening in Jakarta.
In China.
In China.
No,
I
no.
nearly forgot.
And China. I thought you said in China. I'm like, no, Jakarta.
That's a future S series.
Exactly. There you go. But yeah, in Jakarta, come join us. 10,000 IDR. That's less than $1. It's so cheap, and you guys can go and get your tickets right now because, hey, we want to see you guys in Jakarta, man.
That's a historic site that you will be watching it in.
The
Tennis
M4.
Indoor Senayan. That is where
Echo.
Echo won, yes.
We hosted the MPLPH finals.
True. That is very, very true.
I've never had the honor.
Never. One day. But we want you guys at home. One day. We want you guys, for those who are looking to be a part of the community and more so, to say hello to the S series, to bring it all to your friends and stream it, co-stream it. Come on over and scan that QR. Fill up that form and say hi. We want to see more people join our little space.
Be part of the S fam.
You see those silhouettes? You can put in pictures
That
of
can
the
be
pro
you.
players right there, like I did. That's King Kong and Kelra.
Oh, yeah.
No.
It is.
No.
Keller's on the right, King Kong on the left.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah.
I agree with King Kong on the left. Keller on the right. I thought the mullet was a little bit longer.
I think it's Kelra.
It's a mystery.
It
It's a
might be
mystery.
Kyrie. No, that's why you gotta fit the puzzle. That's why you gotta join. Join us.
We want you guys. Co-stream with
We
us.
want you.
Make it yeah, hold the free stream for those out there. Anyways, with everything happening here at the Snapdragon Pro Series, I mean, we've got tomorrow's games as well. Again, it's double eliminations here. What's that? What's that?
What?
We are getting an extra.
You gotta read it. You gotta read it, Leo.
Let's go.
Look, here we go. We've got
One more
more
code.
presents for you guys just because it's Valentine's Day and our producers are feeling happy.
All right.
We'll bring up the code for you. It's
Oh,
slow
he's
motion.
teasing you. He's teasing you. All right, the tease.
The tease is there.
You gotta write it quick. You gotta. Oh, there you go.
IL7 ZD Zoom.
Why was there emotion in the Zoom?
I see a word, I read it. You usually don't get full phonetic words in these codes.
That's true. That's true.
Facts. That's
we
actually
had
facts.
uun, and now we had Zoom. Both equally a word.
Yes. All right, guys. Now, as you guys claim your codes while you still can, there still is a reminder that there is going to be one match tomorrow that everybody's gonna have to keep their eyes on. It's going to be OP versus the Team Falcons. Now, here's the thing. Do you think it's going to be?
Sorry,
I couldn't look away from
I
that.
thought about something.
No. I know what you're thinking about. We're on the same mindset here. But do you think that OP is going to do the Selena once again, especially against a team of that caliber?
You know what? I think if Loyi gets picked up, yes. Though the reason Selena worked so well was because of the abyssal traps that Super Friends, crazy. Like the awareness of this guy is already ridiculous. So give him abyssal traps and he knows exactly where to place it down so that when diversions are used, he drops in and he reveals the entire team.
You know what? I don't think it's that simple. We're forgetting that amongst Team Falcons BH is another Selena specialist. Few. Few is a Selena specialist. Like, that's how he started to become idol ng mga kids. People at the time could not understand why he's so good at throwing these traps, throwing these arrows. So they might even contest for it if it gets down to that point.
If it gets down to that point, I don't know. We'll see. But keep in mind that it's not an elimination match just yet. Whoever loses will end up having to fight against Onyx eSports down in the lower brackets. And afterwards, best of 5 start to come into play here. You all right, buddy? Here, looks like you're just
He's lost. I keep on thinking about that one thing. I didn't do it. Oh my God.
Don't worry.
Oh.
You'll see it on his social media.
So
why?
good.
But as we end the days, do you have any highlight moments that are going to stand out to you before we close things out?
Another Savage by Kelra, that's one.
Come on.
The 2 Uranus picks. For me, if you go for a positive, I go for a negative.
Yeah,
2 Uranus losses.
Yep. What are good days without bad?
No,
Yeah,
actually,
that's
no.
true.
That's pretty deep. That's pretty deep, brother.
Thanks.
Pretty deep.
With that being said, we're closing out the show here today. My name is Gideon Q, and once again, thank you so much to both Leo and as well as Mirko. Shout outs to Remar. He's in the back for our
Thank you, brother.
postmortems. We all
Thank you.
Thank you. Good
Thank you,
show.
sir.
Once again, we're going to be closing out here at the Snapdragon Pro Series, brought to you by ESL. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Larikan diri Supercat akan berjaya untuk dapatkan kill seterusnya ke atas Kairi. Mungkin tapi Kairi masih lagi berjaya untuk mengelak, namun ada satu dari Deputy yang mungkin bakal mendapati sasaran. Kena.
Sampai bukan kehilang.
Eman juga sudah pun hadir. Satu lagi fracture dilepaskan, tetapi lihat bagaimana Luffy masih lagi bertahan. Namun Luffy akan ditembakkan juga oleh Eman. San berjaya untuk dapatkan kill, tapi Kairi dengan double kill mencari triple kill ke arah Supercat. Tapi apatah Brigadier mengakibatkan Supercat ditembakkan oleh Sabaro.
Pusing kamera sini. Sebab tengah tengok sini.
Pemulihan Lord ingin didapatkan oleh Filipin di belakang. Lord tarik.
Dalam pada masa sama Darat akan dikorbankan di bagian belakang. Cuma Lord ini kemenangan yang besar untuk Aran Kyoshi dan Super Prince.
TP dimasuk ni.
Masuk ada orang perasan tu.
Darat. Percubaan tapi shooting dah tak ada. Lord berjaya untuk dapatkan Onyx Philippines. Mendapatkan nyawa Rich. Meninggalkan Dairen saja. Kyoshi. Ini bencana. Triple kill.
Congratulations, taking now RQ Hoshi. Guys, give it up for Kelra.
All right, guys, he's out.
Bagaimana Lord sekali lagi diambil oleh tim Lucky Rider. Kali ini Kairi berada di bagian belakang, menjatuhkan pemain bernama Fabian. Lantas akan membuatkan pasukan Onyx eSports mendapat kelebihan tapi tak terlalu lama apabila Aaron Siki mendapatkan double kill, menjatuhkan pemain pasukan Onyx.
Ayo untuk pasukan Lucky Rider.
Tapi sekarang tenangnya dibuat. Sabero akan diasingkan daripada kawan-kawannya di kala pasukan Lucky Rider cuma menggila. Namun 4 orang telah tertunda. Terbagian untuk Aaron Shiki. Inilah yang ditunggu oleh tim Liquid ID.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Onyx PH kerana mereka telah menang M6 pada minggu lepas.
I support Kirk because he is genius. Onyx ID because saya dah fans lama diorang. I support Onyx, both Onyx.
They got Kyrie, right? Fanboy.
Suns, because I'm a mid laner, so Suns tu kira macam power lah since I know him.
Onyx PH sebab dia orang juara dunia. So Onyx ID sebab saya main jungle, saya suka Kyrie, dan Onyx PH King Kong dengan Kelra.
Hope they did their best today and always take care of their health first. Okay, good luck to all teams.
For ball Onyx, I hope they meet in the final.
To Onyx PH and Onyx ID, good luck, and I hope you guys could win this game lah for the Snapdragon. See you guys.
Fanboy.
my desire to be greatest days coming in waves. And no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. I gotta just open the gate. All I need is saving from hitting the pavement, understand it when I'm impatient, that only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places, the strength to stare fear in the face, that only I give to me. I'm the type of girl that turns logic into